The big three: Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece. A group of landmark anime and manga that all played a pivotal role in shaping Shonen Jump's identity into what it is today. For the first time in about a decade, all three of them are slated to get new episodes in the same year. Not exactly concurrently, but within close proximity to one another. And while I doubt that we're getting those Naruto episodes this year, I still thought this would be a good excuse to rank every fight from all of these series. We're going to be taking a look at 370 different fights today, which means this is going to be a really long video. So let's not waste any more time. I'm going to go ahead and get down to brass tacks and lay out exactly how this video is going to work. The roster of fights on this list will be composed of every fight in Naruto, every fight in Bleach, and every fight in One Piece, with the following exceptions. I'm not going to be talking about any movie fights or filler fights. To be on this list, the fight had to have happened in the manga, or be a special exception like some of the stuff exclusive to the Thousand Year Blood War anime. When it comes to One Piece specifically, I'm not including any fights from Elbaf, because as of the date of this recording, it's still ongoing, and I expect this video to take many months to complete. So to keep this from being a total nightmare, I'm just gonna stop at the end of Egghead. Next, for the purposes of analysis, I'll be considering both a fight's anime version and its manga version. In cases where one version of a fight is significantly better than the other, I'll try to be gracious and put as much stock into the superior version as I can. Finally, I think many of these fights warrant a full video essay's worth of analysis on their own. But I have to be practical here. Even if I only spend 30 seconds talking about each of these fights, the video will end up being over 3 hours long. So I can't provide as much analysis as I'd like to, but I'm still gonna do my best to mention anything I consider essential to evaluating these fights. I think that covers everything that you should expect from this video structurally, but there is one last thing I wanna say before we get started. This video will be full of spoilers. There's no way to avoid that. But I'm going to be giving each fight its own title card, where I slowly read out the names of everybody involved. So, if you hear a name that you don't recognize and you don't want to be spoiled, pause the video and fast forward to the next fight. That should keep your experience as spoiler-free as possible. Now then, without any further ado, let's start the countdown. Number 370, Team Guy versus Team Guy. So, in comes the winner of the Worst Fight Award, and it's from Naruto. And if you really want, you got a bone to pick with Naruto or something, I guess you can split this up into 4 fights, Guy versus himself, Neji versus himself, etc., etc. And in that case, Naruto goes from simply receiving the worst fight in the Big 3 award to the worst 4 fights in the Big 3 award. No matter how you want to categorize it, this is really bad, too long, way too boring, simply not good. Even though I'm not going to like any of the fights I've got to talk about for some time to come now, none of them feel as pointless and hollow as this one does. You can just straight up skip this. Your viewing or reading experience won't change if you do. Like, I get it. Guy, Lee, Tenten, and Neji needed to be preoccupied at this point in the story. Otherwise, I guess Sasori and Deidara would have gone down too easy, but I would have preferred if, like, I don't know, removing the tags triggered a genjutsu or something like that. Or, you know, if they weren't even there, if this is the type of stuff Kishimoto was going to have them do, anything but this. Number 369, Luffy versus Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. I think this placement might end up getting me in some hot water, but I'm not sure. I can't really tell if it has fans or not, but what I can say is I don't think anybody's got this in their top 10 One Piece fights ever, and if you do, I'm sorry. It just doesn't work for me. I do like the setup of Little Garden, and think that the Dory Bragi story is pretty engaging. But I really could have done without this Mr. 3 Miss Golden Week fight. Now, the reason I have it second to last isn't because I think it does anything particularly offensive. I don't have any serious story issues with it or anything of the sort. I just find it really boring. By the end of the fight, I felt like the story was just crawling along. I was so ready to be done and move on to Alabasta. And it's not even that long. especially not in the manga, which is where I was first exposed to it. But it felt pretty long to me. I just thought Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week were so boring. And while way later in the story, Mr. 3 got to do some stuff that changed my mind about him, here I just couldn't get down with either of them. Maybe I'd feel better about this fight if it happened in Alabasta and not on Little Garden, but I get why Oda didn't do that, so I don't really know how to fix my issues with it. What I do know is I've read this part of the story 3 times and watched it once, and every single time it's been a bottleneck for the experience. Seeing as whenever I get to it, I have to fight the urge to drop the series completely, and this video is supposed to be an honest reflection of my thoughts, I think this is where the fight has to go. Number 368, Kabuto and Team 7 versus Oboro. Now I think we're back into agreeable territory. I don't think there's a soul alive that likes this one. I don't have much to say about it either, honestly. It sucks. Chunin Exams doesn't need it. Just a blemish on an otherwise great section of the story. Number 367, Mifune versus Hanzo. This is another one where I'm just sitting here like, what do you even want me to say, man? Who cares? I guess to reach for something of substance to say, this is pretty disappointing because you'd think, based on all that's said about Hanzo during the Pain arc, that he'd be like a big deal. But he loses a one-on-one fight that takes less than a chapter to someone we know nothing about. That sucks. Number 366. Darui and Team 10 versus Kinkaku and Ginkaku. I'm an Inoshika-Cho fan, but nobody cares about Kinkaku and Ginkaku. This is a pretty cool team up too, so it's a shame that this fight kills the pace of the story at a time when the story can't afford something like that. Too drawn out, too boring, and what it adds to the story by existing is negligible in comparison. Number 365, Choji versus Dosu. Yes, I'm seeing what you guys are seeing. This is the second fight from the Chunin Exams, and the 5th fight from Naruto, not just in the bottom 10, but the bottom 6. I don't want to give the impression that I don't like the Chunin Exams, because I do, and I certainly don't want to give the impression that I don't like Naruto, because I do. But where else am I supposed to put this? I guess it's funny. It doesn't take up too much time, and it's not supposed to be a great fight, but I'm not going to say it's good because it's supposed to be bad. No, it gets to sit right here at the bottom. Number 364, Zoro versus Paika. This is like the embodiment of the pacing issues in Dressrosa. This fight starts around chapter 740 and concludes around 780. Now, Dressrosa shifts focus from event to event pretty frequently, so it's not like this is all we see for 40 chapters, but there's so much running around, it takes so long to finally wrap up, that by the end, I would not say I was still immersed. It has a cool finish. Zoro looks awesome as usual, so I'm not going to put it at the very bottom, but I wouldn't call myself a fan. Number 363, Zoro versus the Meow Band brothers. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to say something very important. Let it be known, I am a Zoro guy. I love Zoro. He's my favorite Straw Hat, and I am not putting these fights in the bottom 10 because I don't like him. That being said, I also don't think this one is very good. I don't really like any of the Crow stuff. I think that Syrup Village is probably the worst chunk of East Blue, and as far as the fights go, this is the low point of that low point. I doubt by doing this, I'll be summoning a bunch of Zoro versus Butchie and Siam shooters in the comments, so I think we can safely move on without much elaboration. Number 362, Sanji versus Absalom. Surprised it took us this long to get to Thriller Bark, honestly. I don't think I have to defend this one. Nobody likes this arc, and this is the worst fight out of the whole thing. Beyond being really boring, it's a textbook example of right message, wrong messenger. Somebody definitely needed to put a stop to Absalom. He's like the freakiest, weirdest dude in all of One Piece, which is fine for a villain. But Sanji being the one to do it is King Von once said, end gun violence type of situation. Number 361, Omaida versus Parduok. Alright, about time Bleach showed up on the list, and this is definitely Bleach's equivalent of Choji versus Dosu, two of the sideliest side characters going at it in the midst of many far more interesting fights and plot developments. There's one scene I remember thinking was kind of funny, but other than that, I don't have a lot to say about this fight. If not for the fact that I was making a list, I would have forgotten that this one even happened. Number 360, Gaara versus Dosu. This poor Dosu guy can't catch a break, but this fight is one attack, so there's not a lot I can do for him here. In its defense, this fight foreshadows Gaara's Shukaku transformation, which is really important for later. That's the only reason it made it this high. Other than that, I mean, I'm hard-pressed to even call this a fight. Number 359, Usopp, Nami, and the Usopp Pirates versus Django. It's not really fair to put a fight like this in the same list as Luffy versus Kaido or whatever, but this is ranking every fight in the big three, so I got it. It's hardly a fight. I think it's lucky it got this high, honestly, but to its credit, even though I don't like Syrup Village that much, Django is one of my favorite things about it. And the Usopp Pirates showing up to help is really, really cute. But it's still a pretty weak fight, and considering what it's up against, I can't find it in myself to bump it up. This is as high as it was ever gonna go. Number 358, Nami versus Khalifa. Before I get into this one, I have to spoil the list a little bit so that you guys don't get the wrong idea. It's gonna be a while before I talk about another fight from Enies Lobby again. And I mean like a long time. I love Enies Lobby. It's my favorite part of the series, but I have a bone to pick with this fight specifically. It, and you know what, while I'm at it, Khalifa as a character are blemishes on an otherwise perfect run of chapters. Like, I really, really wish Oda could just be normal. But he's such a freaky dude, and he can't help himself when it comes to his female characters. And I just really wish he could have taken a vacation from the freaky stuff, just for Water 7 and Enies Lobby. But that was never gonna happen, cause it's Oda we're talking about. So instead of making the one single woman in Cypher Pool a normal character, he decided to make her run around accusing everybody who talks to her of sexually harassing her. Then he gave her a soap-based devil fruit, because of course he did, and decided that in the middle of her fight with Nami, for no reason, she needed to be naked, taking a bath. And then you got Nami looking at her like, oh wow, she's so sexy, I wish I had a secretary like that. It's all really weird. I guess it's supposed to be a joke, right? But I don't think it's funny. It just makes me uncomfortable, and it sucks because I love getting to see Nami fight. I don't think she needs a fight every arc or anything, but generally Oda knows what he's doing when he gives her one. They're typically well implemented, engaging, and don't mess with the pace too much. So why couldn't her fight in Enies Lobby be normal? And even aside from all the weird stuff with Khalifa, I think that this is Nami's worst fight regardless. There's not nearly as much going on as there usually is. I'll admit that there's more to it than a lot of the fights I have placed above it, but they don't have any of the weird problems that this one does, and it's getting a lot of points deducted for that. Number 357, Wiper versus Shura. This is a fight between two randoms that takes like 30 seconds. It serves the story a bit, and Wiper's cool, I guess, so I feel okay about putting it this high. Number 356, Pedro versus Tamago. This is the same situation as last time. These are two nobodies, and the fight isn't that long. But this time, the choreography is significantly better. There are actually some pretty cool exchanges here. Nothing mind-bending or anything, but enough to get it over the last one. Number 355. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp versus Satori. I just think this one's boring, and it takes way too long. I think the best stuff in Skypiea is all Enel adjacent. I don't think anybody is gonna disagree with that. But as for all the priests, I could take them or leave them. This is definitely my least favorite encounter between any of the priests and any of the Straw Hats, and I think the arc would be better if you found a way to take this out. Number 354. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji versus Sai. As a scene, this is a fine character introduction for Sai, and it's neat being able to see his Super Beast Scroll Jutsu for the first time. But as a fight, I mean, come on, this is way too short. Definitely one of the weakest in Naruto's catalog, not for being like offensive, like Team Guy versus Team Guy, but for feeling too incomplete to be rated any higher than this. Number 353. Ganju versus Yumichika. This is similar to Zoro versus Pika in the sense that there's a whole lot of running around, a lot of one dude chasing another dude, but this one's not nearly as long or poorly paced, so I've got it quite a bit higher. Like with the last one, I don't find this one like offensive or anything. I don't hate it, but I mean, like what am I gonna do? Put it higher than this? No way. Number 352. Kenpachi versus Giriko. I don't even know if it's fair to call this a fight. Here we just have Kenpachi one-shotting a total nobody, and it looks so cool that it managed to make it past all these other fights down here. Now, keep in mind, we're at number 352 out of 370, so I'm not saying this is like great or anything. It's definitely not. But, you know, I'm just surprised that it's not at the very bottom, all things considered. Number 351, Luffy versus Laboon. This only made it this high because Laboon's really cute and his exchange with the Straw Hats is amazing. One of the most memorable parts of the series, especially the early series, but the actual fight here is, I mean, aside from like Gaara versus Dosu, action-wise, this has to be the worst one so far, right? So though this one gets saved a little bit, I mean, it's still in the bottom 20, but it gets saved a little bit by a super extreme adorable cuteness. Number 350, Chopper versus Gadatsu. Generally speaking, I'm not much of a fan of the side fights in Skypiea, but I think this one is a little bit better than the Ordeal of Balls. It kind of has the opposite problem in that it's too short to be particularly memorable, but I'll give it the edge over some of these other ones because I like Chopper and it's nice getting to see him fight. Number 349, Usopp and Chopper versus Dosun and Daruma. Gotta say, I'm surprised that it took Fishman Island this long to show up. This is probably my least favorite out of all the Fishman Island fights. It's hovering somewhere around here on the list for sure. If you want, you can split this fight into two because I know it starts off as Usopp versus Daruma and Chopper versus Dosun, but since they eventually converge into the same fight, I decided to just combine them. And either way, neither of them were going to make it any higher than this. Number 348, Frankie versus Ikaros. This happens in the same point in the story as the last one, with the same narrative context and level of importance. I'll give this one the edge for the big laser that Frankie shoots. Number 347, Brook versus Zio. This is the same deal as the last two, and I like Brook's Song of Scratches Blizzard Slice more than I like Frankie's laser. Number 346, Uryu and Orihime versus Jirobo. This is another mostly inconsequential fight from the Soul Society arc. It's cool getting to see these two use their powers against somebody more threatening than the Hollows running through Karakura Town, but this Jirobo guy's still a random. He's nobody's favorite character, and the fight's not particularly flashy. Number 345, Sanji versus Oven. I don't know if I should even count this fight on the list because it's literally just one attack, but it's a cool enough character moment for Sanji that it made it this high, so I guess I'm fine with it. If you don't think this should be here, I get it, but I think I have to include it because this isn't going to be the only fight that ends in one attack on this list. Number 344, Ikkaku versus Mo. So, I guess now it's time for me to admit that I'm not very fond of the Fullbring arc. I don't hate it or anything, but it's Bleach's low point for sure. Now, there are some fights from this arc that I think are pretty good, but all the side ones where the weaker members of Execution fight against the Gote 13, I could totally live without. They're all really short and inconsequential and feature some of the weaker choreography in the series. I hate to spoil what's coming up next, but in my opinion, you can order these fights however you want. I got this one at the bottom of the batch because outside of Giriko, Mo's probably my least favorite member of Execution. Number 343, Renji versus Jackie. Very similar thoughts here as last time. I guess I like Jackie more than Mo, and there's a little bit more going on here than before. Still close to the bottom of Bleach's catalog, and like I said, if you made me switch this with the last one, I wouldn't really care. Number 342, Rukia versus Riruka. There are a couple reasons this is higher than the last two. The first being that I'm a fan of both characters. Riruka is one of my favorite members of Execution, and I'm a big Rukia fan too. Riruka's backstory is kind of nice too, I guess, but the actual fight part of the fight, it's not good. I'd say it's worse than Renji versus Jackie, so again, if you ask me to put this behind the last two, I wouldn't really fight you on it. I don't have strong feelings either way. Number 341, Toshiro versus Yukio. This is the last of the Fullbring arc fights we'll be talking about for quite a while, and I feel pretty comfortable putting it at the top of this batch of 4. Yukio is another one of my favorite Execution members, and I'll just say I'm a Toshiro fan for right now. We'll get into my complicated feelings about him later on. The gamer powers that Yukio's got going on lead to some pretty cool visuals, but for the most part, the structure, choreography, and so on aren't really any better here than the last 3 fights we talked about. Number 340, Ichigo versus Ganju. Like the last few, this one's really short and mostly inconsequential, but I actually think the choreography here is better than any of the Fullbring arc fights we've talked about so far, and I can also appreciate the way that this fight sets up the character dynamic present between these two going forward. I'd appreciate it more, and by extension probably move this fight up a little bit, if Ganju ended up mattering at all, but he fades into obscurity pretty shortly after his introduction. I still appreciate this fight for the purpose it serves and because I do think it's pretty fun, but there's no way I can move it up at all. Number 339, Ichigo and Kon versus the Millipede Hollow. This is another really short one, and I think I'm doing it a favor by even putting it this high. But I don't know, man. I like Kon a lot, and I think this mini arc is a lot of fun. Number 338, Sai, Kankuro, and Amoy versus Sasori, Deidara, and Shin. Like I said when I talked about this in my video ranking every Naruto fight, I think I'm okay with this fight being this high because, unlike with a lot of fights in the war arc, there's some semblance of stakes here. It's fairly early, and it features minor enough characters that Kishimoto tricked me into believing that some of them could actually die. They didn't, and they continued to not die in fights that take place later in the arc, but some of these fights are vessels for minor, cool character moments. It's nice seeing Kankuro get his get back on Sasori and Deidara, and Sai, shockingly, despite being nobody's favorite character, gets a couple of cool moments here. So we're still not in good territory, but we're working our way up the list for sure. Number 337, Kamakiri versus Enel. Here we've got another pretty short one, so I can't put it very high, but I think it's effective at what it seeks to do. I like Enel a lot, and this fight, if you can call it that, makes him look really cool and really threatening. It's way too short to make a bigger dent in this list, but for what it is, I think it's fine. Number 336, Robin versus Yama. I don't want to repeat myself too much here, but this is another situation where the fight's way too short to go any higher than this. Choreography here is pretty weak too, especially compared to most of the stuff above it, but like how the last one made Enel look really cool, I think this fight does a great job making Robin look really cool, especially at the end. That's enough for me to put it over the last 34 fights because I'm a big Nico Robin fan. And that was especially true at this point in the series when she still felt like one of the big dogs of the Straw Hats. Later on, she gets relegated to like the mid-tier of the crew in terms of power, but a fight like this really makes her seem strong. It helps pay off all the buildup that she and Croc got leading up to Alabasta. And it helped me delude myself into actually believing that for the foreseeable future, she'd be hanging out not at the top of the crew's power level with Luffy, but around that Zoro Sanji level right beneath him. So this fight gets some credit for reminding me of more hopeful days before my dreams were crushed into tiny little pieces. Number 335, Zoro versus Om. This is another one of the short minor Skypiea fights, and I think I'm gonna say that this is the best of the bunch just because I like Zoro a lot. Like I said, he's my favorite Straw Hat, and I like to see him beat people up. Number 334, Luffy versus Moji and Richie. I really want to put this higher because this has that classic One Piece charm to it, and as one of the earliest fights in the series, it really helps set Luffy up as a powerhouse. This is a good way to establish basically from the very beginning of the story that Luffy generally won't be wasting his time with grunts going forward. It's also pretty satisfying seeing Luffy take these guys out. The way it's drawn in the manga and animated in the anime really sells how much more powerful Luffy is than these guys. But having said all of that, once again, this fight is really, really short. Number 333, Kankuro versus Misumi. I gotta admit, for Kankuro's first fight, it does a pretty good job conveying his abilities and his general level of power. He really stunts on this dude. This is one of like 2 or 3 times in the whole series that Kankuro gets caught looking kinda cool. But it's Kankuro, so does anybody really care? And I mean, as for this Misumi guy, this has gotta be the jobbiest jobber ever created. Like, imagine for a second being created to lose to Kankuro. Number 332, Kankuro versus Sasori. This is the opposite of the last one. Here, Kankuro takes Misumi's place and becomes the jobber used to make Sasori look cool. At the start of Shippuden, Kankuro was doing pretty well for himself. He wasn't like top end or anything, but the guy was a Jonin. He had no losses on his record. The worst he ever did was tie with Shino. But then you see this happen to him, and you find out that Sasori was only using like 0.01% of his power. And Kankuro just becomes impossible to take seriously ever again. Like a lot of these recent fights, this one's really short, and especially by Naruto standards, the choreography here is weak. The only reason I've got it this high is because, like I said, it's effective at establishing Sasori as a credible threat. Number 331, Hayate versus Baki. Now, okay, listen, just hear me out for a second. I get it. This is pretty high, all things considered, but you just gotta let me explain myself, okay? Yes, I know these are 2 characters that do not matter at all whatsoever, but there's some important story stuff going on here, okay? The whole sand, sound, leaf destruction plot, all the intrigue of it, the cloak and dagger. This is one of the scenes that really brings all that stuff to the forefront of the plot. And there's one version of this fight specific to the Shippuden anime for some reason where Baki just goes crazy. He drops one of the sickest combo attacks like ever on Hayate. It's actually really cool, I swear. Like I know to some of you it must seem psychotic to put this over fights from the Fullbring arc or some of the Skypiea fights, but like it's kind of a sleeper hit, man. Number 330, Sanji and Jinbei versus Wadatsumi. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, here we've got another fairly short one with nothing too crazy on the choreography side. It's nice to see the fruits of Sanji's training though. I mean, it's nice to finally get to see him fight after the time skip at all. So for that reason, I'm cool with putting this close to the top of this batch of short fights against nobodies. Number 329, Luffy versus Urashima. The anime version of this fight is kind of miserable. It's pretty emblematic of all of the anime's pacing issues, but I'm a huge fan of the look of modern One Piece. Enough of a fan that I'm not going to put this one all the way at the bottom where I think a lot of people think it belongs. Number 328, Ichigo versus Jidanbo. So this is another fight that's low because it's short and it's against a minor opponent, but the reason this one's as high as it is because I consider Gin's introduction here a part of this fight. This scene's great at demonstrating the immense power difference between Ichigo at this point in the series and the higher tier Soul Reaper captains. This is a good way to quickly characterize Gin for the audience, and the actual Ichigo versus Jidanbo fight isn't bad either, it's just too short to go any higher than this. Number 327, Sasuke versus Oboro. Listen, if this is too high for you, I get it. This is pulling no weight narratively. Oboro is about as random gets. And this is probably the shortest fight I've ranked so far outside of any one taps. But this scene is directed and choreographed so well. It doesn't make any sense considering what the fight is. Sasuke also does something super creative here by using the chakra adhesion training that he got from Kakashi, which everybody uses to climb up trees with their feet, and applying it to stick a kunai to the sole of his foot and lob it at the guy he's fighting by kicking it at him. That's so cool. Like, look, I can't move it lower. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Number 326, Anko versus Orochimaru. This is another really short one, but we get a lot of cool visuals and jutsu here, like the striking Shadow Snake and the suicide jutsu Anko threatens to use against Orochimaru to end it. I've also got to appreciate the legwork this takes care of in working toward establishing Orochimaru as a credible threat. Before this, we saw him give Naruto and Sasuke a lot of trouble on screen, but they're Genin. Anko here is a Jonin and the proctor of the Chunin exam, so seeing her get completely outclassed by Orochimaru helps this fight pull its weight narratively by helping sell the audience on how threatening Orochimaru is supposed to be. I really like this fight and want to put it higher for all the reasons I've listed so far, but because of how short it is, in order to be consistent, I don't think I can. Number 325, Raizo versus Fukurokuju. I think I'm okay with this being here. Every time I look at it, it seems like it might be too high. But then I think about it, and I don't really feel like moving it down. I didn't really expect anything from this fight, but this surprised me a bit. I mean, it's not like spectacular or anything. I still got it in the bottom 50. But the Odin callback did something for me, and it's pretty funny. So nothing crazy, but for what it is, I think it's good. Number 324, Bellamy versus Bartolomeo. This is another short one, and I want to say it's a little weird to use Bellamy as a measuring stick for a character like this again, because that already happened. Luffy beat him up way back in Jaya. But I gotta say, the actual fight part of the fight is pretty good, and as a scene, this effectively, succinctly conveys what Bartolomeo's abilities are. Fine for what it is, but not escaping the bottom 50. Number 323, Rangiku versus Kira. Like Anko versus Orochimaru, this is a fight that I want to put higher, but more because of its narrative accomplishments than anything that actually happens in the fight. This is one of many events that helps the audience understand the entire Aizen plot at the center of the Soul Society arc. We also learn a lot about both characters. This is the first time we see each of their Shikai. The problem, again, what's keeping me from putting it higher is that it's way too short. There's not enough meat on this fight's bones. Number 322, Uryu Ishida and Ryuken Ishida versus Amenos Grande Hollow. Cards on the table, full transparency here. This isn't where it is because of the quality of the fight. The clash with Amenos Grande is fine, but what I really like about this fight is the Ryuken reveal at the end. It's super cool, and if we got a proper fight out of it, I think this would be way, way higher. But there's not enough meat to chew on here, and the Ryuken reveal can only carry it so far. Number 321, Sanji versus Pearl. I didn't know if I should even include this one because it's so short, but I think it's important enough to mention, especially because it comes from Sanji's debut arc. The impression he managed to leave on everybody through his contributions here is pretty undeniable. He's one of the very, very most popular characters in the series, and I don't think that would be the case if Oda hadn't managed to stick the landing with him the way that he did. Like I said though, it's really short. It's basically just one combo. You could honestly include Luffy as a part of this fight too, but I still think it's an important part of Sanji's introduction. Number 320, Sanji versus Jerry. Same deal as last time. This is another Sanji fight that's really short, but the setup for it is pretty good. And I think the surrounding story context with everything going on in Water 7, the fact that the crew is on their way to Enies Lobby to rescue Robin, this really helps instill confidence that the crew is going to be able to pull it off. It's also pretty funny. Having said all that, I'm not a huge fan of the fights during the Sea Train section. I don't think any of them are super necessary or anything, but for what this is, it's okay. Number 319, Zoro versus T-Bone. Same deal as before. This is one of the Sea Train fights, and it's basically over in one attack. But in the anime, the way that this is shot and directed is stellar. If Zoro was fighting anybody more important, I might put it higher, but I don't think T-Bone is in anybody's top 100 One Piece characters, so this can stay where it is. Number 318, Toby versus Fu and Torune. The main reason this one's down here is because it's really, really minor. I don't think that's going to surprise anyone, but I actually do get a kick out of it every time I read it. I think it's choreographed pretty well. Obito's entertaining to watch, but it's just so small and split second, especially compared to everything else that's going on during the 5 Kage Summit. I get why this has to happen because all the other Kage had assistants helping them. You need somebody to get rid of Fu and Torune, and Obito is right there, so why not have him do it? It was the right call, having it happen. Plus, it gets called back to later when Obito takes these two out of his pocket dimension and makes Kabuto use them for the Edo Tensei demonstration. There's nothing really wrong with it, but like I said, it's just too small in scope to go any higher than this. Number 317, the Itachi Pursuit Team versus Toby. For those of you who don't know what I mean by the Itachi Pursuit Team, I'm talking about Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, Yamato, Hinata, Shino, all those guys. Everybody that got gathered to track down Itachi so that they could find Sasuke and bring him back to the village. Not a mind-blowing fight or anything. It's pretty funny watching everybody try and fail to hit Obito over and over and over and over again. Plus, the Toby persona by itself makes me laugh. Obito's hilarious. But the real reason this is here is because of the code switch at the end. This isn't how we, the audience, find out that the goofball thing is just Toby playing an act, but it's the first time he shows anybody that isn't part of the Akatsuki that that's the case. Number 316, the Straw Hats versus Giola. Looking at it now, maybe this is too high, maybe this is way too high. This is another goofy one for sure, but I don't hate anything about it. Like, I guess you could cut it, but it's not the worst fight in Dressrosa, not even close. I don't have a whole lot to say about this, so if you made me throw this down, I wouldn't fight you too hard on it. This is where I'm going to leave it, though. Number 315, Choji and Choza versus the Ghetto Mazo. This fight's cool for a couple narrative reasons, which is why I have it above some of these other fights that are maybe more visually interesting, but aren't doing as much for me at a plot or character level. Then some of the other fights that I feel are more narratively important than this don't have enough going on in the actual fight part to justify me putting them higher than this one. The first thing that's cool is getting to see Choji go up against a fairly high tier enemy, and it helps that he's fighting alongside his dad. Seeing the statue in action is pretty cool too, especially considering how much time it spent looming in the background leading up to this point. If you'll allow me to expand the scope of what this fight includes beyond the label I gave it, I also really like Kitsuchi's huge earth jutsu that he uses to trap the Ghetto statue. Obito showing up at the end is awesome, he's really funny and imposing as usual, and the shot at the end of all of the dead ninja from the allied shinobi forces strewn across the beach is effective. It's a striking image for sure. Now this is still an early War Arc fight, so the plot feels like it's in stasis here, which means I don't really care that much for it. But for all the reasons I just gave, I'll take it over any of the fights we've talked about so far. Number 314, Dori versus Bragi. If this fight was longer, it could be way higher than it is, because I find the story of Dori and Bragi really compelling. But we barely see any of this fight. It's like a couple clashes and the rest is implied. These two, their dynamic and their relationship, all that is by far the best part of Little Garden. So I don't feel bad putting this fight above any of this other stuff, but like I said, unfortunately this is where it has to stop. Number 313, Ryu and Chad versus Ice Ringer and Demura. For those of you who don't remember, Ice Ringer and Demura are the two Arrancar that ambush Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad when they first make it into Hueco Mundo. This leads to a good character moment for Uryu and Chad, having them tell Ichigo to step aside so that they can take care of something for him instead of the other way around for once is nice. Plus, watching them steamroll these two is pretty entertaining. Having said that, like with a lot of these fights I've been talking about around this point in the list, it's pretty short, a little too short to go any higher, and these two Arrancar are jobbers. I'm not gonna lie and say that this doesn't make Ryu and Chad look better, because it definitely does. They come out of this looking pretty strong, but I would have preferred if they fought some more noteworthy people. Things being as they are here, this didn't leave a super big impression on me, so I'm gonna leave it right here. Number 312, Chad versus Noitara. I'm of two minds when it comes to this fight, because on one hand, this is a pretty good way to introduce one of the Espada, and on the other hand, this undoes all the hype and goodwill Kubo worked to generate for Chad not too long before this happens. Now, as a Noitara fan, I think the first one is more important, so despite the fact that the fight is really short, and I find the way Kubo treats Chad to be really, really annoying, I do still like and appreciate what this fight is trying to do, which is why it's all the way up here, even above fights that it may have sounded like I was being more positive about. While I have plenty of issues with it, I think this is still a good spot for it. Number 311, Sasuke and Suigetsu versus Jugo. The visuals and choreography here aren't mind-blowing, especially not by Naruto standards, but there are still a few cool exchanges here, and this is a pretty good way to handle Jugo's introduction too. I think the highlight here, especially as a Sasuke fan, is Sasuke stopping Suigetsu and Jugo at the end. I think it's a very cool moment that elevates an already solid scene. Number 310, Zoro versus Kabaji. I'll give this fight some credit for being the first time Oda uses the formula he reuses with Zoro in pretty much every arc after this. Luffy fights the captain, Zoro fights the captain's top guy, or whatever. It's a good system. For One Piece, I am a fan of this narrative structure. Aside from that, it's really nothing special. Zoro gets a pretty cool finishing attack, but that's about it. There are definitely better fights in One Piece than this one. Number 309, Franky versus Nero. Like I said earlier, I'm not super big on these Sea Train fights, but this is definitely one of the better ones. There are some decent visuals here, and I think it handles being one of Franky's first fights as a member of the Straw Hats pretty well. Number 308, Sanji versus Wanzi. Out of all the Sea Train fights, this one's probably my favorite, I think. The chef against chef dynamic here is neat. It's pretty funny, and there are some fairly inspired visuals here too. Nothing mind-blowing, but the best of an alright batch. Number 307, Chad versus Bulbous G. For those of you who don't know, because I didn't know before I started making this video, Bulbous G is the name of the hollow that Chad fights where he first awakens his Fullbring powers. And this is a pretty good fight. Bleach definitely has better fights than this, but this is a really good first showing for Fullbring powers and a great way to make Chad an actual relevant player in the story. Not for very long, I'll admit, but it's better than nothing. Number 306, Orihime versus Numb Chandelier. I've got a lot of the same things to say about this one as with the last one. These two fights happen at the same time, and they serve the same purpose for the story. There are definitely better fights in Bleach than this, but they're still both entertaining, and they're both definitely really important. Number 305, Chopper versus Chess Marimo. This is a solid first Chopper fight. It does a good job introducing his abilities and fighting style, and really that's why it's all the way up here. As for visuals and choreography, I don't think they're particularly strong. I think they're fine. One Piece definitely has better fights than this. But because of the legwork it puts in to make sure we understand what we need to about Chopper in a combat setting going forward, I'm fine with putting it close to, but not quite in the top 300. Number 304. Zoro versus Hody Jones. Not a whole lot to this one. I don't have much to say. This is just cool. This one is not particularly important to the story or the flow of the arc. Luffy eventually beats Hody Jones. It's pretty obvious from the beginning that Luffy's going to be the one to beat Hody Jones. But I wouldn't cut this from the arc or anything like that. Like, I know I'm like clearly biased. I like Zoro a lot. But if this were, say, Sanji or Robin doing something like this instead, I'd be pushing for its inclusion too. Number 303, Ichigo versus Mr. Pork. I know this is really high for a fight like this, especially after all of the mean things I had to say about the Fullbring arc. But I really like how training is handled in Bleach. I always feel like it adds to the arcs, never takes away. And the whole Fullbring premise, I thought it had, no, I think it has a lot of promise. Wasn't handled perfectly, but I thought things were looking great at the start. This fight sets Ichigo up to get stronger and shows us a pretty cool example of a Fullbring power while also being a lot of fun. I don't regret putting it this high, I'm sorry. Number 302, Ichigo versus Ururu. I have the same feelings here as I did with the last fight. This is another really solid training exhibition, but I prefer the Urahara stuff to the Fullbring training. Urahara is cooler than everyone from Execution. Don't think that's a hot take. And I think this Soul Reaper training makes the story feel like it's opening up more than the Fullbring training did. Number 301, Ichigo versus Jackie. Here we've got even more training, and despite what I just said about preferring Ichigo's training with Urahara to his training with the members of Execution, I think I've gotta put this one over the Ururu training at least, because it's a full-blown fight. Jackie's pretty cool too. I like her Fullbring a lot, and on that note, it's neat being able to see Ichigo's Fullbring for the first time here. Number 300. Robin versus Pell. This one's about as short as all the fights in this recent bunch, but it gets to be at the top because, as I've already said, I really like Robin, and I think that this is probably the last time she felt this strong relative to everybody else in the world of One Piece. I think it's unreal how cool she looks here, and you better believe I'm giving it bonus points for that. Number 299, Luffy versus Alvida. So maybe Robin versus Pell was a weird way to start off the top 300, but I hope this makes more sense to everybody. I think we can all agree that the action here isn't exactly mind-blowing or groundbreaking, but I'd say this has got to be one of the better scenes out of the whole series, and depending on whether you started with the manga or the anime, this might have been the way you were introduced to Luffy. Effectively, concisely conveys everything you need to know about how his powers work right away, sets the tone for the rest of the series, and basically leaves me with nothing to complain about. If I was ranking every major scene in the big three from worst to best, I think this would be a lot higher, but the fact that this is being analyzed as a fight is what holds it back. Number 298, Ichigo versus Hollow-fied Sora. This is another one I don't find particularly visually impressive, but I think it's pretty memorable for story reasons, and the work it does to convey Bleach's tone and the type of story it's going to be going forward. Not one of the best fights in the series or anything, it's definitely held back by the Monster of the Week feeling of these early Bleach fights, but I still think it's quite good. Number 297, Ichigo and Don Kananji versus the Demi-Hollow. I love and adore Don Kananji. He is amazing, certainly one of the highlights of the early Karakura Town stuff. I want to say I wish we got more out of him, but I'll just be thankful that he's in the story at all. The fight itself is pretty standard, but Don Kananji on his own is funny enough to carry it up this high. Number 296, Usopp versus Chew. I really like Arlong Park. I don't think that's a hot take. And I think this fight deserves to be celebrated for being Usopp's first real one-on-one victory, but I don't think I can put it any higher than this because it's pretty minor, especially compared to all the stuff surrounding it. But like I said, it's nice that Usopp gets a moment like this at all. This is the right moment in the story for something like this to happen because it really helps the Straw Hats feel like they're coming together and forming a cohesive unit. I said earlier in the video that I don't think every member of the Straw Hats needs a fight in every single arc, but here I think it really works. They don't just feel like a band of misfits here. They feel like they're starting to become a real pirate crew, one full of members who are all willing to fight and die for their fellow crewmates. In this case, Nami. The catch-up trick that Usopp uses to fool Chew into thinking he's dead is also awesome. It's really stupid, but in an endearing way. I think it has a lot of charm to it. Number 295, Zoro versus Hyozu. This is the complete opposite of the last one. Nothing more than a cool fight. You take it out of the story, I don't think any characters regress. Nothing really changes for the worse. This is just Zoro hype moments and aura, and for a guy like me, that's good enough to get it in the top 300. Number 294, Shino versus Kankuro. It's been a while since we talked about Naruto. 15, 20-ish fights or something. Anyway, this is a pretty good fight, I guess. Not my favorite. I described it in my Naruto fight ranking video as like a canon filler fight, which is maybe a little unfair. These guys were a bracket match in the finals of the Chunin exams. And honestly, I think if the fight had played out in the arena, I would like it a little bit more. Now, I do think I understand Kishimoto's thought process here, why this fight was implemented the way it was. Because if it was a part of the tournament, there are two ways to do it. One, you put it before Sasuke versus Gaara, which makes the audience a little impatient because that was the big ticket Super Bowl match. Or you put it after Sasuke versus Gaara, and it kind of feels like a wet fart. I mean, especially because it's competing with Naruto versus Neji and Shikamaru versus Temari, too. Making it a part of the Sand Sound joint invasion gives it a little more gravity and makes it into a stepping stone. Builds up hype for Naruto versus Gaara and Hiruzen versus Orochimaru. And it is pretty cool. I mean, these guys have fairly unique abilities. This is like two scumbag, zoner camper, cheater win condition type of fighting styles coming head to head. But I don't know. I didn't need to see this fight. All the stuff surrounding it's a lot more interesting and exciting. And I'm not gonna skip it when I reread the arc or anything, but if it was cut out, I wouldn't care too much. Number 293, Zunisha versus Jack. So, credit where it's due. From a story perspective, this fight and what surrounds it is great. All the Joy Boy stuff that this sets up is supremely important. And this is also responsible for showing the audience the first billion berry bounty in the story. Since it belongs to a guy named Jack, and he has crewmates named Queen and King, this has some pretty nasty implications about the strength of that crew, who the Straw Hats are currently on a collision course with. Now, we don't find out about the rest of the three calamities until later, but still, Jack being part of Kaido's crew and having a billion berry bounty does a bit to make Kaido feel even scarier than he already did before Jack's introduction. For all these reasons, and many more, it is crazy to see him get steamrolled by Zunisha like this. So given all this, you'd think that I'd want to put this fight higher than this, like way higher. But we have to remember that it's just a trunk swipe, that's it. And I'll admit, it's a very well-directed, well-animated trunk swipe in the anime, but that's still all it is. And now looking at it as a scene, there's nothing wrong with that. I think the way Oda handled this is great. I wouldn't change it. But I have to rank it as a fight against a bunch of other fights. And the choreography here might just be the worst on the whole entire list. So, I'm gonna leave it here. And as cool as all the story implications are, I think the fight should consider itself lucky that it even got this high. Number 292, the Straw Hats versus the Frankie family. Like with a lot of fights that are in this range, the fight part of this fight is not why this is all the way up here. The Straw Hats walk into this building, each throw out like one of their signature moves, and then they win. It's why it's not higher, because if it was better, the build up to it, that'd be a formula for one of the best scenes in the series, I think. This is a very different scene, but like I was talking about with Usopp versus Chu, I really like it, and I think everybody else really likes it when the Straw Hats stick up for each other like this. The shot of them walking to the Frankie house is great. One of my favorite moments in Water 7, especially because I love Usopp, so on account of this being on his behalf, I was really into it when I got to this part of One Piece. Narrative-wise, character-wise, one of my favorite moments of Water 7 for sure, just wish the fight was better. Number 291, Ichigo, Kenpachi, and Byakuya versus Yami. I have complicated feelings about this one. This is a fight that I definitely would say missed the mark, even though I have it above a lot of fights that I really, really like. Compared to basically everything else I've talked about so far, the peaks are higher, the stakes are higher, the hype is higher, the aura is higher, but there's a lot I don't like about it. For one, the whole Yami is actually a spot a number 0 thing. I don't know. Didn't like it. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but when he and Ulquiorra first showed up, I thought this was supposed to be an homage to Vegeta and Nappa. They show up in basically the same way. Yami is like a giant compared to Ulquiorra, but Ulquiorra is actually the stronger one. And I think that's a cool character dynamic. Plus, I think it takes a lot of the teeth out of Ichigo's victory against Ulquiorra if this guy who is supposed to be playing second fiddle to him the whole time is actually stronger than him. I don't know, maybe I'm just saying this because I am a huge Ulquiorra guy, and I liked it better when he was stronger. Maybe the reason is really just that petty, that I think the reveal doesn't work. Now, I don't think it's that simple. Another reason I don't like this is because I don't think it actually goes anywhere. I guess it necessitates Byakuya and Kenpachi teaming up to fight one guy if he's actually that strong. But if you're gonna do all of that to set up a fight like this, don't have the majority of it happen off screen. That sucks. What is there is great, though. Byakuya and Kenpachi showing up is one of my favorite moments of the arc, and what we do get to see is awesome. I just think it's undercut by everything I just talked about. Number 290, Luffy versus Don Chinzhou versus Cavendish. I don't know if there are any serious fans of the Dressrosa Coliseum section out there, but if they exist, I am not one of them. Sabo's introduction was fairly important, so I guess you can't take it out completely, but if it were up to me, I would have cut as much as I possibly can, because Dressrosa is already pretty long, even without the Coliseum stuff, man. That said, this fight's pretty good. It's decent. There are some neat visuals here and there, and it ends up getting pretty crazy by the end, so I like it. Number 289, Ichigo and Uryu versus a Menos Grande Hollow. Again, I might sound like a hypocrite because I put this way higher than other similar fights. This is against a literally nameless opponent, and we essentially get one attack from each side here. But first of all, I think this is a sick moment of growth for Ichigo. It's also gorgeous in both the anime and the manga. The directing and paneling respectively add a lot to what could have been a forgettable scene. Number 288, Byakuya versus Zomari. So, on one hand, I totally disagree with Kubo embarrassing one of the Espada in their first on-screen fight like this. On the other hand, I like Byakuya a lot, and this makes him look really cool, even if it is at Zomari's expense, so I might be able to look the other way, but I don't know. I definitely can't rank this as high as I've ranked many of the other major Espada fights because it's way too short. But while I'm here, I want to mention something I do really like about it. The scene where these two use Shunpo and Sonido, respectively, to teleport behind one another over and over and over and over again is really, really funny, and might be the only reason why I don't have this fight even lower than this. Number 287, Rukia versus D-Roy. Yes, this is another short fight that I've ranked higher than a bunch of fights I penalized for being too short. This isn't the last time you're going to see this kind of inconsistency from me on this list, so just make peace with that. Now, why is this fight higher than the other short fights, you ask? Well, the reason is because it's cheating. Showing me Rukia doing something cool is a quick and easy way to make me happy, so I'm actually fighting the urge to move this fight higher, not lower. There is no way that this fight was ever going to end up near the bottom with all the other fights that are down there for being too short. Rukia just means too much to me. Number 286, Jinbei versus Opera. Here I go contradicting myself again. I've put longer fights than this beneath it for being too short, but I like Jinbei. I'm not saying that he's like my favorite One Piece character. Not even close, but I have a good amount of respect for him. And this might be the coolest he's ever looked. It would be way cooler if this opera guy mattered, like, at all. But showing up to save Nami and Luffy by taking this dude out with one attack? I don't know, man. That's some pretty good stuff. Number 285. Frankie versus Buffalo and Baby 5. Correct me if I'm wrong here. There are probably some contenders for sure, but I think this might be the goofiest fight on the list so far. And I mean that in an endearing way, of course. It's fairly low stakes, I want to say. Obviously, it's a little important, but it's far from the most important thing that happens in Punk Hazard, and these three are just doing stuff. This feels about as pulled from a Saturday morning cartoon as all of Luffy's Gear 5 stuff. Number 284, Yamato, Onoki, and Kuretsuchi versus Kabuto and Deidara. Here we've got what could be considered the first fight of the Fourth Great Ninja War. It's not very long, and there aren't really any A-list characters in sight. I guess Deidara, he got top 20 in the Naruto popularity poll. Point being, though, that this is a gathering of a lot of secondary or tertiary characters. But I still find it pretty compelling. There's a lot it brings to the table. Like, first of all, this is the first time one of Kabuto's reanimations takes part in the fight, and it's also Deidara's grand return to the story. The fight gets pretty crazy, too. There's explosions going on everywhere. Yamato gets eaten, like straight up gobbled up by Snake Kabuto. People are flying around in the air using birds and the Stone Village levitation jutsu. Just a good amount of spectacle to appreciate. Plus, the stakes are fairly high here because the allied shinobi forces are protecting the site of Naruto's training. If Kabuto catches him and he catches B, that's it. So all things considered, nothing crazy, but still pretty good. 283, Rukia, Chad, and Ichigo versus Shrieker. I can tell you exactly why this fight is as high as it is, about 90 fights deep into the list. It's pretty early in Bleach, so it's nowhere near as crazy as the later, better stuff is. But it has two moments that I find really striking and memorable. The first is Chad ripping a power line out of the ground and throwing it at Shrieker, who he can't see, accurately enough to hit Shrieker off of pure instinct. That was awesome. And the second is Ichigo showing up and stunning on him. The rest of the fight could be irredeemably horrible, and I don't care. I would still have it right here. These two moments nailed it for me. Number 282, Tobirama versus Izuna. This is one of the most important things that happens in Naruto, but we only see the tail end of the fight. I'm having a hard time figuring out where to put this, because even though Izuna's death is a pivotal moment in Madara's character arc, and even though the move Tobirama uses to kill him is pretty cool, I don't think these things are enough for this fight to make a bigger dent in the list. I mean, let's be serious, I didn't even put it on the list when I made a video ranking every fight in Naruto because I didn't even know whether I should count it or not. I think it's cool, but like Zunisha versus Jack, it should consider itself lucky that it even made it this high. Number 281, Ebisu and Konohamaru versus the Naraka Path of Pain. Having this one this high might get me murdered, I get it. This is kind of a joke of a fight. A grand total of one attack gets thrown, and like I've said a couple of times by now, I've put fights way lower than this for that exact reason. It's really just carried by the character moments for Ebisu and Konohamaru, man. The Rasengan here, devoid of context, is nothing special, but what this means for Konohamaru and Ebisu, and by extension what it means for Naruto, how he's grown, how people see him compared to how they used to see him, that's what's powerful about this moment, and that's why I've got it all the way up here at 281. Number 280, Renji versus Ilfort Granz. So, you could safely combine this fight, Matsumoto's fight with Nakim, and Hitsugaya's fight with Xiaolong into one. They all happen at the same time, and together, I think the scene is greater than the sum of its parts. I had a hard time deciding whether or not to combine them though, because the fights never cross over. They all happen separately. Toshiro fights his guy, Rangiku fights hers, and Renji fights his. Now I want to be consistent, and deeper into the list I'm going to be talking about all of the fights from Fate Karakura Town. And I don't want to merge those fights together into one spot, I want to talk about them separately. So I feel like I have to do the same thing here, even though these fights would benefit from being analyzed as one collective scene. Individually, these fights don't offer a whole lot, they're all pretty short, and Renji's is the one we see the least of. And that's not to say that they don't offer anything. A few cool things happen in each of them, and I appreciate the narrative purpose they serve. The idea here is to introduce the audience to some lower level Arrancar, so they get an idea in their head of how terrifying the higher level ones are supposed to be. They all do this well, and even manage to make the Soul Reapers look cool in the process, so I might have ended up ranking them surprisingly high if they were longer, and the Arrancar they featured were more memorable. Number 279, Rangiku versus Nakim. I've got this one over Renji's fight because we see a little bit more of it, like I said, and Matsumoto's the one that calls in the Gentai Kaijo, which is what uncaps the power of the Soul Reapers here and allows them to steamroll the Arrancar. She ends up looking really cool, and her performance here makes me wish we got to see more of her. Number 278, Toshiro versus Xiaolong. Toshiro's fight gets to be at the top because I like him a lot, and I'll take any opportunity I can get to see him look this cool. It's always a coin flip with him. Is he gonna job, or is he gonna do his job? Here, Kubo made him look great, and gave him the most engaging of these three fights in the process. Number 277, Zoro versus Arlong. This is the entry that least resembles a fight out of everything we've talked about so far. This is really just a conversation between these two, but I think it's a pretty good one. Arlong recognizing how dangerous Zoro actually is as one of his men is killed by the after effects of Zoro's attack really speaks to me. This is a super cool scene, and if we got a real, actual fight out of it, it would be a lot higher than this. Number 276, Chad versus Shunsui. This is maybe the most evil thing Kubo ever did. To have Ichigo say, I can't even imagine Chad losing, and then throw him up against this guy, not just a Gotei 13 captain, but its future captain commander, is psychotic. Why did he do this to Chad? It does make Chad look kinda bad at first, but the longer the series goes on, the harder and harder it becomes to hold this loss against him. This guy Shunsui just keeps getting upscaled over and over and over again. Every time I turn around, Kubo's making sure that I know that he's actually stronger than I thought he was the last time I saw him. And you know, despite all the grief I've been giving Kubo for setting up a one-sided slaughter like this is a pretty good fight, and it's not a bad place to introduce Shunsui into the story. He had to show up at some point in this arc, and because of how important he is, throwing him up against one of the main characters and having him annihilate them like this isn't a bad idea. Number 275, Luffy versus Caesar Clown, Round 1. I like Caesar. He's not one of my favorite One Piece villains, but he gets the job done, and this fight handles introducing him to Luffy pretty well. It's also always pretty crazy to see Luffy lose, and speaking of crazy, this fight gets pretty ridiculous by the end. It feels huge because of all the environmental damage and the Marines that are watching. Like, even Smoker and Tashigi are here. And, you know, while all this stuff is cool, it's also at the fight's expense, I want to say, because it makes things feel less focused than I'd like. Still, I think it's quite good and sets up the final battle between Luffy and Caesar pretty well. Number 274, Shikamaru versus Kin. See, now we're getting somewhere. This isn't exactly Shikamaru's introduction, as he had a fairly prominent story presence for quite a while before this. But this is the first time he takes center stage, and he makes fantastic use of his time there. This is a really good showing. He does a phenomenal job making the audience like him, demonstrating the sort of character he is and the way that he tends to fight. So from Shikamaru's end, I got no complaints. The problem here is his opponent, Kin. I bet plenty of you watching this video right now wouldn't even remember her name if I hadn't said it so many times. She is so forgettable. Some of you may remember her Genjutsu Bell situation that she had going on. That's not even in the manga. The only other complaint I have is that the fight's a little too short. It could stand to be longer, especially in the manga. Number 273, Luffy and Bon Clay versus the Impel Down Minotaur. Look, I couldn't care less about the fight part of this fight. The only reason, and I mean the single sole reason this is as high as it is because this is a pretty sick team up. Fight schmite. I do not care about the action in a scene like this. I'm here for the character moments. And this isn't like nothing happened level or I want to live level. Not even close. That's not what I'm saying. But it's just really funny and really charming. Number 272, Franky versus Sasaki. This has very little bearing on the event surrounding it. Like, this is far from pivotal to the success of the Onigashima raid. Still, like most of the other Wano fights, this one, particularly in the anime, is gorgeous. We get treated to some real eye candy here, and these stellar animation cuts elevate what would be a forgettable fight otherwise, all the way up to just outside the top 270. Number 271. Jinbei versus Who's Who. I basically feel the same way about this one as I did the last one. I like Jinbei a little bit more than Franky, so this has a slight edge. But just like last time, this is a standard secondary Straw Hat fight in the manga, not too different from what Oda normally draws for these types of scenes, and it's elevated tremendously by its anime version. It's not pivotal to the raid or anything, and it's far from being what I would describe as a key story moment, but it is very pretty. Number 270, Tenten versus Temari. Our first fight to break out of the bottom 100 is one that's only one panel in the original manga, which may get me into some trouble. I think I'm in the clear though, because most people are probably thinking of the anime version, where Tenten and even Temari both get up to all sorts of craziness that isn't there in the manga. The fight's quite good. It legitimizes Temari as a threat, further legitimizes all three Sand Ninja as a collective threat, and gives Temari a little bit more characterization. This is all at Tenten's expense, of course, though. And depending on how you felt about her before this, that might really sting, because it's impossible to take her seriously after this. I find this less annoying than when Sasori did it to Kankuro, though, because Tenten didn't really have any credibility to lose at this point, whereas Kankuro spent all of part 1 getting set up to be one of his generation's best and brightest. Tenten had no such legacy, so I'm cool with sacrificing her at the altar of Temari. Now, if I can say something a little bit controversial, as a scene, I think I prefer the manga version to the anime version, which may sound crazy, but as I said in my Naruto fight ranking video, this panel conveys all the same stuff and serves the same narrative purpose as its anime counterpart, but it's just way more efficient. Plus, it's pretty funny. You could even argue it makes Temari look a little bit better than the anime version does. This is essentially Kishimoto saying, you don't need to see anything else, Tenten got her ass whooped, which I can appreciate. That said, because it's only one panel in the manga, I can't rank it as high as I would like to, because this is ranking every fight in the big three, not every scene in the big three. Number 269, Zoro and Tashigi versus Monet. I love Zoro, I love Tashigi, and I love the way they interact with each other. I've been rooting for them to meet up like this ever since they first met all the way back in Rogue Town. I want more of this. Waiter, bring me more, and bring it now. The fight here is pretty standard. I'm not saying it's bad, but I think we can all agree Zoro has better fights than this. It's really just carried by the dialogue and character moments. Like, have you ever seen a wild dog that doesn't bite? Stuff like that is why Zoro's the best. Number 268, Luffy versus Wapol. This is a fun finale for Drum Island. It's not one of my favorite arc finales or anything, but it's pretty good. Oda used his tried and true method of throwing Luffy at the island's big bad and having him beat him up. Since this is far from the first time we see something like this, and there aren't any twists to it, like, say, Luffy using water to beat Crocodile or his rubber anatomy affecting the fight with Enel, I'm not as impressed by this as I am with many other arc finales in One Piece, but it's still pretty good. My favorite part, without a doubt, is the shot of Luffy standing inside of all the smoke, protecting Dr. Hiriluk's flag. This is in contention with the Dr. Hiriluk flashback for my favorite moment in all of Drum Island. It's amazing, and a great exhibition of Luffy's best character traits. Number 267, Lucci versus Stussy. Stuff like this is why I love Egghead so much. This may be a weird placement, but I stand by it. Stussy's betrayal and the shock that comes with it is a part of the fight, and that's good enough for me. Plus, and this is especially true in the anime, this is a really well-directed scene, and I also appreciate the bits of insight we get into the greater One Piece world and past events as a result of this and everything surrounding it. Number 266, Law versus Treble. It may have been a mistake to rank this on its own because some people consider this a part of Luffy's fight with Doflamingo, which I guess isn't wrong, but as you can see, I wanted to give it its own spot. This is another short one. It's basically one attack, but that one attack is pretty cool. Law is great. I'm not breaking any new ground by saying that. We all agree. And I don't think it's crazy to say that he is cool enough to carry a fight like this all the way up here to where it's at on the list. Let me not undersell Treble either. He's really goofy, and I mean that as a compliment. He is hilarious. One of the most memorable parts of Dressrosa to me, and one of the key reasons why this fight escaped the bottom 100. But you can give most of the credit for this to Law. I'm just a big fan of the way his Devil Fruit works. It leads to all sorts of great moments, and this is an example of that. Sturban Blade is a sick improvised attack, and I think it gave Law one of the most satisfying victories in Dressrosa. Number 265, Yugito versus Hidan and Kakuzu. I would definitely put this higher if it was longer, or to be more accurate, if we saw more of it. Still, I'd say that Hidan and Kakuzu get a pretty good introduction here, and what we do see is awesome. I also understand why the entire fight couldn't be shown, because Kishimoto wanted to keep Hidan's abilities a secret. It makes his future fight against Asuma and all of Asuma's backup a lot more intense when the audience is trying to figure out how Hidan's powers work along with Asuma, Shikamaru, and so on. Number 264, Chopper and Robin versus Dr. Hogback. You won't find a bigger Thriller Bark hater than me, but the character stuff in this fight is pretty good. The actual fight part here, I'd say is serviceable. I could take it or leave it. The reason it's all the way up here is I think that Chopper having to come to terms with his lifelong hero being a total piece of garbage is pretty compelling. Good story moment, solid fight. I think this is a good spot for it. Number 263, Nagato versus Hanzo. I'm having a hard time placing this one. Like, it's one I could see moving up or down many spots. You ask anybody, any fan of Naruto, what their favorite fight is, and they're not going to tell you it's this one. But it's hard to deny how important this is. This is where Yahiko dies, Nagato's worldview completely changes. It's because of this that he's crippled and immobile by the time we meet him in Shippuden, and it looks pretty good. It's not very long though, not too many attacks get thrown, it's not conclusive either, Hanzo just gets away. So even though I want to put it higher, because it's from one of my favorite flashbacks in the series, and it is densely, richly packed with a lot of important, compelling bits of the story, I don't think I can justify a higher placement. Number 262, Zoro, Robin, Wiper, and Ganfall versus Enel. So, this fight would probably be quite a bit higher if not for what happens to Robin close to the beginning. She gets done dirty. And it was precisely here that I realized my fears that a character like Robin, a woman, would never be able to thrive in a world created by Eiichiro Oda came to pass. You can call me petty for docking points from this fight and putting it significantly lower for that if you want. I'll admit, maybe it is a little bit petty, but I don't care. Now, the rest of the fight, all that is pretty good. It's quite satisfying to watch Enel juggle all these people at once, especially because it's not like they make it easy for him. Zoro and Wiper turn in what I'd consider pretty good performances, but he's just so overwhelmingly powerful that it doesn't matter. They can't do anything to him. I think I'd just like it a little bit more if he felt more dominant because, say, like another party had a more significant role in the fight. Like somebody, say, I don't know, like just for example, like Robin, or something. Like just as an example, Robin. Like if she were also working to give Enel some trouble with Zoro and Wiper, for example, just for example, I think I'd like this fight a little bit more. Number 261, Luffy and Zoro versus Captain Morgan. Is this fight, as a fight, better than everything I have it ranked above? No. That's not really important, though. This fight is foundational to the rest of One Piece. What happens here basically defines the next 1,300 chapters of the story that follow it. It's too important for me to put it any lower than this. Number 260, the Allied Shinobi Forces 3rd Division versus the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. Here we've got a case of narrative fluff. Most of these early War Arc fights against reanimated ninja don't do anything to move the story forward, but they do offer some worthwhile character moments and some decent spectacle. First things first, it's cool getting to see the 7 Ninja Swordsmen in action after how many times they were mentioned throughout the series before this fight. It's also great getting to see Zabuza and Haku again. I'm sure we can all appreciate the way that they forced Kakashi to reflect on the past, the way he's grown, the way all of his students, particularly Naruto, have grown. And speaking of Naruto, I like the added touch of characterization Zabuza manages to give him, despite the fact that he isn't even present for this. Like I said earlier in the video, I think a lot of these early War Arc fights are time wasters, and while some of the same problems with those fights are present here, I don't feel the same way about this one. This fight's actually quite cool and brings a lot of substance to the table. Number 259, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji versus Asuma. I have similar feelings for this fight as I do for the fight I just talked about. Doesn't really need to exist, doesn't move the story forward, but I still think it makes things better by being there. This is an emotional, effective demonstration of growth for the Ino-Shikacho trio, presented through a pretty creative, well-made fight against their teacher. Number 258, Team Guy versus Kisame. One fairly significant issue I have with the Kazekage rescue arc is that it feels like certain prominent, popular characters from Part 1 are implemented into the story in major ways just because they're prominent, popular characters. And I feel that way specifically about Itachi, Kisame, and Team Guy. These guys feel a little out of place in this arc. I get this feeling every single time I read it. So it seems to me like this is an example of editor interference or something. Somebody who worked with Kishimoto at Shonen Jump told him that he needed to bring back Guy and Lee and Neji and Itachi and Kisame in order to keep reader interest up or something. I don't know if that's what happened. I'm not claiming it is. That's how it feels to me though, and as a result, they're here, but they don't really do anything. You can take all of them out of this arc, and nothing really changes. All the major story beats play out the same. Everything happens that needs to happen, which means these guys are only here to be crowd pleasers, and I don't like that. It then follows that I kind of fundamentally disagree with this fight happening. I don't like why it happens, and so I don't really like that it happens. Now, having said all that, the fight is pretty cool. I know plenty of you probably spent the last minute or so scratching your heads wondering how on earth it got all the way up here despite all the issues I had with it, and it really is that simple. It's a cool fight. Guy's students don't really do anything, but Kisame and Guy sure do. Kisame is pulling out 3 water prisons at once. He turns this canyon into like a lake. Guy shows the audience the 6th gate for the first time and pulls out some of my favorite displays of taijutsu in the entire series here. Finding out that they weren't fighting the real Kisame, just a weaker clone, does take a lot of the oomph out of the fight. I guess you could say this makes him feel more threatening and helps set him up for later, but I don't really like it. Still, the fight part of this fight is excellent. So even though I don't like any of the surrounding narrative context, I think through sheer hype alone, this one manages to earn its spot just outside the top 250. Number 257, Team Kakashi versus Itachi. You can probably guess that how I felt about the Kisame fight is similar to how I feel about this one. I think this one's a little better. First, because I like both sides a little bit more. I like Team Kakashi more than I like Team Guy, and I like Itachi more than I like Kisame. Second, I appreciate the bits of strategy employed here, and also appreciate that this is more of a team effort than a solo one, like the Kisame fight ended up being. The last thing I want to mention is that there is actually an important story moment here, mildly important, but still important, where Kakashi asks Itachi about his eyesight, which foreshadows both that excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan leads to blindness, and that Kakashi is in possession of a Mangekyo Sharingan. While I definitely prefer the spectacle of Team Guy versus Kisame, I think the sum total of this fight is better. Number 256, Luffy versus Foxy. Listen, just remember, we're still only at number 256. Far, far away from the top of the list. I'm not saying it's one of the best fights in One Piece, and I'm not saying it's one of the best fights in the Big Three. It's not. But it is a lot of fun. I've gone back to it a couple times over the years. I'm not ashamed to admit that. And that's more than I can say for a lot of the fights I ranked below it. You may be surprised to hear this, considering I hate Thriller Bark and the pre-Alabasta Island mini arcs as much as I do, but I actually like Long Ring Long Land. I don't know, it's a lot of fun, man, and it doesn't overstay its welcome. Number 255, Luffy versus Buggy. This is a legacy pick for sure. The fight part of this fight certainly isn't better than like Guy versus Clone Kisame, but It's pretty hard to deny how important this is. I mean, look, it's two emperors, two Yonko, in the flesh, going at it. I've gotta wonder if in the future, once all is said and done in the world of One Piece, if people in the setting are gonna talk about this fight the way they talk about Roger versus Whitebeard, or Madara versus Hashirama in the world of Naruto. That aside, everybody likes Buggy, and I think that can be attributed in large part to his debut here. He makes a really good first impression. He's funny, and he has a pretty creative power thanks to his Devil Fruit. This makes for some interesting exchanges between he and Luffy, and helps create what I think is one of the most memorable scenes from the period before the Straw Hats leave for the Grand Line. No complaints from me here. This is good stuff. Number 254. Sai from One Piece versus Lao G. This situation is the complete opposite of the last two. While they were fairly tame fights elevated by the characters taking part in them, this fight is crazy, but it's between two, like, E-listers. Seems way too short to be of any note. But what happens is so sick that I just have to show it some respect. Number 253, Sanji versus Kurubi. I think of this fight as pretty similar to Shikamaru versus Kin if you listen to that section. We get a really good showing for Sanji here, which is especially important since this is basically his first fight as a member of the Straw Hats. The only problem here is his opponent, Kurubi, who is extremely forgettable, just like most of these early non-captain crew members. Still, since he's a pretty high-ranking member of Arlong's crew, I'd say he feels more important than Kin does. And while I do appreciate how clever Shikamaru's plan was in his fight with Kin, the choreography here is unquestionably better than in that fight. Number 252, Zoro versus Hachi. Sorry, Sanji fans, but for a lot of the video, this is the way it's gonna be. I like Zoro more. I've already said that. That's just the end of that discussion. Okay, personal biases aside, I do have some sincere reasons for preferring this fight to Sanji's fight against Kurubi. The way this fight ends is way cooler than the way Sanji's does. The Dragon Twister is amazing, and the callback to Mihawk is one of my favorite moments of the entire arc. Looking at the big picture, this is a pretty minor scene, but it does a bit of work to help solidify Zoro's character and his motivation to become the world's greatest swordsman. He has better fights than this for sure, so does Sanji, but this one is still quite good. Number 251. Usopp versus Sugar. I know I'm really starting to stretch the definition of fight with some of these, but I had to include this because this is the scene where Usopp awakens his Haki. Something that excited me so much that I had to stop reading the manga and put it down when it happened. Like, yes, nobody even throws a punch or an attack of any kind in this interaction. I understand. But Usopp awakens his Haki here. I don't care. The way it happens is pretty funny, and the fact that it happened at all is just sick. I'm not putting it any lower than this. I'm sorry, but I'm just not. Number 250. Shanks versus Whitebeard. I know this is starting to get a little ridiculous, but I promise we're almost through with these fight scenes that aren't really proper fight scenes. I thought this was worth including because I think it's very memorable. It's widely talked about, it's a fan favorite scene, and it's just plain cool. Stuff like this is also a good way to open up the world, show us what's going on elsewhere, and let us know that the world's still spinning even when we aren't following the Straw Hats. This is also a good way to show the audience just how far Luffy still has to go at this point to catch up to the guy who gave him his crew's namesake. Shanks clashing with the strongest man in the world like this lets the audience know that if Luffy wants him to take him seriously, he and the rest of the Straw Hats still have a long way to go. Number 249, Shunsui and Ukitake versus Yamamoto. I promise, We're almost done with these types of non-fights. I promise. I just got a couple more to get out of my system. I know there's not even any physical contact made between opposing parties in this fight, but I still think the placement makes sense. This scene is all aura, all hype, and nothing else, but it's really, really good at being that. The things had already spiraled way out of control in the Soul Society by this point in the arc, but this is where things reached a boiling point. And I gotta say, I love the characterization this provides for all three of these guys. And I also love how overwhelmingly powerful this makes Yamamoto feel. It lets the reader know that Bleach still has a lot left in the tank, and that Ichigo still has a long way to go before he gets in striking distance of the setting's top tiers. This is an excellent scene, and I understand why this isn't the case, but if we got an actual proper fight out of it, it may have climbed pretty high up on this list. As it is, though, this is a good spot for it. Number 248, Isshin versus Grand Fisher. Like I said already, I'm getting close. I'm getting really, really close to knocking all these fights that are barely fights off the to-do list. Okay, we're almost done with them. Just bear with me, please. I know that like the last couple, it's hard to even consider this a fight. There are fights with way better action and choreography ranked quite a bit below this one. But that's not why this is where it's at. You know, and I know, that this is in the top 250 because of the reveal that Isshin has been a Soul Reaper this entire time. I was lucky enough not to get spoiled there, and this hit me like a truck. I had to set the manga down when I saw him wearing those robes. That's all there really is to say about it. It's completely carried by this reveal. It's like one attack long. And there are cooler one-shot fights than this on the list, but none of them have a reveal this jaw-dropping. Number 247, Luffy versus Franky. Halfway through, this turns into Luffy and Franky versus CP9. I could rank these fights separately, but I don't think doing so makes any sense. They will both be occupying this slot. Anyway, first of all, this is the coolest Franky has ever felt to me. After Water 7, after he joined the Straw Hats, Franky got the Robin treatment, the boss unlocked as a playable character treatment. Knowing what he later turns into, it's a little depressing going back and seeing him in top form, seeing him fighting Luffy like this. This really is as good as it gets for him. On another note, the CP9 stuff is great. I really like how non-linear and chaotic Water 7 feels, and the brief skirmish that Luffy and Franky have with these guys is exactly that, more of what I love about this arc. Number 246, Sanji versus Gin. This is a short one, not nearly as short as some of the fights I was just talking about, like Shanks versus Whitebeard, but still not very long. It's about a minute or two, but the whole thing is densely, richly packed with action. These two are flying at each other basically the entire time. Number 245, Chad versus Mosqueda. If we're being honest with ourselves, this fight only exists to give Chad something to do. You take him out of this arc, you take Mosqueda out of this arc, nothing changes, all the Hueco Mundo business basically stays the same. But I'm okay with that. Justice for Chad, that's what I think. You know, I'll take what I can get as far as Chad is concerned. Because this poor guy, up until this point, and quite a few times after this point, he gets treated horribly by Kubo. Just awfully. So him throwing down with an Orin car, even if it's for its own sake, is something I approve of. He puts out a great performance here too. Taking Mosqueda out by punching him into the wall so hard it caves in the shape of a skull is awesome. Keep up the good work, Chad. I'm rooting for you, buddy. Number 244, Uryu versus Chiruchi. This serves the exact same purpose as Chad versus Mosqueda. This is just here for Uryu to have something to do during the invasion of Hueco Mundo. And while Uryu certainly didn't need something like this the way Chad did at this point in the story, his fight is just better. At least I think so. Chiruchi is just cooler than Mosqueda is. She demands more of Uryu than he did of Chad. The battlefield feels more tangible here. Both of them make better use of it than Chad and Mosqueda did in their fight. And I always get a kick out of seeing Uryu's Quincy powers. They're super cool. Like the last one, this fight didn't really need to happen. It feels a bit fillery, so I'm not going to put it too high, but I am still happy that it happened because it's always nice to see Ichigo's friends put in a little bit of work. Number 243, Luffy versus Captain Kuro. I'm not a big Syrup Village guy, really. And I think Captain Kuro kind of sucks. His plan's terrible, he's just a silly, stupid villain. And for once, I don't mean that in an endearing way. He's just a weak villain. I think I like Django more than this guy. But this fight is pretty good. It's a really satisfying finale to the whole thing. Oda makes creative use of Luffy's powers here, so I'm a pretty big fan of how this fight looks. Everybody sitting in the back cheering Luffy on is also enough to hype me up even on the worst day. So, despite how short it is, and despite my issues with Syrup Village, this is a pretty good fight. Number 242, Ikkaku and Komamura versus Pao. This is one of the less captivating fights from the Arrancar arc to me. I don't find Pao that memorable or interesting, and I'm not a huge Komamura guy either, but these two put on a pretty good show, and that's without even mentioning the Ikkaku section of the fight. This one's definitely overshadowed by just about everything surrounding it, but that doesn't mean it's bad. I still like it, just not enough to put it any higher than this. Number 241, Sanji versus Full Body. This is another fight that's only one attack long, but it is a great one. I like the way this is presented in the manga a lot, but the anime version of this scene is directed super well. This is a phenomenal way to introduce a character, especially one as important as Sanji. Number 240, Naruto and Sakura versus Kakashi. My biggest issue with this fight is that in the manga, especially considering what it is, its length is unacceptable. This fight is way too short. It's one chapter. But it's saved by a couple things. First, it's very nice getting to see how strong Sakura got thanks to her training throughout the time skip. We get a glimpse of it before this fight, but what she does here is on a completely different level from what she does to Naruto. The other thing that helps this fight out is it's significantly extended in the anime. Now, I don't like all of the additions that the anime makes. For example, I feel like some of the fan service, like Kakashi using the primary lotus or the water dragon jutsu, is a little bit pandering. It's kind of the same issue I have with Itachi, Kisame, and Team Guy showing up later in this arc. Feels like the story is leaning too much on old stuff when we could be moving into new territory. One bit of fan service added by the anime that I do like, because it feels appropriate, is Naruto trying to use 1,000 Years of Death on Kakashi. That makes a lot of sense and it's pretty funny. Some of the other added cuts, like Kakashi fighting a bunch of Naruto shadow clones at once, are also pretty cool. So overall, I'd say the anime version is an improvement. Despite my issues with the fight, I still think it's pretty good. It has an important narrative function. After all, we need to see how strong Naruto and Sakura are at this point in the story, and this is a good excuse to demonstrate that without putting them into a life or death situation right away. The end of this fight is also a pretty good gag. So overall, I'd say this fight is good. If it were up to me, I just would have extended it in the manga and maybe not necessarily in the ways that the anime chose to. Number 239, Sasuke versus Yoroi. This is a rare example of a fight that's basically purely hand-to-hand. And I mean rare for any of these series, thanks to the curse mark shutting Sasuke out of his ability to use ninjutsu. And thanks to that, despite how short it is, the choreography here is great. So is Sasuke's internal struggle. Seeing him try as hard as he can not to give in and lean on the power of the curse mark the way Orochimaru wants him to is really compelling. We get a great demonstration of his willpower here when he manages to suppress the curse mark against all odds, which shows us that as tempted as he is by the power, he's still not willing to let it control him. Sasuke using the Sharingan to copy the first attack in Lee's primary Lotus combo is also awesome, and it leads to one of my favorite attacks of his, the Lion's Barrage. So even though he's up against a prime example of a jobber here, I gotta say, Sasuke made the most out of that, and gave me a fight I ended up being really happy with. Number 238. Gaara versus Team Shigur. This is one of Gaara's best scenes from the Chunin exams and an amazing first outing for him. This is a great way to set him up for what comes next, and without it, his eventual fight with Lee wouldn't hit nearly as hard. He comes out of this looking scary. These guys drop like 1 billion Senbon on him. He blocks them all without even moving, kills them all while standing still, and Temari and Kankuro don't even have to do anything. They just get to sit back and watch. I can't put this any higher because it's like 2 attacks long, and everyone who dies here exists solely to job to Gaara. Of course, none of these things are problems. This isn't trying to be one of the best fights in the series or anything. It checks off all the boxes it's trying to, so no complaints from me. Great scene, decent fight. Number 237. A little bit scared to say it. Don't be too mad at me. Sakura versus Ino. Now let's all calm down. Nobody needs to be unreasonable. I could do a whole lot worse than this. You know that, and I know that. I know that this is a hot take. I get it. I know I'm supposed to put this in like the bottom 10 or whatever, but I'm not. It's not even in the bottom 100. In fact, this is in the top 2/3 of the list. I get it. There's no need for outrage. Like I said, I could do something way more controversial than this. The list could have Luffy versus Lucci or like Gaara versus Lee down here if I was really crazy, but I'm not. So let's all calm down. This fight is good. It is. Now, before I talk about why I like it, let me get my issues with it out of the way, because there are reasons why it's not higher than this. Well, one reason, really. But it's a pretty big reason, and it's the flashback. This sucks. This is a huge pain to watch or read every time I get to this fight, and it's in both the manga and the anime. This does a lot of damage to the pacing. And it also sucks that these two have a rivalry based solely on their feelings for Sasuke. That sucks. You got me there. Now listen, I'm a big-time Kishimoto defender. Other people online will tell you this isn't the case, but I think he handles his female cast pretty well, especially for a Shonen Jump author. This is not an example of that, but everything else about it is awesome. So first, this is a more fully realized fight than a lot of the others at around this point in the list. I've been whining about how a lot of them are like a chapter long, if even, but this one's about 3, give or take. It's a fully fledged fight, and it's great. Ino's mind transfer tactic is really smart, pretending to have like this crazy meltdown in front of everybody based on something that her opponent did earlier in the exams so that she can paralyze her. That's pretty smart. The inner Sakura gag becoming like a real tangible part of the world is also great, and I honestly wish that it stuck around after this. The double spread of these two punching each other at the end is very pretty, and speaking of, the anime also adds a hand-to-hand section at the beginning of the fight that I'm a pretty big fan of. There's a lot to like here, man. Like, I know everybody hates this fight for some reason, but I'm willing to step up to the plate and defend it like this. I am not moving it down, and that's the end of that. Number 236. Chad Orihime, Ichigo, Urahara, and Yoruichi versus Yami. I said this earlier in the video, but one thing I appreciate about this is that it feels like an homage to Dragon Ball when Vegeta and Nappa first showed up on Earth. The guy who's smaller is actually stronger, at least that's what we're told at first, and the weaker, dumber big guy just starts going crazy and killing everybody, which I think is cool. The actual fight is pretty crazy. Things get out of control quickly. Yami just starts killing people and blowing stuff up, and every time a new person shows up to the fight, it gets more and more exciting. It is a shame that it ends kind of prematurely, but I understand why it's structured that way so the rest of the arc can actually happen, and what we got out of it anyway is pretty good. Number 235, Kakashi versus Kabuto. Man, I really wish we got a full-blown fight between these two. I understand why we didn't, but I really wish we did. I like this fight a lot anyway, because it's cool getting to see these two interact at all. The scene is filled with drama and intrigue, and the action that is there is excellent. Number 234, Kaien, Rukia, and Ukitake versus Metastasia. This poor guy, Kaien, man, he got killed by nothing, just a rogue experiment. I don't even know if this hollow was a Menos or not. This fight is kind of insane. It's not that surprising when you remember that Aizen had something to do with it, but Metastasia is like swinging way over its weight class and still keeping up because its abilities are so crazy. This guy can just destroy your Zanpakuto if you're a Soul Reaper, take over your body, and again, I don't even know if this guy is a Menos Grande or not. Guy might just be a plain old hollow. Anyway, it's pretty cool getting to see one of the most important moments of Rukia's life, especially because it lives up to all the build-up it got. You know, Rukia talks about this quite a bit before we see it, and it really is this like insane, unfortunate situation that got out of control before anybody could get it under control. Not one of Bleach's best fights, but it's an important story moment that I think lives up to the potential of its premise. Number 233. Rukia versus Aronero. Now this guy I know at least is a Gillian, which is crazy. A Gillian Espada? The weakest Espada, sure, but a Gillian Espada? That's actually pretty cool. The guy's resurrection is so insane that he can just hang with these top tier Arrancar. Anyway, this is a good narrative follow-up to the last fight we talked about, but it does kind of suck that Rukia doesn't actually get to kill the hollow that killed Kaien. She has to settle for killing the hollow that killed the hollow that killed Kaien. Which is a little disappointing, but I guess it's the next best thing. This guy has all of Metastasia's memories and everything. And he does try to throw his ability to impersonate Kaien in Rukia's face, so I guess he had it coming anyway. Now, I'm the type of guy who will always try to get a front row seat to Rukia doing something cool. So don't get it twisted. My one minor issue with this fight is not enough for me to say I don't like it or anything. It's not one of the best in Bleach or even one of the best in this arc, but it's still a great time. Number 232, Luffy versus Caesar Clown, Round 2. I'm a little surprised that I'm about to say this, because by the time this happened, I was a little bit over Punk Hazard. I was all the way ready to move on from this arc to Dressrosa, but I wish this fight was longer. Not even just a little bit longer, like a lot longer. Still, what's there is good enough for me to throw this at least up here. And in the manga specifically, Oda busts out some of his best art for this one. That first punch that Luffy throws at Caesar is beautiful, and the clash at the end is amazing too. Number 231, Kira versus Abirama Redder. This might piss some people off, but look, this is a B-lister, maybe even a C-lister fight, if there ever was one. I like Kira, but this Redder guy, I could take him or leave him. There's more important stuff going on when this fight happens. It's still good though. Kira's ability is always fun to see in action, and Redder gives him a worthwhile challenge. I don't have that much to say about this fight, other than I like it well enough. Like, despite the fact that I don't really care about these two, it's too cool for me to drop it down. And this fight did a lot to make me like Kira too. This might be the most fun I've ever had watching him. Number 230, Shino versus Zaku. This fight is awesome, but it's a little short, and I have to hold it back a lot because of the anime version. The actual fight is great in the anime, but the problem is the addition of this pointless Zaku meeting with Orochimaru flashback. There's no reason to have this here. Zaku's just here to job to Sasuke and Shino. Nobody cares about him, so expanding on his character like this doesn't enhance the story. It's just boring. And considering this is in the middle of a big tournament, I don't have the patience for something like this. I want to get back to the action. Now, I guess there are some fights in this part of the Chunin exams with effective flashbacks, and I'll talk more about that later when we get to those fights, but they work because the characters are actually worth expanding upon. The audience cares about them, and the substance they bring to the narrative actually enhances the fights that they're shown during. Like I said though, this Zaku one sucks. I really hate that this is here. I don't have any other complaints with this fight though. Even though it's short, I think it's exactly as long as it needs to be. And Kishimoto squeezes a lot from the short time he gives himself to work with. He makes Shino really creepy and threatening here. And just like anybody else who likes this fight, I'm gonna tell you that the highlight is Zaku getting his arms blown up. Shino using his bugs to plug up Zaku's sound blasters like this is the type of simple but creative ingenuity that I really appreciate about Part 1 Naruto, and it leads to one of the most memorable moments from the Chunin exams. Number 229, Luffy versus the Gorgon Sisters. This is a solid fight and a solid story moment, but the reason I've got it all the way up here is the part at the end where Luffy uses Haki. Now I'll go ahead and admit, I'm not a big Haki guy. I don't really think it adds much, and it feels like it was tacked on to a story that wasn't originally created with it in mind. But this scene is one of its best implementations in the manga. This gave me chills the first time I read through it. This feels really important. It's an indication that Luffy's about to grow a lot stronger at a time when he absolutely needs to grow a lot stronger. Boa's reaction here is also great, elevates the scene a lot in my opinion, adds the extra weight and gravitas the scene needs to sell me on Haki the way I know it's trying to. Number 228, Franky versus Fukuru. This is also a contender for the coolest Franky has ever looked. Since this is Enies Lobby, Oda's pen was on fire while he was writing this and everything going on around it. He was pretty deep in his bag here, so this fight gets crazier than it has any right to be. Number 227, Soifon versus Geo Vega. We're still not quite at the best of the fake Karakura Town fights, but we're definitely working our way up there. The moment-to-moment action here is a step up from all the other Arrancar arc stuff that I've talked about up to this point. But what really sticks out about this one to me is Omaida stepping in to save Soifon. As forgettable and often sidelined as this guy is, I'm always rooting for him to get to do a little bit more, so this was kind of like a cheat code for me. Not an arc highlight or anything like that, but a moment that made me nod my head in satisfaction for sure. Number 226, Robin, Rebecca, and Kyros versus Diamante. Okay, so by this point in Dressrosa, I always find myself struggling to care about or look forward to anything except Luffy versus Doflamingo. But this one always surprises me. It's actually pretty hype. I wish I could say Robin and Rebecca had more to do in this fight. They don't. But it's okay because Kyros is going crazy enough to pick up their slack. This is also such a great payoff to all the focus Kyros received throughout this arc. Seeing him go from the toy soldier to this, especially after finding out about his past and what his whole deal was, is really satisfying. Number 225, Yachiru versus Gwenelle. This is such a welcome change of pace at this point in the 1,000-Year Blood War. The whole beginning of this arc is just the Stern Ritter running around, being invincible, and killing everybody. They're so oppressively, suffocatingly powerful, so it's so satisfying to watch Yachiru just beat the crap out of somebody who's on their side. Of course, Gwenelle turns out not to be important at all. He's just one of Gremmy's constructs. But don't worry, we'll get to Gremmy's fight eventually. While the moment lasted though, this was awesome. At the time this fight happened, I needed something like this, okay? Number 224, Luffy and Mr. 3 versus Magellan. It's been a while since we last talked about Mr. 3, and contrary to what I said at the start of the video, turns out he's actually the GOAT. This is one of the cooler, more clever ways I've seen a character brought back like this, not just in One Piece, but in any of the series we've been talking about in this video. Because the thing about Magellan is he's covered in poison. You can't touch him. But Oda remembered, way back in Baroque Works, like 400 chapters before this, he had a guy with a very anti-this exact situation power that should be in Impel Down right at this very moment. This is a great throwback, it's a cool team-up, and it's a satisfying run back for Luffy after his first loss to Magellan earlier in Impel Down. Number 223. Ichigo versus Dordani. This is far from the best fight in the Arrancar arc, but I still enjoy it a lot, and it's a good indication of what's to come. I've got to give this credit for being the first fight where Ichigo hollow-fights against somebody after his training with the Visored, and also for how charismatic Dordani is. This guy's amazing, and the only bad thing I can say about him is I wish he was more prominent than this. Number 222, the Red Hair Pirates versus the Higuma Pirates. I think that Chapter 1 is one of the best chapters in One Piece. This is such a great introduction to the world and two of its most prominent characters. If you're an anime only, you may not know this, but in the manga, this is how the story starts. Then, after all this stuff is wrapped up, it cuts forward to Luffy's run-in with Alvida. Now, there are certainly better, crazier fights in One Piece and in the Big Three than this. I've ranked a lot of those fights below this one, but this is too important to go any lower than this. This is why people like Shanks so much, because he left such a strong impression on the audience throughout all of this. This is an excellent prologue, a phenomenal introduction to one of the most popular stories ever told. Number 221. Ichigo versus Fishbone D. If you listen to me talk about the last fight, my thoughts here are pretty similar. This is an excellent way to start Bleach and set up the rest of the story. For a fight from Chapter 1 or Episode 1, the stakes are pretty high, and it manages to be a good payoff to a steady, well-paced, organic build-up. Again, all in Chapter 1. We get some striking, iconic imagery out of this fight, too, which is why I have it over its One Piece counterpart. This is just a better fight than Shanks' run-in with Higuma. Yes, Bleach has better fights than this, and yes, I've ranked some of those fights below this one. But all things considered, chief among them, how impactful the fights we're talking about are, and how memorable the fights we're talking about are, this one runs laps around those other fights. Number 220. Naruto and Kakashi versus Deidara. This is a little disappointing for an arc finale fight, especially a Naruto one. And I can say that confidently because we're not going to be seeing another one for a pretty long time. Still, it's not bad. That should be clear based on how high it ended up on the list. It's just overshadowed by other significantly better finales, and even by another fight that precedes it almost immediately from the same arc that we'll definitely get to eventually. The beginning of the fight isn't really even a fight at all. It's an extended chase scene. And I get that the narrative is structured such that it demands something like this, but that doesn't make the fight any more enjoyable. Things really start to get going when Kakashi busts out Kamui, which, on its own, is a phenomenal scene and one of the highlights of the arc. It's also one of my favorite reveals in the entire series, and it opens the door for Naruto to actually start fighting Deidara for real instead of just chasing him. It's nice seeing Deidara finally get his teeth kicked in by somebody after how he spent the whole arc acting. You know, the guy used Gaara as a bench, among other things, and Naruto's not having any of it. He just goes to town on him, and it's awesome. Getting to see Team Guy show up and actually do something of substance is also a treat. I want to say that in a vacuum, Deidara surviving this takes a lot of the oomph out of this fight, especially because, again, this is how the arc ends. But thanks to his survival, we ended up getting a fight that is much, much, much better than this. So I can't find it in myself to be truly upset about that. Number 219. Team 7 versus the Demon Brothers. So the villains here are total nobodies. But that's okay because Kakashi and Sasuke pick up their slack. This is a short one, but we still get to see Kakashi and Sasuke in top form here. Also a much needed wake-up call for Naruto, which provides some decent characterization for him. And it's our first indication that maybe the mission Tazuna issued the team isn't gonna be as easy as he's letting on. Number 218. Luffy versus Cracker. This fight does a great job demonstrating the difference in power between a warlord and an emperor. Fresh after beating Doflamingo, here Luffy almost gets stonewalled by one of Big Mom's crew. And granted, Cracker is a high-ranking member of the crew, but the fight still proves the point it seeks to. We get more Gear 4 too, which is great, and Cracker's eventual defeat is satisfying. I really like this one. Great intro to Whole Cake that conveys the real scope and difficulty of taking out an emperor pretty well. Number 217. Ichigo versus Iban. This one is just cool, man. Short, sweet, and absolutely gorgeous to boot. I'm gonna go ahead and say now that on average, not in every case, but on average, these 1,000-year Blood War fights have a huge leg up over the rest of Bleach's fights because the whole Bleach anime revival project has been a huge success. The 1,000-year Blood War is gorgeous. It already looked great in the manga, but the anime just turned it up to 11. Basically, every scene is animated tremendously well. The whole thing is super stylish. Like, I seriously cannot praise everybody working on this enough. This one's too short to go any higher than this, but I gotta give it credit for starting things off so strong. This is an intense, explosive, and most importantly, hugely entertaining way to start off all of this Vandenreich business. This is where we're shown one of the big reasons why the Vandenreich are so threatening, which is their ability to steal Bankai. Ichigo being, Ichigo is just able to resist it, which is awesome, especially on a rewatch. But I don't think that diminishes the implied threat at all. Solid fight, and like I said, great way to start off the 1,000-Year Blood War. Number 216, Luffy versus Hody Jones. This is a good conclusion to a not-so-good arc. Hody spends the entire arc being a huge asshole, so seeing Luffy steamroll him like this is so satisfying. He just breezes through this fight in style, and that's exactly the type of thing you want to see after the characters just spent a 2-year time skip training. This fight conveys Luffy's growth very effectively, and that's especially true because this is the first time we see him use both armament and observation haki in a fight. There can be no question that this is the best part of Fishman Island. There is not a shred of doubt in my mind. Number 215, Yumi Chika versus Charlotte. I'm pretty surprised that Kubo managed to make a fight between two characters that fall this far on the side character end of things as good as this one is. This is way better than it should be, dude. Like, you read out these characters' names, and it sounds like it's gonna be like a bottom 50 situation or something, but it's actually so cool. These guys have great chemistry with each other, and they made me laugh. More than once. They're also both just so cool. Yumi Chika especially shows out at the end of this fight. Honestly, now that I'm talking about it, I kind of want to move it up a bit. And I probably would if it felt more important, but all things considered, I think this is an okay spot for it. Number 214, Gin versus Aizen. This is a great twist. Gin's betrayal surprised me a lot. I just want to say that I kind of wish it led to more, but at the same time, it's hard to ask that of Kubo, because given the situation, what else was Gin supposed to do other than go for a one-shot kill surprise attack like this? Was he gonna fight transformed Aizen straight up? No, obviously that wasn't going to happen, so this is what we got. And while there is a part of me that wishes I could trade this fight for a more realized, explosive, spectacle-filled version of Ichigo versus Gin, this is still pretty good. I like all the character stuff. I mean, that's really the meat of this scene, and I appreciate how much texture this all gives to Gin and Rangiku. Even beyond the Gin stuff, this fight's also pretty important for the rest of the story because this is where we get Aizen's second transformation, which is another great scene. This is another fight that's hard to rank because it's not really meant to be viewed as a fight, so it's more lacking in action elements than a lot of the stuff I have it ranked above, but is otherwise carried by really strong story elements. Number 213, Zoro versus Tashigi. I already said earlier that I love it when these two interact. This is one of my favorite character dynamics in the series, despite how underutilized it is, and that's because this is one of my favorite scenes from the entirety of pre-time skip One Piece. The reasons for this fight being here are very similar to the reasons why Luffy versus Buggy is where it's at. And while I can't honestly claim that this fight is more important than Luffy versus Buggy, because it's not, I think everything else about this fight is better. I prefer the tone and the mood that this scene is going for. I think the choreography is better. And as much as I liked Luffy and Buggy when I first saw him, I think I came away from this liking Zoro and Tashigi more at this point in the story. As a fight, it's too short and a little too mild to climb any higher on the list, but still, I think it's a very, very good scene, and it's one of the reasons why I like Rogue Town as much as I do. Number 212, Killer Bee versus Kisame. This fight would be higher if it was a little longer. You'd think that a fight between these guys would go on for a little while, but it's like 2 chapters. The fight gets pretty crazy, and there's not really anything wrong with what's there, Except for this guy, who's like, he's just some glup shitto OC that Kishimoto put here for some reason. He's pretty distracting. But, you know, I don't have any serious actual problems with the fight. It's just that the last fight with Killer Bee in it was his fight with Taka. And I don't want to spoil the rest of the list or anything, but that fight is really, really good. And it set a standard that this one doesn't even come close to meeting. I don't want to give the wrong impression, though. It's good. I just think it could have wound up a lot higher than this. Number 211, Naruto versus Kiba. So let me say right away that I do like this fight. When it's good, it's great. And even though at this point in the list, we're in territory where all the fights are pretty good, this would be quite a bit higher if not for the few things that bother me. First of all, in the anime, this fight can be pretty ugly. I really do just mean the anime, because in the manga, this isn't a problem at all, but it's a pretty serious problem in the anime. I think what must have happened is the team must have skimped out on this fight in order to allocate more time and resources to Lee versus Gaara, which, if it's true, paid dividends for that fight but hurt this one a lot. Really sucks too, because this is one of Naruto's fights, the main character. My other issue with it is, at the beginning, Naruto gets hit by one attack. Not some super crazy secret jutsu or something. No, Kiba just hits him with his elbow once, and then Naruto gets back up, which is fine, but the issue is the way the scene is framed, and this is a problem in both the manga and the anime. You'd think he just beat Pain or something. Seriously, like, every single character watching the fight looks and goes, wow, Naruto's really grown. I can't believe he had it in him. That kid sure is full of surprises, huh? All because he didn't lose after getting hit once? It's a really weird way to start things off. But literally everything else is amazing. The highlight, of course, is Naruto's Akamaru double transformation fake out. It's one of my favorite examples of the kind of creativity and ingenuity you see from Naruto when he fights. By all accounts, this is a classic. It should be way higher than this, but the issues I have with it are just too serious for me to move it up as high as I think it could go. Number 210, Ichigo versus Urahara. All of Ichigo's adventures as a Soul Reaper before this were good, but his run-in with Renji and Byakuya was a scene that promised things were about to start getting pretty crazy. His training with Urahara follows up on that promise by doubling down and insisting that actually, things are gonna get even crazier than Ichigo thought they were. And what you get is this sense that the story is finally starting to build towards something. This sudden, captivating feeling of forward narrative momentum and real, tangible growth from Ichigo. Ichigo's meeting with Zangetsu is also really cool, and one of the craziest examples of foreshadowing on this entire list. The actual fighting is solid, nothing too crazy. It's enough to keep me entertained for sure, but the reason this made it as high as it did is because of all of the narrative elements that I've been discussing. Number 209, Ichigo's training with the Visored. I like this a little more than Ichigo's training with Urahara, because it's just a crazier version of it. I think all the things that training arc does well, this one does well too, with a few added improvements. Like, for example, I think the fight choreography here is significantly better than it is when Ichigo's training with Urahara, and we also get characterization for more characters here. There are some arguments I can make in favor of the Urahara training, like I just like Urahara more than any of these guys. And I think it also happens at a point in the story where I can appreciate this kind of training arc a little bit more. So if you wanted to flip these two around, I wouldn't really fight you on it, but I definitely think my preference lies with this one. Number 208. Toshiro, Urahara, and various assistant captains versus Luffy and Yami. I don't even know how to approach talking about this one because it gets out of control pretty fast. It's so crazy. There's so much going on, so many different people fighting, and as a result, we get all these cool moments and exchanges, some really cool moments out of Hitsugaya and Urahara. The Arrancar and the other assistant captains play their part for sure, but it's these two that really steal the show for me here. Number 207. Sanji versus Page 1. This is only here because I don't want to. Actually, I can't put it over a, I want to say, functionally similar Zoro fight from the same arc. And speaking of, number 206, Zoro versus Yukimaru. Yes, this is better than Sanji versus Page 1. Let's not waste time arguing. It just is. Anyway, a lot of what I have to say about this fight applies to that one too, which is why I didn't say more about it. Had to save my thoughts for Zoro. He deserves it after all. Here we've got Toei working their typical Wano magic, and we get an excellent, albeit short, spectacle out of it. It's not just like key jingling Coco Melon, throw a bunch of colors on the screen without any substance or anything like that either. There's some pretty creative animation cuts here. Like Sanji vs. Page 1, it's pretty short, but it's quite a bit of fun to watch. Number 205, Zoro versus Yukimaru, Round 2. Everything that was good about the last one is here, plus there's an added sense of finality to this one. The character stuff that this leads to, Zoro leaving Shusui at Ryuma's grave out of respect for him is great too. I don't have a lot to add here that I didn't already say about their last fight, so I'll just leave it at this. The rematch is also quite good. Number 204, Renji and Uryu versus Szayelaporro Granz. A lot of people hate this fight because they think it's a huge waste of time, but me personally, I had a blast with it. Yes, it has some pacing issues, sure, but come on, this is a lot of fun. Maybe I'm just biased. I'm always rooting for these two, particularly Uryu, to get something cool to do. And here they get to fight the number 8 Espada. This is no longer any type of Chiruchi situation or whatever. This is one of the big guns, and Renji and Uryu both got something to prove to them. They also both put up pretty impressive performances too, so I gotta say this one left me satisfied. Number 203, Mashiro and Kensei versus Wonderweiss. I don't have a lot to say about this one. I just think it's a lot of fun. Getting to see the Visored fight at all is a treat. I like all of them, and they're put to good use here. Kensei's intervention I find especially cool, and Wonderweiss is also pretty entertaining. Like I said, this is just a good time. Number 202, Sasuke versus Gaara, Round 2. This is another one that takes place so close to another fight, in this case Naruto versus Gaara, that you could make a case for combining them, which is what I did in my video where I ranked every fight just in Naruto, but I thought that this deserved its own section because if I combine it, it's just going to get overshadowed by all the stuff with Naruto, and this one does enough distinct things that I want to talk about. First of all, you can't take this fight out of the story without drastically changing it. It's very, very important that Sasuke loses to Gaara here. His feelings of inadequacy later in the story, that eventually evolve into this need to leave the village in search of greater power, do come from other places, but that all starts here, when Gaara beats him. He even has an internal monologue in this fight about his revenge mission against Itachi, so his inability to do anything here really gets to him. This is all reinforced by the ways that Gaara acts as a foil to him, since I think it's fairly apparent that the reason Sasuke strives to be the way he is later is rooted in Gaara leaving such a strong impression on him. Something else that's still important, albeit a little less important, is how this fight conveys Gaara's new strength. He just eats a fireball jutsu. It doesn't do anything to him. The only way Sasuke can damage him is with the Chidori, and even then, Gaara gets hit by 2 of them and is still able to keep fighting. Sasuke being willing to risk everything by pulling out a 3rd Chidori is both really cool and also a great character moment for him. This lets us know what Naruto has to deal with when he fights Gaara, which I'd say makes that fight a decent bit more intense and dramatic. This one's definitely overshadowed by that fight, and it goes by too quick to be any higher than this, but there really is a lot to appreciate here. Number 201, Luffy versus Smoker. There is a lot to appreciate here. First of all, obviously, I gotta thank it for blessing us with Smoker. I am a huge fan of the guy, and I think his introduction here is one of Rogue Town's high points. This is also how we get introduced to Logias, and I think the way the fight handles that, not explaining anything to Luffy, just leaving him clueless about why he can't do any damage to Smoker, is the right way to do it. Dragon shows up at the end too. Like, there's a lot packed into this one, actually, and the fight itself is pretty good too. Number 200, Franky versus Senior Pink. I reached this point a bit before this, but from here on out, I like all these fights. I have a lot more good than bad to say about them. So if you're sad and you feel like I've put any fights you really like too low, just remember we're ranking every fight in 3 of the most popular battle manga of all time. This is a very competitive list, so look at it like if it's in the top 200 at all, it made the cut. It got the job, it got its college acceptance letter, whatever. I say all of this because I know Franky versus Senior Pink is a lot of people's favorite fight. And many of those people watching this video are going to look at this like I've got it all the way down at 200, when instead they should be looking at the glass as half full. We're almost to the top half of this list after all. And let's be honest for a second. I can't put this fight that much higher than this. It does not belong at the top of the list. I could maybe see like top 150, but top 100, top 50, top 30? No way, man. But this fight is awesome. It's easily Franky's best. All of the backstory stuff with Senior Pink is great. Even if he himself is a little weird, a little bit too weird for me. And while I'm talking about what I don't like, the fight does drag. It has a very similar core problem to Zoro versus Pika, which I put in the bottom 10. But I promise that I do like this fight. It's in the top 200. I promise I like it. What got this fight all the way up here isn't the choreography, which I think could be a lot better. It isn't the way it's paced, as I've already said. That's a pretty big problem with it. It's the fight's emotional core. This fight makes a better case for why you should like Franky than any other scene in the entire series. And I appreciate it for that. I didn't come out of this a diehard Franky fan or anything, but it made me respect him a lot more. Number 199, Ichigo versus Grand Fisher. This is by far the best Hollow fight from Ichigo's Soul Reaper adventure stuff at the beginning of the manga. It's not even close. Grand Fisher is way more intimidating than all of the other Hollows shown up to this point. It's important on a character level. Obviously, Ichigo's got an opportunity to avenge one of his dead parents here. And the actual fight is way better than all the other Hollow fights, too. It's tragic that Ichigo doesn't get to kill Grand Fisher here, but I don't mean that as a negative. It doesn't detract from the fight at all, it enhances it, and leads to a good character moment between Ichigo and Rukia at the end. Number 198, Byakuya versus Pepe. This is Byakuya hype moments and aura, and that's good enough for me. I love this guy. He's one of my favorite Bleach characters. So getting to see him do cool stuff like this is always going to put a smile on my face. Now, there is something to be said about whether or not the fight should have even happened, because a lot of people, I think, kind of rightly wish Byakuya would have stayed dead after his fight with Asnote. Like I said, Byakuya is one of my favorite characters, but I do agree that his survival took some of the teeth and grit out of the Thousand-Year Blood War. Still, divorced from that, this scene is awesome, and for what it is, I can't really ask for more. Number 197, Toshiro versus Momo and Gin. I've ranked this over some fights that definitely have better action and choreography than it does, but I'm not ranking these fights in a vacuum, and the story context elevates it a lot. First of all, I think the rating might be a little inflated because Toshiro's here. As hard as Kubo makes it sometimes, I consider myself a fairly big Hitsugaya fan. And before Gin even gets there, you can cut the tension with a knife. Pretty much from the moment Momo attacks Hitsugaya, you can really feel this building sense of intrigue. And despite what I said earlier, the fight is great. The way Hitsugaya fights is awesome, and it's extremely rare to get to see Gin fight at all. Number 196, Smoker and Law versus Virgo. This might be Glaze, but Virgo ended up being way cooler than I expected, and I'm also a huge fan of both Law and Smoker. Plus, this is just a good fight. I actually think this is the highest rated one from all of Punk Hazard on this whole list, which is kind of crazy. But I don't know what to tell you, man. It's better than both of Luffy's fights with Caesar. I really think this is the best one from the whole arc. Honestly, I'm thinking about moving it up, not down. So I'm just going to move on before I talk myself into it. Number 195, Ichigo and Ginjo versus Tsukishima and Ginjo. This is a fight I enjoy quite a bit from an arc that up to this point I really don't enjoy as much as the rest of the story. The combat's more of what you would expect out of Kubo, which is a good thing. And in both the manga and the anime, this fight is very pretty. The twist at the end is also great. It completely caught me by surprise, and I consider it one of the best moments out of all of Fullbring. Number 194, the Straw Hats versus Oars. Here we've got another high point out of an overall manga low point. Thriller Bark sucks, and I mean that. If you were here for the last one, you heard me say, I don't think the Fullbring arc is bad, I just think it's worse than the rest of Bleach, and that is not how I feel about Thriller Bark. I hate this arc. But I'd be lying if I said that this was consistent with that. The arc goes from being so boring that I nearly died reading it to some of the most fun I've ever had reading One Piece. It is just a big dumb kaiju fight, so even though it's a blast, I'm not going to put it any higher than this. But I really don't want to understate how awesome this is. I also got to let it be known, we don't get to see the entire crew work together like this enough. Number 193, the Allied Shinobi Forces versus the Ten Tails. So the fight part of this fight is quite good from time to time, but the fight is way too long and a little too unfocused just off the strength of its combat. This thing got all the way up here by being carried by some of the most important story moments in the series happening while it was going on. Neji dies, Ino's dad and Shikamaru's dad both die, Sasuke reunites with Team 7, Minato reunites with Naruto, and as a matter of fact, all of the first 4 Hokage show up to the battlefield here. Like, listen, man, I have my issues with it, for sure, but too much crucial stuff happens here for me to drop it from this spot. It is just a better everybody teams up and fights the giant monster fight than the Straw Hats versus Zors. Not by a whole lot, but it is better. Number 192, Nami and Usopp versus Ulti and Page 1. This is just as gorgeous as all of the other fights in Wano, but I think there's a lot more going on here than in any of the other ones I talked about so far. Even though the stakes here are pretty much exactly the same as with all of the other Onigashima raid fights, I found myself more impressed and surprised reading and watching this fight than I did with, say, the Frankie fight or the Jinbei fight. These guys don't get to fight super often, and I've said earlier in the video that I don't think they need to, but they're pretty well implemented here, and I think we got a great fight out of it. Number 191, Sanji versus Judge. This is another fight that could benefit a bit from being extended, but as for what's there, I don't have anything to complain about. Obviously, this is an immensely important fight for Sanji, and it's treated with the respect it deserves. There's some really good choreography here, first of all. Some of the most memorable visuals, in my opinion, from all of Whole Cake Island are in this fight. The character stuff here is also excellent. The back and forth between these two is entertaining all the way up until the end. Stuff like Judge tossing Sanji a sword just for him to kick it away is exactly why people like One Piece. Number 190, Luffy versus Blackbeard. Just to be clear, if you're watching this however many years in the future and didn't catch when this video was uploaded, no, I didn't break my rule about not going past Egghead. I assume these two are going to have a big climactic showdown at some point. I think everybody does, but it hasn't happened yet. The fight I'm talking about is their brief little run-in at Impel Down. This one, of course, is, and I'll admit this is by design, not able to compete with some of the more complete climactic fights that we're going to be talking about later in this list, since one of its purposes is to tease that these guys are eventually, in the far future, going to run into each other and throw down for real. This is a pretty fun, pretty dramatic confrontation where we get to see Luffy a lot more angry than usual. Blackbeard even being here at all is really important because this is how we find out about his plan to expand his crew by recruiting prisoners. This is another cool way that these two are foils to each other, since Luffy's also here for a prison break, albeit with a very different outlook on it than Blackbeard has. Jinbei's also able to demonstrate his potential worth to the Straw Hats here by stopping a raging Gear 2 Luffy and managing to talk him down and keep him grounded by reminding him what he's here for is a lot more important than what's going on with Blackbeard. This is a great scene and is for sure one of the highlights of Impel Down. Number 189, Law versus Hawkins. I know these two run into each other multiple times throughout Wano, but I'm talking about their first encounter outside of Bakura Town. This one's short and good in the manga, but the anime version's got that Wano magic. Plus, out of all the supernovas, I think these two have particularly interesting fruit abilities. And what this means is that a fight between them is just set up to be more fun than a typical One Piece engagement. Not a whole lot else to say about this one. It's short but sweet. Number 188, Sabo versus Burgess. So, before I talk about the fight, mild disclaimer. I'm a believer in the Sabo Wattpad OC allegations. Like, I think he's cool, for sure. Probably one of my favorite new post-time skip characters. But I think it's really weird to kill Luffy's brother and then immediately reveal that he has a long-lost second brother, and then shortly after that have Luffy meet this secret second brother who then gets Ace's Devil Fruit. I know they're different, and I know that characters in a story are more than their function, but replacing Ace like this, both in the sense that Sabo is Luffy's brother, and in the sense that Sabo wields the Flame Fruit, makes Ace's death feel kinda toothless. Like Oda had such a hard time finally committing to killing a character that he couldn't actually commit, not all the way, and instead had to introduce a new character to take that character's place. Plus, you know, aside from being Luffy's secret brother, he's also a secret revolutionary. He initially didn't remember Luffy because, he had amnesia. He works closely with Luffy's father. He's super hot and cool and everybody likes him. Like, I'm sure a character just like Sabo exists somewhere in the depths of Wattpad. But, having said all that, this is a great way to introduce him. This is one of my favorite moments in all of Dressrosa, and I think it's the peak of the Colosseum section. The fight itself is good, but it's everything around the fight that I really, really like. From Sabo stealing Luffy's disguise to the eventual reveal and conversation that he has with Luffy afterwards. Number 187. Sabo versus Fujitora. Since having him beat Burgess apparently wasn't enough in Oda's mind for everybody to take Sabo seriously, he decided to throw him up against one of the Navy's admirals in a one-on-one fight. It's one of the craziest, most spectacle-driven fights in an arc full of crazy spectacle-driven fights. And it gives us a pretty good idea of what we can expect out of two characters we just got introduced to in this arc. I gained a good deal of respect for both of these guys and had a lot of fun in the process. Number 186. Luffy versus Gecko Moria. You definitely could combine this fight with the Oars one. I think that makes a lot of sense, but I think there's a clear enough divide between the two of them, and I feel just differently enough about them to give each their own dedicated segment. This has some stuff in common with the Oars fight for sure, but what I like most about that one is the Straw Hats all working together against the same guy. You don't really get that in this one. Instead, we get a typical One Piece arc climax where Luffy fights the big boss of the island. And while you do lose the teamwork aspect here, that arc climax formula does tend to be pretty good. Moria really delivers here too as the final boss of the arc. He's not even close to One Piece's best example of that, but he's a warlord and he feels like it, and it feels good when Luffy beats him. Number 185. Brook versus Big Mom. Brook against an emperor? I'm surprised he didn't get one-tapped. This is Brook's finest hour for sure, which is a little depressing because he lost soundly. But it's not about that, okay? It's about the fact that he stepped up to the plate and he tried, and that's good enough for me. Number 184. Team Minato versus a hidden stone ninja. Some of you may think I'm pushing it with this one, but I honestly think that it could go up higher. I know I've got a huge, throbbing, raging heart full of love for Minato. So my ability to be impartial here may be called into question, but this is my video, and I get to decide where the Minato aura farming scene goes. Just the scene where he teleports behind the nameless stone ninja before the backpack hits the ground would be enough to get this fight somewhere in this range. But there's also the scene at the beginning where Minato saves Kakashi from getting himself killed while he's running in with the Chidori, which is cool for plenty of different reasons. Number 183. Sasuke versus the Sound 4. This is point blank period, one of the most well choreographed sequences in the entire series. If it was longer and stayed this good the whole time, it would be way higher up on the list. In fact, in my Naruto fight ranking video, I had this so high that it surprised me, and I don't think I agree with that placement anymore, but I understand why it was as high as it was. Seriously, if you don't remember how crazy this was, you gotta go back and watch it as soon as you can. And this isn't an anime exclusive thing either, it's like this in the manga too. I'm honestly floored by how good it is. The art, animation, choreography, all of them go way past above and beyond what you would expect from a scene like this. This is also pretty important because, I mean, it's like the event that causes Sasuke to go rogue. It's not the only thing, but it's the last straw for sure. Number 182, Kakashi and Naruto versus Sasuke. This is another one that is surprisingly well put together considering how brief it is. Looks great in both the manga and the anime, and while it's not as visually impressive as Sasuke versus the Sound 4, the story and character moments we get out of this sure are. It's pretty crazy to see that Sasuke has fallen so far that he isn't just willing to kill Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto, but he's excited by the idea of doing it. Kakashi, I mean, he's Kakashi, he's always great, but he feels particularly three-dimensional here, and then all the stuff at the end with Naruto and Sasuke is so good that it speaks for itself. This is a great fight, maybe weaker than some of the stuff I've placed it above, but still very good. However, I think it is an even better scene than that. One of the most important in the whole entire arc. Number 181, Usopp versus Perona. Alright, maybe Thriller Bark isn't that bad. This fight's pretty good, and I'm not even done talking about the arc yet. I mean, everybody will tell you that they like Usopp versus Perona, for good reason. I love both of these guys, I mean, who doesn't? Perona here is an excellent foil to Usopp, and they're both so much fun for the entire runtime of the fight. Like, Usopp resisting negative hollows because he's too much of a depressed chud loser for her to make him any more depressed is amazing. And one of the most memorable moments in One Piece, period, in my opinion. Number 180, Hisagi versus Findor Callius. Oh my god, this one gets crazy. It sucks that it feels so secondary compared to the main fights going on between the captains and the Espada, because there's a lot going on here that I really like. First of all, I'm a huge Hisagi fan. He is amazing. So as soon as the whole Gote 13 versus Arrancar business was laid out to me and I understood that Hisagi fighting was a possibility, it was one of the first things I remember looking forward to. I was not disappointed. This fight has some really cool exchanges. It's one of the better looking fights from around this point in the story in the anime, and it's pretty consistent too. I don't think there are any low points. I also really like Hisagi's personal philosophy, which he lays out in this fight, about being afraid of your own power and the power of the weapons you wield. Number 179, Guy versus Kisame. This is another one that I think could have benefited from being extended, especially because these two had a rivalry brewing in the background since the day Kisame first showed up. They run into each other twice before this. This is clearly supposed to be their big climactic showdown, and then, before you know it, it's already over. But that one gripe aside, this is still pretty sick. It'd definitely be higher if it was as long as I think it should have been. But, you know, circumstances being what they were, I also get why it's the way it is. Guy couldn't afford to waste any time. Kisame didn't have Samehara to help him stall. So even though part of me still doesn't like it, I get why it's this more condensed, intense fight that's really decided by one or two attacks. Plus, finally seeing the 7th gate is awesome. I think that speaks for itself. Hirudora is one of my favorite attacks in the series. And the flashback stuff we get from Kisame around this fight gives him a lot more texture and dimension than he had before it. Number 178, Minato versus A and Killer B. Some people are going to accuse me of inflating this fight's ranking because of how much I like Minato. I don't care. I'll take any opportunity I can get to see this guy fight. And this is a perfect example of why. I know it's really short, but come on. You know it, and I know it. It's one of the most iconic scenes in the whole series. I also think it's used really well. The spot that this flashback is injected into is the perfect spot for it. Minato looks cool, Naruto somehow manages to look cool, and we get some more characterization for A and B. What more could you ask for out of something this brief? Number 177, Luffy versus Don Krieg. This is one of my favorite fights out of East Blue. It's not the best one, but it's one of them for sure. It's not the first one to do it, but this fight puts Luffy's weakness to cutting and slashing front and center. But as a result, it more importantly puts how insane he is front and center as well. Like, yeah, he hurts himself pretty bad trying to do damage to Don Krieg, but he just doesn't care. And it's awesome. The way the fight ends with Luffy doing the Gum Gum Sledgehammer from inside the net is really hype, and it's also cool that he doesn't care about falling into the sea and potentially drowning if it means winning this fight and saving the day. Number 176, Ichigo versus Ginjo. It's unreal how kinetic this fight is in the anime. I don't want to sleep on the manga either. The art's great there too, and something I can say about both is that Ginjo's transformation has an incredible design. There are also some really good moments for Ichigo here. I mean, he comes out of this looking so cool. This stuff with his deputy's badge and Ukitake is pretty cool too. It's not a twist that I think the story needed or anything, but I definitely like it, and I think it makes Ichigo's relationship with the Soul Society a bit more interesting. Overall, this is a great finale, and even though I have some issues with the Fullbring arc, you're not ever gonna catch me bad-mouthing this fight. Number 175, Zoro versus the Millions. I've had a lot of nasty things to say about the pre-Alabasta Baroque work stuff in One Piece, but I'm quite fond of Whiskey Peak, and this is a great example of why. It's a lot of fun, and it makes Zoro look really cool. That's enough boxes checked for me already. Number 174, Soifon versus BG9. This has gotta be the coolest Soifon has ever looked. BG9's pretty sick, he seems threatening, he's giving Omaida all this trouble. Then she shows up out of nowhere and just one-shots him with a new ability too. At least that's what it looks like. BG9 gets back up, he's fine, and immediately puts Soifon on the ropes. But it's okay, because Uruhara saves the day with his shadow infiltration pills and paves the way for Soifon to close things out with her Bankai. It's awesome. Number 173, Yoruichi versus Soifon. Yoruichi is so cool, man. I spent the entire arc, the whole Soul Society, waiting for her to cut loose like this, and I was not disappointed at all. Yoruichi was everything I hoped she would be. This fight takes great advantage of the mentor role she was placed in from the time we met her by showing us her relationship with one of her former students. And there's a real sense of I may have taught you everything you know, but not everything I know going on here. And it's awesome. The fight's a little overshadowed by all the crazy stuff surrounding it, but when else was something like this supposed to happen? I'm not gonna hold that against this fight. Number 172, Robin versus Black Maria. This is one of my favorite non-Monster Trio Straw Hat fights from the Onigashima raid, and after some of the things I said earlier in the video, I think it's clear that that's due in large part to how much I like Robin. This one's actually a bit more significant than many of the other fights that take place in the castle, because Robin's responsible for saving another member of the Straw Hats here. Sanji asking Robin to save him because he has enough faith in her to do it, and Robin actually pulling it off is awesome. I really wish we got to see Robin like this more often, because this is her at the top of her game. We get a new ability debut out of her here, Demonio Fleur, which is probably the coolest ability she has, and this is all without mentioning how cool the fight actually is. All I've got left to say about this is a direct plea to Oda. Please, Oda, do not let this be the last time Robin does something this cool. Please. Please, please, please. Thank you. Number 171, Sasuke versus Orochimaru. So, this one's not much of a fight, but there are plenty of cool shots here worth appreciating, my favorite being when Sasuke transforms into Curse Mark Stage 2. It's one of my favorite transformation scenes in the whole series, and Sasuke handling Orochimaru like this is one of the most cathartic moments in the whole series. The threat of just Orochimaru in general, and that he was gonna take Sasuke's body one day, cast a large shadow over the whole series. Finally seeing him out of here like this felt like having a 1,000,000-pound weight taken off my shoulders. I also don't know if this counts as part of the fight, but the scene at the end where Sasuke walks out of the room and Kabuto isn't sure whether he's talking to Sasuke or talking to Orochimaru is another one of my favorite scenes in the series. Number 170, Luffy versus Zoro. This fight's too funny. Like, Luffy was actually gonna kill Zoro. He was gonna kill him! I know a lot of people don't like it, which surprised me when I first heard it. The reason given is usually that Luffy's acting out of character here, but I think it's a stretch to call this, like, character assassination. It happens one time, and the fight is funny enough for me to suspend my disbelief and accept it. Like, One Piece should be allowed to have strictly gag fights like this. Sure, the circumstances are ridiculous, but we get a great fight out of it. These two start going crazy on each other, and they get so worked up that in a fit of rage, they one-shot the two Baroque Works agents they were supposed to be focused on just to keep the fight going. It's awesome. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I love Whiskey Peak. Number 169, Usopp and Chopper versus Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas. Like the last one, this fight's inherently pretty goofy. I think that's a lot more true here, though. We've got a guy that swings baseballs as his attack, and a Gopher Groundhog Lady up against Chopper and Usopp. Pretty silly situation, which is standard for One Piece and not at all a bad thing. Plus, it still manages to feel pretty intense. But these two pulled through in one of my favorite team-ups in the series, and in what's definitely one of the highlights of Alabasta. Number 168, Nami versus Miss Doublefinger. I'm pretty sure this is Nami's highest ranked fight on this list, and it definitely deserves it. This one's great. It's Nami's first real fight, and by extension, the first fight where we see her use the weather staff, and she makes great use of it. She's a total badass here. And her opponent, Miss Doublefinger, is pretty cool too. Definitely one of the more memorable members of Baroque Works, in my opinion, and a fairly worthy, menacing opponent. The way they interact is cool too. You can tell Nami's really fighting for her life and struggling to figure out how the weather staff works in real time. Miss Doublefinger pushes her a lot, and it makes her eventual victory a gratifying one that feels well earned. Number 167, Sasuke versus Rock Lee. This is a great demonstration of what to expect out of all of the competitors in the Chunin exams, and a great fight in its own right separated from that. Lee puts up a good enough performance here to start making his way toward becoming one of the most beloved and memorable characters in the whole series. This is a classic fight for sure. Number 166, Ichigo versus Kilgay Opie. So this fight basically just exists to keep Ichigo out of the Seirete while it's being attacked by the Stern Ritter. But not only do I get it, it makes sense to keep Ichigo out of there in order to give him a cool entrance later, but that excuse is fine with me if we get a fight like this out of it. Like in his fight with Iban, Ichigo comes out of this one looking really, really cool. This Kilgay Opie guy makes Tres Bestia and Aeon look like bums. Then here comes who else but Ichigo to save the day. It's not like Opie's a pushover or anything, but Ichigo stays in control of this fight basically the whole time, and this only changes when he gets locked up at the end. Something else I like about this fight is that this is where Ichigo starts working more closely with Orihime moving forward, and her role in this fight isn't as vital as it is, say, at the very end of the arc, but it's still pretty important that she's there. We also get surprise appearances from people like Uruhara and even Grimmjow, which is just the icing on an already very yummy cake. Number 165, Shinji and Komamura versus Bambi. The scene at the beginning of this fight where Shinji uses his Shikai on Bambi is rightfully one of the most famous and beloved scenes from the Thousand Year Blood War. It just sucks that right after doing something this cool, he gets cooked really bad and Komamura has to come in and save him. But that's okay, because practically all of the best Komamura content in the entire series is thanks to his involvement here. Now, I'm not trying to sleep on the Shinji section just because he lost. That part's still cool, but so is everything that Komamura does. He also gets a pretty sad, pretty effective send-off at the end here. I mean, it's easily the most compelling he's ever been as a character, and so obviously I came away from this fight appreciating Komamura a lot more than I did beforehand. Number 164, Isshin and Masaki versus White. I've said this a few other times earlier in the video, so you probably get it by now, but there are many fights that I think are better than this, ranked below it because of this fight's sheer story significance. It's pretty cool to find out that this even happened, that Isshin fought the same White that Ichigo met inside of his Zanpakuto. It's also cool to see Ichigo's mom fighting, no less, even if the age gap stuff with her and Isshin is a little weird. All the other stuff surrounding it, like Aizen's connection to everything that's happening, Isshin's meeting with Masaki, the fact that these two are Ichigo's parents, period, among other aspects of the narrative, all make this fight feel very, very important. Like the rest of the Thousand Year Blood War fights, this one is gorgeous, not just because of the fluid animation, but also because Shinichiro Ueda did an amazing job directing the scene. Number 163, Kenpachi versus Tosen and Komamura. I already liked Kenpachi just based off of his fight with Ichigo, but this was when I knew I really liked him. The fact that he was even willing to do this at all on its own commands so much respect from me. It instantly makes him a billion times more likable. Then, the fact that he actually pulls it off, given the situation Tosen leaves him in at the beginning of the fight, just compounds with that and makes it even cooler than it already was. I'm really considering putting this higher, so I'm just gonna move on before I talk myself into it. Number 162, Naruto versus Tsunade. This is shorter, more tame, and lower stakes than a lot of the fights surrounding it at this point in the list, but it's also really, really good. I like the characterization we get from both Naruto and Tsunade here. especially because they're pretty interesting foils to one another. Normally, Naruto and his foils share at least one key trait with each other. For example, he and Pain are orphans trained by Jiraiya, he and Gaara are Jinchuriki hated by their village, so on and so forth. And Tsunade's unique in the sense that she doesn't have anything in common with Naruto, by design. She's supposed to be his complete polar opposite. Naruto's this idealistic, cheerful little boy standing across from Tsunade, this depressed, cynical old lady. They don't have anything in common. In fact, they stand in fundamental opposition to one another, and we get a lot of great dialogue and character interactions thanks to all that. When they actually start fighting, in the manga it's great, and in the anime it's weirdly well animated. As in, it looks better than a lot of fights that I don't even think it should. Not that what I'm about to say comes as a surprise, because by this point, she's been compared to Jiraiya and Orochimaru and asked to be made Hokage. But this fight gives us a brutally clear demonstration of how insanely strong she is. Her self-imposed fight with just a single finger restriction leads to some really creative stuff here. And man, I love this fight. I'd put it higher if it wasn't so short, but if I want to be fair to everything else, I think this is a good spot for it. Number 161. The Red Scabbards versus Kaido. I know a lot of people don't like the way the Oden flashback was handled because Wano's already so long. So to some people, this bends already questionable pacing, almost to the point of breaking. But in my opinion, it's one of the best flashbacks in the entire series. So it's really cool to see the Scabbards get a run back against Kaido on Oden's behalf. Obviously, these guys weren't going to win on their own, but this fight still feels pretty important. Kaido doesn't go down if not for what the samurai accomplish here. And of course, just like everything else in Wano, it is a sight to behold in the anime. Number 160, Sanji versus Doflamingo. Even though Sanji was completely helpless here, this moment made me respect him a lot more. He does what he can to protect his crewmates, and it's awesome. What's not to admire about that, you know? Plus, as I've already expressed throughout the video, I'm a big Law fan, and the way Law comes in to save Sanji is pretty sick too. This one isn't very long, but I think that works for this fight, and what's there leaves me with nothing to complain about. Number 159, the Allied Shinobi's 4th Division versus various former Kage. There's a lot of good stuff here, but the best of it pretty much all involves Naruto. Naruto's clone, to be more specific. This behemoth of a shadow clone that he sent to help the 4th Division. That's not to say the other stuff isn't good. All the stuff with the Mizukage is pretty funny. I've always liked Mu, I think he's pretty cool. And the stuff between Gaara and his dad, while a little lacking as a fight, is great on a character level, and takes one of the most textured, layered characters in the series and makes him a little bit more textured and layered. But, you ask anybody, they're gonna tell you that the best part of the whole thing is Naruto versus the 3rd Raikage. Rightfully so, too. It's great. I like the way Sage Mode's woven into this part of the fight. Kishimoto keeps it relevant in a way that makes a lot of sense. And I also really appreciate the answer to the central question here. How do you beat a guy who's invincible? You just make him blow himself up. Number 158, Luffy versus Magellan. So, Luffy, dies. Not all the way, but just about. That's what sticks out the most about this to me, and I don't think that's particularly uncommon. It turns out this whole Impel Down prison break thing is no joke, and it certainly isn't a one-man job. Thanks to this whole fiasco, we get introduced to Ivankov, the GOAT, and also Jinbei, who I did say earlier was nobody's favorite One Piece character, but I still think he's pretty cool at least. I mean, just like visuals and choreography wise, this has to be the best fight in Impel Down, hands down. It's very well directed. A lot of the attacks are super cool. There are some really striking shots in the anime and panels in the manga. There's a lot to like here and nothing to complain about. Number 157, Toshiro and Rangiku versus Baz B and Kang Do. I briefly mentioned this when I was talking about Soifon versus BG9, but this is the fight where Urahara drastically shifts the tides of the 1,000-year Blood War. That's one of the most exciting moments of the entire arc for me, and of course the actual fight is pretty entertaining too. I also think that Baz B is one of the cooler, more memorable members of the Stern Ritter, and like I've said many times throughout this video, I'm a pretty big Hitsugaya fan too. Number 156, Naruto and Iruka versus Mizuki. I think this is by far the best Chapter 1 fight in the Big Three. Some of you might think I'm glazing, and I kind of understand, because if we look at the number placements on this list, there's a pretty big gap between this and the other two. Now, the reason I think this is pretty straightforward. I think it combines what One Piece's pilot and Bleach's pilot are respectively good at, and does both just a little bit better. We get something that's a little bit cooler than Ichigo versus Fishbone D, and a little more emotional than what happens in Chapter 1 of One Piece. Iruka taking the shuriken, the transformation fake out, Iruka's speech about Naruto, the multi-shadow clone jutsu. There are so many great moments packed into this fight. Number 155, Baz B versus Hashvalt. These two have a great backstory. Like, it's really, really good. I think that's the most memorable thing about this fight to me. I do really like the fight though, and I think that the way that it shows how much stronger Hashvalt is than somebody like Baz B is pretty important for setting him up as an endgame threat. While this fight adds plenty of texture and depth to Baz B, who I already said I like quite a bit just a minute ago, I found that by the end of the fight I was a lot more attached to Hashvalt. Which is definitely a good thing, because from this point on, he's without a doubt the more important of the two. Number 154, Hinata versus Neji. This is a standout fight from the Chunin exam preliminaries. I'm not saying it's the best one, but I do feel good giving it second place. And one thing I can say I appreciate about it right away is that this is another rare example of a fight that's purely hand-to-hand. I said this earlier in the video, there are less of these fights than you would expect between the three of these series. And while I can't say there are no gimmicks at play here because the two of them have X-ray vision, I still love a good slugfest, especially when it's two gentle fist users fighting each other like this. Speaking of, we get a lot of important lore about the Hyuga clan here, and the fight also does a good job setting Neji up as one of Naruto's rivals and a minor antagonist. Both of these things are obviously pretty important for future events, which I will get to later in the list. Number 153, the initial clash at the fake Karakura town. I'm not exactly sure what to call this one, but the fight I'm talking about is the initial clash between the Gotei 13 and the Espada when everybody first shows up to the battlefield. This fight splits up into a bunch of different fights, many of which I've already talked about, but I did think it was worth dedicating a slot to this initial clash because there's a lot of important stuff that happens here. The big one is Yamamoto trapping the three Soul Reapers, Aizen, Tosen, and Gin, with his Jokaku Enjo, which is hugely important and is what even allows the rest of these fights to happen. The rest of it is really just planning, like establishing who's guarding the four pillars and who's gonna be fighting them. So I might be stretching it by counting this as a fight, but there are so many cool shots here that linger in my memory of the Gotei 13 and the Espada staring each other down. It's a really cool setup, And I know I'm probably breaking all sorts of my own rules by even ranking it, and especially by putting it this high, but whatever, man. I just really like this scene. Number 152. The Wano Samurai, Yamato, and Momonosuke versus Ryokugyu. This is a fun post-Wano bonus fight. I like it a fair bit in the manga, and in the anime, there's one moment where you can tell they were a little low on resources over at Toei. But that aside, overall I think this looks just as good as all of the other stuff from Wano. Plus, I mean, this is important. This is how we get introduced to one of the new admirals, which I'd say is vital information going into the final saga. And I might just be glazing because of Shanks' appearance at the end. That's what really does it for me here. Number 151. Rock Lee, Sakura, Team 10, and Sasuke versus the Sound Genin. There is so much to go over here. Some of you may think I have this way too high, but let's take a look at what actually happens in this fight. First of all, the Sakura section here is good. It is. I'm not going to stand for Sakura hate. Her cutting her hair here is a design change that sticks around until the end of the manga, and I've always been a fan of her spamming the substitution jutsu like this. The fake out where she pretends like she's using it and then doesn't specifically is really cool. But that's not all. If it was, this fight wouldn't be nearly this high, but we also get our first look at Inoshika Cho in combat, and they're not seen fighting together again in the manga until Hidan and Kakuzu show up. Lee shows up and puts up a good performance against these guys too, but the best part of the whole thing, without a doubt, is when Sasuke wakes up at the end under the effects of the curse mark. This is A, really cool, probably one of the top 3 coolest things that happens in the Forest of Death, and B, a great demonstration of how the curse mark works and how it will affect Sasuke. This is another one that I think I just have to move on from before I talk myself into putting it higher. Number 150, Kensei, Rose, and Renji versus Mask de Masculine. Renji. My favorite fraud is here to kick off the top 150 and show everybody maybe he's not actually such a fraud after all. Now let me make sure I don't undersell Mask here, because he's just the best. He's so much fun. I could watch him for way longer than the length of this fight. But Renji coming in and replenishing over a decade's worth of lost aura had me on my knees with my head in my hand saying, thank you, Kubo. Thank you for this wonderful, wonderful gift. Number 149. Ichigo versus Ikkaku. Don't get me wrong, this is a pretty good fight in its own right. Choreography's good, I like the way Ikkaku fights, and this is a good introduction to the type of stuff Ichigo should expect to deal with moving forward into the Soul Society. But the reason it's this high, all the way up here, is because of the moment where Ikkaku asks Ichigo who his teacher is. Flipping the page to see Urahara wearing a captain's robe is one of my favorite experiences reading the manga. This was so cool. Like, obviously I knew something was up with Urahara before this, but I didn't know he was like him. Like I said, I'm a pretty big fan of the rest of this fight, but this is the moment that really, really got me. Number 148. Chopper versus Kumadori. This just comes down to how cool Monster Point is and how much I liked its introduction here. I really don't have anything else to say. Number 147, Ichigo and Neliel versus Noitara. I don't know how popular of an opinion this is, but I think Noitra is a great villain. And he's plenty imposing. I mean, Ichigo couldn't beat him. He couldn't even come close. So it's a good thing Nel was here to save the day. This is hardly Ichigo and Neliel versus Noitra. It's really just Nel versus Noitra, because she's the main character here, and she's amazing. The reveal that she's a former Espada, and all of our backstory stuff with Noitra is great. And, okay, look, while I may have undersold the Ichigo section earlier, because I do like it a lot, my favorite stretch of this fight is everything that happens after Nel transforms back into her adult self. I also like her resurrection a lot. It's very cool. I want to say it's a bummer that she wasn't able to beat Noitra before she reverted back to a child, but we got another really good fight thanks to that I'll be talking about later. Number 146, Hisagi and Komamura versus Tosen. I said earlier that the fight with Bambi had my favorite Komamura content, and that's still true, but that doesn't mean it's the best fight I think he was a part of. This is. And that's not to say that he isn't good here. The stuff we get here is right behind everything in the Thousand Year Blood War for my favorite Komamura scenes, and Hisagi and Tosen are also here with plenty to offer of their own. The section at the beginning, where Hisagi is fighting Tosen one-on-one, is so good, and I love the dialogue here. Like I said earlier in the video, I like Hisagi a lot, and I really feel for him here. The fight does a great job making me sympathetic towards him, and, you know, it helps that it's a really cool fight, too. When Komamura shows up, it stays just as good. I really like the dynamic between he and Tosen as well. And from here, the fight just starts escalating, getting crazier and crazier and crazier and crazier as each of them pull out more and more abilities. The last thing I want to make a note of is that I really appreciate that it was Hisagi who got to deal, not the killing blow, since Aizen's the one who killed Tosen, but the deciding blow, the one that ended the fight. I need more Hisagi hype moments in my life. I do. Number 145, Ichigo versus Renji and Byakuya. Or I guess, Ichigo versus Renji round 1, if you prefer. This is the moment Bleach gets flipped on its head. All of the best stuff in the series follows this fight, and it all takes advantage of the various ideas introduced here and the ways that this fight opened up Bleach's world. The fight we see with everyone involved is great too. I don't want to undersell that. But what I remember liking the most about it is feeling like the story was about to start venturing into uncharted, crazy territory. And I was so excited about it. Like I said though, the fight itself is great too, and it portrays the massive gap in power here excellently. This was my favorite moment in Bleach, by a long shot at the time that it happened. And it didn't stay on top forever, but that's only because it laid such a strong foundation for future moments to come and surpass it. Number 144, Sanji versus Jabra. I think this is the second best non-Luffy fight in any Slabi, and it's also one of my favorite Sanji fights in general. I don't have a whole lot to say about this one, it's just more any Slabi greatness, hype moments and aura from start to finish. I really like the way this one ends in particular though, not just the final attack, but also that last shot of Sanji walking away from Jabra after he's beaten him, which is just amazing. Number 143, Zoro versus Ryuma. Of course Zoro's responsible for one of Thriller Bark's high points. Why wouldn't he be? This is important. It's pretty crucial for Zoro. He gets one of the swords he uses for basically the rest of the story up until Wano, until this moment gets called back to. The fight's great too. It's a lot of fun to watch. It's very intense. Frankie's reactions really enhance it in my opinion. I don't have any problems with it. Great fight. Number 142, Zoro versus Killer. I could have combined this with Zoro's fight with Gyukimaru, I guess. But I didn't, and I'm not going to, because I wanted to give Zoro a 2-stack on Sanji. 2 consecutive fights to Sanji's 1. Plus, he earned it. At the start of this fight, he fought off Killer and Gyukimaru at the same time, which Sanji could not have done, so I just had to do right by him for that. Anyway, I know there's one scene that you're all thinking of when it comes to this fight. I think the clip has like 9 million views on YouTube or something. But there is actually a good, proper sword fight that precedes it. It's short, but it's still pretty crazy and definitely worth mentioning when talking about this fight. But of course, the highlight here is Purgatory Onigiri. In the anime, this looks unbelievably good, and it makes Zoro look so cool, which he is cooler than Sanji. Zoro's better than Sanji. I like Zoro more than Sanji. Sanji is not as cool as Zoro. Zoro is better than Sanji. And, oh yeah, the fight. The fight's great. Number 141. Byakuya versus Tsukishima. Similar to what I said about Zoro versus Ryuma, it is no surprise to me at all that Byakuya is responsible for one of the Fullbring Arc's highlights. This is a great display of Byakuya's resolve and his trust in and dedication to Ichigo. Plus, I don't even know how to put into words how rewarding it was finally seeing Tsukishima get taken care of like this after nearly an entire arc of being this very smug, very annoying, nearly untouchable central threat. This guy needed to be taken care of, and Byakuya was the only one who could get it done. Number 140. Luffy, Kid, and Law versus a group of world government Marines. This is hardly a fight because these poor Marines just get slaughtered. But it's so much fun that I had to put it around here somewhere. Nobody needs me to tell them this, but Kid and Law make such a good first impression on the audience in Sabaody. Like, Oda making them look so cool here definitely plays a key role in their continued popularity nearly 20 years later. Number 139. Renji versus Byakuya. I know it wasn't that long ago that I was talking about how much I liked it when Renji beat the fraud allegations that had been becoming more and more credible the longer the series ran. And this fight didn't help his case at all. I know that. But look who he's fighting. What was he supposed to do? I'm sure many of you will agree with me that this is the way this fight should have gone. Making Byakuya this dominant and this powerful makes his eventual fight with Ichigo hit so much harder than it would have if this fight was cut from the story. And even though it doesn't accomplish anything, Renji's Bankai is sick. I thought it was awesome when I first read this fight. It just sucks for him that Byakuya's Bankai is better and cooler. And also that Byakuya broke his. This is definitely one of the most important story moments in the Soul Society, and I think its inclusion enhances the story significantly. Number 138. Renji versus Uryu. So, I'm just now noticing it as I'm recording this, but I didn't mean to put all these Renji fights this close together. Anyway, I know that this is anime only. It didn't happen in the manga, but I mean, come on. This is obviously something Kubo wanted to include in the manga and couldn't. He's heavily involved with the 1,000 Year Blood War anime. I know he approved this, so I think it's cool to make an exception and include it. This is pretty short, but it's really, really good. I want to make it clear, I've said this before, but I just have to repeat myself. The animation in the rest of the 1,000 Year Blood War is spectacular. But in this fight, I think because they were dealing with 2 fan favorites, and just the fan-servicing nature of it, the team balled out. It's not the most well animated, but it's definitely one of the most well animated things we've gotten since Bleach's return. And it's not all for nothing in terms of the way the fight goes, the directing, the choreography. This is everything you could ask for out of a fight between these two. Number 137. Luffy versus Kaido. Round 1. Yeah, don't worry. That Luffy versus Kaido is still a long ways away. But just because this one isn't as good as that one, that doesn't mean it's bad. This fight is excellent. I know this is another fight decided in one attack that I have way higher than a bunch of fights that I had to rank low because they were one attack fights. But I mean, come on. It's hard to argue against placing this fight this high considering all of the important stuff that it leads to. Not to mention, that one attack is a pretty good looking attack. Plus, it's just lovely finally getting to see Luffy interact with Kaido, given how long it had been since he and Wano were first mentioned, and for Kaido to live up to the hype like this. This fight accomplishes a lot of things, the most important of them being immediately outlining Luffy's goal and conveying how difficult that goal will be to achieve. Number 136. Ichigo versus Grimmjow. Round 1. Okay, I probably didn't get as many of you that time. It was worth a try though, especially for anybody who's skipping the One Piece fights. And like I said with Luffy versus Kaido, don't worry, the big Ichigo versus Grimmjow fight is still quite a ways off. Right now I'm talking about their first encounter. And even though it's not as good as their later fights, it's hard to find anything to complain about here. It's crazy to see Ichigo get dominated like this, and I appreciate how threatening this makes the Espada feel. There's a bit of setup going on here too, and I'm not just talking about the way the fight sets up Ichigo's rivalry with Grimmjow, but instead the Black Getsuga Tensho that he fires at the end. This helps push the idea that he's not in control of his holification ability, and that it's just as much of a danger to him and everybody around him as it is an asset. Tosen's appearance at the end, and the minor character building and world building his interaction with Grimmjow provides is something that I also appreciate. Number 135. Various lieutenants and Yamamoto versus Tres Bestia and Aeon. This fight starts off kind of small as just Matsumoto and Hinomori against Tres Bestia, but just keeps getting crazier and crazier and crazier. They summon this giant Aeon monster, 3 more lieutenants get involved, and by the end, Yamamoto shows up. Now, as much as I like all these lieutenants, Hisagi and Matsumoto especially, I don't think anybody's gonna argue with me when I say Yamamoto was the star here. He shows up, cuts this thing in half, and blows it up for good measure in like 5 seconds. It's so cool. Number 134. Uryu versus Kuratsuchi. This is still crazy to me, and it gets crazier and crazier the more I think about it. Like, obviously I knew this was impressive when it happened. Uryu beat a Soul Reaper captain by himself. I get it. But the more you learn about Kuratsuchi, the more apparent it becomes that this is one of the craziest things anybody has pulled off in Bleach. It's especially impressive and pretty funny when you compare this to Chad getting humiliated by Shunsui. But like I said earlier, that's not Chad's fault, and Uryu really earned this. He was prepared to make the sacrifice of a lifetime to win, which makes the attack that ends things here feel really climactic and, more importantly, really convincing. I've also got to thank everything that happens before the finale for giving me more of Uryu, who I love very much, and for introducing me to the wonderful, the great Captain Kuratsuchi. Number 133, Naruto versus Kurama. This is a little bit shorter than I would have liked, but aside from that, I mean, wow. This is an insane fight. There are giant Rasengan, Nine Tails lasers, Rasen Shuriken, the Sage Art Mega Barrage, which I think is one of Naruto's coolest attacks, and Naruto gets to meet Kushina in this fight. I'm not gonna count Minato versus Obito as a part of this. That's getting its own entry on the list. But even setting that aside, the Kushina stuff here is amazing. And to top all that off, Naruto gets a new transformation out of it. Number 132, Naruto and Killer Bee versus A. See, this is how I know this is a crazy competitive list, because this fight is really good, and it didn't even break top 100. I said this earlier, but the way that A's rivalry with Minato is incorporated here is very smart. Like the way Naruto and Minato are compared through the flashback, which is so similar to what Naruto does here, is so cool and almost surreal considering how much Naruto had to go through to reach this point. We also get some stuff I like out of Tsunade and B here. So all around, just a great fight, amazing scene, and like I said earlier, I can't believe it's not higher than this. Number 131, Madara versus Hashirama. You'd think a list made by a guy like me would have this fight a lot higher than this. And I probably would bump it up, I'd say significantly, if we actually saw the whole thing. My only problem with it is a good chunk of it happens off screen. We don't actually see it in full. But that's all I have to complain about. I'm happy that we got to see any of this fight, considering how long it was teased for. Like, this was hinted at way before we saw it, all the way back at the end of part 1 when Naruto and Sasuke first showed up at the Final Valley. Then it gets mentioned all throughout Shippuden, so many different characters talk about it. And we get teased some more with this iconic image of the two of them staring each other down. It gets mentioned some more, the two of them become more and more relevant, until finally, Hashirama tells everybody what happened, and we get to see most of it. And I think it lives up to the hype. The stuff these guys pull off in this fight is just the height of spectacle at this point in the story, and I love it. The surrounding flashbacks also give us a lot of crucial story context, so even though I wish there wasn't a missing section, I feel like we saw everything important, and what was important enough for Kishimoto to show us was very good. Number 130, Sentomaru versus Kizaru. Stuff like this is why Egghead is a top 5 arc in One Piece, and it's not 5. I think the character stuff here is really moving. I feel for Sentomaru. It's a sad position for him to be in, and seeing him make the right choice like this makes me like him a lot more. It's also cool to finally get to see Kizaru fight again for the first time since Marineford, especially in the anime because his Devil Fruit powers are well suited to the modern One Piece animation style. It's not even Kizaru's best fight in Egghead, but it's still very good. Number 129, Law versus Blackbeard. It's always nice to see Blackbeard. This guy shows up once every 1,000 years, and whenever he does, he makes sure to treat the audience. He's always at the center of, like, the craziest thing that's ever happened in the manga. And, as I've made clear by now, I like Law too. So this was a match made in heaven for me. This is like pure fan service to me in the best way possible. I want to say this is one of Oda's better drawn post-time skip fights in the manga, but like all the other stuff from Wano and beyond, in the anime, It is just breathtaking. I also like this fight from a story perspective. Some of my favorite moments in One Piece are when Oda takes focus away from the Straw Hats and shows us that the world keeps on spinning without them. And I mean, this is one of the most narratively important examples of what I'm talking about. This is a very big deal with major story implications, and the Straw Hats are nowhere to be seen. Number 128. Ichigo versus Candice, Lil Toto, Menina, and Giselle. Even ignoring what I'm about to mention, this is a great fight brought to life in the anime by the gorgeous animation we all expect from the Thousand Year Blood War team. But what got it all the way up here, approaching the top 100, is the way Ichigo's arrival onto the battlefield is handled. It's one of the coolest entrances, one of the coolest hero arrives to save the day moments I've ever seen. Number 127. Law versus Doflamingo versus Fujitora. This is a pretty good display of power out of Doflamingo, and also sort of a good display of power out of Fujitora. I think it's more valuable as an example of characterization for Fujitora, since, I mean, he's an admiral. He should be stronger than somebody like Doflamingo, and definitely somebody like Law. And speaking of Law, I always like to see the guy fight, but he doesn't come out of this one looking too great. He does what he can, and we get some of my favorite exchanges in Dressrosa out of that. But if not for Fujitora's intervention here, which I appreciate because it tells us a lot about him, like I was saying earlier, this may have been the last we saw of Trafalgar Law. Number 126. Killer versus Hawkins. This is a great fight from start to finish, so don't let what I'm about to say make it sound like I'm underselling the complete package here, or anything. But the reason it's all the way up here, and I don't think this is going to surprise anybody who's read or seen this fight, is the moment where Hawkins gets his arm cut off. This made me set the manga down, stand up, and put my hands on my head. This was so hype. I like the moment so much that I feel a little bad when people call him filler. Like, I feel like this was cool enough to warrant at least a little bit of respect for the guy. Number 125. Ichigo, Rukia, and Shinji versus Grimmjow. Or I guess you could call this Ichigo versus Grimmjow Round 2 if you want. We're still not at the big Grimmjow fight, but this is a little bit better than their first encounter, which was already quite good. This is a good display of Ichigo's growth following his training, because he actually starts winning against Grimmjow this time until his hollow mask explodes on him out of nowhere. Then, when all hope seems lost, who is it that arrives to save the day? Why, of course, it's none other than the MVP herself, Rukia. Although I guess she almost dies too. But then Shinji shows up, and we get a great clash between him and Grimmjow, as if all the other stuff that already happened wasn't enough. As you can see, there's a lot going on here, enough that I think it's a noticeable improvement over Ichigo's first fight with Grimmjow. And among other things, like giving Rukia and Shinji each an opportunity to show off their stuff, this fight also further solidifies the developing rivalry between Ichigo and Grimmjow. Number 124. Naruto and Sasuke versus Madara. This is already fairly high, but it would be higher if it were complete. Now, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I'm not going to talk too much about this, but Kaguya showing up in the middle of this fight and derailing it and changing it into something completely different hurts it a lot. I like the Kaguya fight, and I like Kaguya a fair bit too, but there's no arguing that introducing her here and cutting Madara's fight with Naruto and Sasuke short as a result makes it a weaker fight than it would have been otherwise. Now, I've been ragging on it a lot, but don't get it twisted. Naruto and Sasuke's newfound strength and Six Paths powers are awesome, and this fight does a great job demonstrating them. Madara is also just an all-timer villain, and he makes any scene he's in better by just being present. His Six Paths abilities, Limbo in particular, are also very, very cool. So we get some pretty creative interactions between all of the crazy Six Paths stuff that's present here. Like I've said already, I really do like this fight a lot, and it's in great company. But I do still think it could have been significantly higher if it was the climax I think it deserved to be. Number 123. Team 7 and Obito versus Kaguya. Hey Kaguya, what's up? We were just talking about you. I used to be a bit of a Kaguya hater, partially due to reasons I laid out when we were talking about the last fight. And while I still probably wouldn't have sidelined Madara like that if it were up to me, I have been a Kaguya defender for some time now. Naruto's always been a series that heavily incorporates aspects of Japanese folklore into its story, and because of how prominent the moon was all throughout the Fourth Great Ninja War, I think it makes a lot of sense to have a godlike character named Kaguya as the final boss of the series. Plus, I think she's really imposing, and that all of her abilities, unique or otherwise, are really sick. Kaguya's power to manipulate the battlefield, in particular, leads to some really smart, really creative stuff from Kishimoto, basically throughout the entire length of the fight. And it also demands some of the most inspired examples of teamwork from the main cast in the entire series. Everyone fighting against Kaguya plays a critical role in her defeat at some point in this fight. And while the perfect Susanoo Kakashi stuff, the Obito ghost stuff, may have been something that we could have done without, it's so cool that I'm willing to ignore feeling like Kishimoto may have jumped the shark there. Number 122. The Allied Shinobi Forces versus Obito. This is another one that I'm surprised didn't make the top 100, but I'm not quite sure how surprised I am because it's a hard fight to rate. Some of the series' highest highs are here, in this fight, like the Hokage working together, Naruto and his dad working together, Naruto and Sasuke pulling off some of the coolest combo moves in the whole series, the return of the Majestic Attire Susanoo, all of the Konoha 11 helping make the final push against Obito, all of the added characterization we get for Obito, Naruto's greatest Talk no Jutsu feat by a mile, and even Obito's Ten Tails Jinchuriki design, which is one of my favorite transformations in the Big Three. It's all there, and it's all great. My only problem is it's very long, a fight that I think is a little too long for once, and as a result, suffers from a lack of focus here and there. But I think that's nothing in the face of what Kishimoto gets right here. Number 121. Ace versus Blackbeard. The only reason this one isn't higher is because of how short it is. It is one of the most important fights in the entire series. It leads to Impel Down, it leads to Marineford, and it's the first time we see either of these characters fight. It's not as much of a visual treat as Law versus Blackbeard, but I think all the surrounding story context makes it hard to put this fight below that one. I like it for a lot of the same reasons I like Law versus Blackbeard. Like, for one, it's always cool to see Blackbeard fight, and again, this is the first time we get to, and I'm a big fan of whenever Oda shows us something happening that the Straw Hats aren't there for. Number 120. Zoro versus Lucci. You don't need me to tell you how good this fight looks. It speaks for itself. It is one of the coolest things I have ever seen. The only thing that I want to add to that is I just love that it was Sanji's trash talk that motivated Zoro to put 120% in and decisively win this fight. I loved it. Number 119. Ichigo versus Yhwach. Round 1. Save the Soul Society, Ichigo Kurosaki. A quote so iconic and so famous that it transcends even Bleach's popularity. I've seen this posted all over the internet, sometimes by people who I know haven't seen a lick of Bleach. And that's because the page tells all, even without knowing what's going on, just by taking a look at it. It's pretty apparent that the stakes are high. Something important is happening here. And I think that Byakuya's request here sets the stage for Ichigo's first clash with Yhwach about as well as I could have asked anything to. The fight itself is, of course, wonderful. It looks great in the manga and even better in the anime. And I gotta say here, I am so excited to see his other fights with Yhwach finally get animated in Core 4, especially if they're gonna look anything like this. Number 118, Ichigo versus Ulquiorra. Round 1. Obviously, this fight is not as good as their final battle atop Hueco Mundo, but I mean, so what? It's amazing. Good enough to make it into the top third of this list. There are so many good moments here, like Ichigo preparing to leave, ignoring Ulquiorra so he can go save Rukia, then Ulquiorra goading him into staying and fighting, the reveal that Ulquiorra is only Espada number 4, followed by an extremely dominant performance that's meant to show how obscenely powerful the strongest Espada really are. Considering what it is and what it's aiming to do, this fight has everything it needs and plenty more. Number 117. Naruto and Killer Bee versus Itachi and Nagato. This is the turning point of the entire 4th Great Ninja War. If this didn't happen, and Itachi didn't switch sides as a result, things would have gotten bad for everybody. And that really comes through as the fight progresses. Like, as soon as Nagato is able to start being more aggressive, he leaves Naruto and Bee helpless. And it immediately becomes apparent how much of an asset Itachi is to the allied shinobi forces. If he hadn't broken free of Kabuto's control, he wouldn't have even needed the help for Naruto and Bee to get captured. Nagato would have been able to pull it off by himself. We also get some good character stuff out of pretty much everybody involved here. Stuff between Nagato and Itachi, Nagato and Naruto, Itachi and Naruto. And we get some of my favorite action set pieces from the entire 4th Great Ninja War here too. Number 116. The Battle of the Zombies. This whole thing is just a treat. It's such a good idea, and it's an idea that Kubo executes splendidly. This is another one that I'm surprised didn't make the top 100, but the only reason it didn't is because of how stacked the competition is. The fan service of seeing all these old Arrancar that I really like brought back again is welcome, but I'm tempted to say it's canceled out by Hitsugaya being a bomb again! He can't help himself! It's all he knows how to do! Kubo, please! Give him a break! Give me a break! Please! Please! But, as a Hitsugaya fan, as a Matsumoto fan, I guess it's just nice to see them fight at all. Plus, I like Giselle a lot, and this fight gives me plenty more reasons to like Mayuri too. Other characters that I like Bambi and Ikaku are here too, and I mean there's enough going on here for like 10 fights. Hitsugaya doing what he does best definitely annoyed me, but it's okay because he makes up for it later. Number 115. Obito and Kakashi versus Two Hidden Stone Ninja. I like Kakashi Gaiden a lot, and I think this is a great climax to the story that it's telling. A lot of people are going to say that I have this way too high, and those people are going to be wrong. First of all, the fight's just good. There's no getting around that. Both in the cave and in the trees, their teamwork is a sight to behold. Also, this is how Kakashi of the Sharingan gets his Sharingan. That's a big deal. So is Obito getting crushed here, for all sorts of different reasons. I'm not gonna put this lower, no way. Number 114. Ichigo, Ishin, Urahara, and Yoruichi versus Aizen. Is this the highest concentration of aura per square foot ever in Bleach? Seriously, Kubo took all of these mythical former captains, these like secret unlockable hidden characters, and threw them up against Aizen at the same time. And the fight we got out of it is pretty cool. Something I find particularly impressive about this fight is that Kubo manages to make everybody look impressive. This is where Aizen first merges with the Hogyoku, and after he does, he feels invincible. But this doesn't come at the expense of everybody fighting him. Ishin, Urahara, and Yoruichi all get at least one moment here that commands respect. It's very cool. And I was pleasantly surprised the whole time whenever a new person showed up, because it's not like all of them jump Aizen at once. First it's Ichigo, then Ishin shows up, then Urahara shows up, and then finally Yoruichi gets there too. And the whole time the fight's just getting crazier and crazier and crazier and crazier. The most important thing it does is establish how powerful Aizen is after transforming, and it does this very well. It just also happens to make some of the coolest characters in the series look even cooler in the process. Number 113. Yamato and Luffy versus Kaido. There's a lot of good character work between Yamato and Kaido here, and there are plenty of moments from their solo fight that I really like. But I can sum up my decision to place this fight this high by saying that Yamato's joint attack with Luffy at the end is one of the prettiest sequences of animation I've ever seen. Number 112. The Straw Hats and CP0 versus the Seraphim. This is a great example of why I love Egghead. I think the Seraphim are a really fun idea, just like I think the Straw Hats teaming up with CP0 is a really fun idea. It fleshes out our characters a little bit more, which is always good, and it leads to all sorts of crazy exchanges all over the battlefield. Once again, I have to mention how much prettier it is in the anime than in the manga, because just like everything else in Wano and Egghead, this has some stellar cuts of animation. Number 111. Gaara versus Deidara. This is, at least at the time that it happens, pretty unique for Naruto. A completely airborne battle like this is something that we don't really see again until way later. That's not the only reason I like this fight though. Deidara makes a phenomenal first impression here, and this is also a great exhibition of Gaara's power, which has clearly increased a lot since before the time skip. He's the Kazekage now, after all, and in this fight he makes a pretty good case for why he should be. We get a demonstration of significant character growth from him here too, when he nearly burns out trying to protect the Sand Village from Deidara. It's a really good fight, and it sets the events of the rest of the arc in motion. I just wish that arc was consistently as good as this fight is. Number 110. Luffy versus Bellamy. I'm worried that I'm really starting to push my luck here. I put so many fights basically at the bottom of this list because they were only one attack long, and I keep failing to be consistent with that. But I don't think anybody's going to be too mad at me for this one because everybody likes it. This is one of the best examples of something like this because it accomplishes a lot with very little. The way it builds toward the punch that ends it is very clever, and so is just about everything else about how it's directed. This is a great way to exhibit how much Luffy has progressed as well. Somebody like Bellamy with a 55 million berry bounty once upon a time would have been really scary, but at this point in Luffy's life, now that he's gone through everything leading up to Jaya, including beating a warlord, Bellamy is nothing to him. It's a really good scene. I can't give it enough credit for both being entertaining and conveying so much so efficiently. Number 109. Team Yamato versus Sasuke. I think I want to rank this higher, but I don't think I can, at least not in good faith, because it's inconclusive. The fight gets cut short, which is fine, that's the point of the scene, and I'm a fan of that decision. But when viewed as a fight, not as a scene, that definitely hurts it, especially when compared to the titans that I've got coming up on this list. Still though, it's hard to ask for more out of this. This is such an outstanding payoff to Sasuke's 2-arc long absence. It's so crazy watching him not beat, but dominate Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, and Sai all at the same time without even breaking a sweat. His banter with Naruto is some of the best stuff out of the entire arc, and that reminds me that we get an excellent scene where Sasuke invades Naruto's tailed beast mind palace thing and actually speaks to Kurama here. This is where we get our first named mention of Madara, actually. Like I said, the only reason it isn't higher is because I feel like it ends just as it starts to really get going. And as spectacular as it is, I need to be fair to what it's competing with. Number 108. Shunsui, Ukitake, Love, and Rose versus Stark and Lily Net. The fights against the top 3 Espada are really something special. There are a lot of people present in this fight, but the main event is Shunsui versus Stark. These guys are excellent foils to each other. I find it so fun that the strongest captain and the strongest Espada both don't really even want to fight in the first place, and despite that, they give us some of the best performances of the whole fake Karakura Town affair. There are so many highlights here, like when Shunsui cuts Stark's Sero in half, or, despite what I said earlier, when the two Visored get involved, and I'm also in love with the way that this fight ends. Number 107. Hisagi and Yamamoto versus Driscoll. This is more Yamamoto greatness. It sucks to see Hisagi this beat up, but it's okay because the head captain shows up to do right by him immediately. Chojiro's Bankai is really cool, and it's even cooler to see Yamamoto shrug it off like this, angry because he knows it would be stronger in the hands of its real owner. I also appreciate the flashback a lot. I didn't expect to get any information about Yamamoto's past, like ever, so this was a pleasant surprise. And it made the Sternritter's invasion and all the people they killed in the process feel more devastating as it was clearly intended to. Number 106. The Straw Hats versus a group of PX5 and PX7 pacifistas. The fight I'm talking about is the one that happens after the time skip, not the fight that happened after Sentomaru and Kizaru showed up to Sabaody. This is a dominant display of growth, and is probably the best use of a time skip out of any of the series here. Basically, as soon as we pick up after the 2 years, we get right down to business and see the fruits of everybody's training almost immediately. It really helps that we first see them up against basically the same opponent that they were all helpless against 2 years ago. Number 105. The Supernovas versus Kizaru. This is the first time since the Straw Hats run-in with Aokiji that we get to see one of the Admirals fight. And it's the first time we ever get to see one of the Admirals fight seriously. I love Sabaody, and there are plenty of amazing moments in it before everything starts getting out of control like this, but it's when things start to get out of hand, and when things start to look unusually bleak in a One Piece arc, that this arc really starts to move me. See, unlike Aokiji, Kizaru doesn't have any hang-ups about his job. No doubts in his mind about the things the world government asks him to do. At least, not yet. So he's a lot less nice to the pirates at Sabaody than Aokiji was to the Straw Hats when he captured Robin. And seeing him humiliate all these guys that the story just went out of its way to hype up, effectively hype up, I'd add, I mean, it's crazy. It came as a big surprise to me, and it's really effective. Like, yeah, these prodigal new generation captains are all really cool and really strong, but they're still helpless when faced with the power of the world government. Number 104. The Straw Hats versus Aokiji. Hey, I was just talking about this fight. I like it a little better than Kizaru's fight at Sabaody for a couple different reasons. First of all, it comes out of nowhere. This is what follows the Davy back fight, and I think the whiplash that comes from that makes it a lot more gripping. I know a lot of people hate the Davy back fight, not that I'm one of them, just that they exist, and there are a lot of them. But I don't think this would hit as hard if you got rid of all the Foxy stuff and had this happen right after Skypiea. I also really like Aokiji. He's probably my favorite admiral, and we learn a lot about him here. There's a lot of world building going on in general, and him capturing Robin here sets up what I'd say is the best stretch of all of One Piece, Water 7 and Enies Lobby. This fight's also good for one of the same reasons the Kizaru fight is good, which is that by demonstrating how much stronger the strongest members of the Navy are than the Straw Hats, the series is able to convey how vast the world is, how little of it the Straw Hats must have really seen by now, and how much more they need to grow if they really want to find the One Piece and make Luffy the Pirate King. Number 103. Sanji versus Bon Clay. This is a lot of people's favorite Sanji fight, and I can totally understand why. I mean, these two guys start doing like a breakdance combo attack against each other at the same time, so I don't see how anyone could look at this and not think it's at least a little cool. Bon Clay also clears the rest of Baroque works aside from Croc and Robin. Like, it's not even close. He's so much cooler than all of them. And he works as a great foil to Sanji, too. I don't have a single bad thing to say about this one. It's a classic, and for good reason. Number 102. Zoro versus Daz Bones. I'm sorry, everybody. As I record this section of the video, I'm just now realizing how close this ended up to Sanji versus Bon Clay. And this time it was an accident. I really didn't even mean to put this right above it. Not that I disagree. This is one of my favorite Zoro fights. It's not exactly my favorite, but we're getting pretty close. It is just so terrific to see Zoro resolve to get stronger, because he has to, in order to win this fight, and then follow through with it. This is also the first time I can remember one of the non-Luffy Straw Hat fights feeling this important. Not to say that they haven't mattered before this, and maybe what I'm about to say is just me glazing Zoro, but it really felt like the weight of the world was on his shoulders here. Like, if he fails here, it feels like it's over for Luffy, it's over for Vivi, and it's over for all of Alabasta. Oda really sold me on the stakes with this one, and in the process, gave me the best non-Luffy fight in all of Alabasta. Number 101, Sanji versus Queen. There was no way Sanji was getting into the top 100. Not on my watch. But hopefully we can agree, 101 is still pretty high. The fight is great, it's just not as good as Zoro versus King. And that's not entirely Sanji's fault, okay? Yes, Zoro's cooler than Sanji, but King is also cooler than Queen. So, sorry Sanji, but the game was rigged from the start. Don't be too mad though. I put it at 101 over plenty of fights that I really like. It's awesome. It's one of the most important fights in the Onigashima raid, and it really feels that way too. And it's helped a lot by the animation team going crazy, working that Wano magic. Number 100, Luffy versus Sanji. Yes, I was lying earlier. I was just kidding when I said Sanji was gonna peak with his fight with Queen. He gets one fight in the top 100, and it's this one. His best one, and the second best fight in Whole Cake Island. I don't even think I have to make a case for this, because I think it's just a self-evidently good fight. The one argument I can see people making in favor of moving this below something like Sanji versus Queen or Sanji versus Bon Clay is that Sanji's opponent doesn't fight back here. But I don't think that matters, like, at all. It's not meaningful criticism, because it's the point. Luffy's standing there and taking all these hits to demonstrate how much he cares about Sanji, and also that he refuses to leave him or let him leave the Straw Hats is one of my favorite things Luffy has ever done, and probably my favorite thing he does in Whole Cake. This is also obviously meaningful for Sanji. He hates doing this to Luffy, and Oda makes that very clear. Even Luffy doesn't believe Sanji's given explanation. And as hard as it is to watch this happen, trying to give up his found family like this in order to protect them from Germa 66 is probably the most noble thing Sanji has ever done. The fight also looks great. It's one of the better looking digitally animated fights from before the Wano art style change. And while it's not as pretty or as action-packed as, say, Sanji vs. Queen, it has a far stronger emotional core. This fight moved me in ways no other Sanji fight has. Number 99, Zoro versus Mihawk. Yeah, sorry. Had to do it again. I just couldn't help myself. And I think this is appropriate too. This is about as important for Zoro as that Luffy fight is for Sanji, though I'd argue it's a little bit more important, since what happens here follows Zoro for the rest of One Piece. This is where he's confronted with the reality of his goal of becoming the world's strongest swordsman. And it's a brutal wake-up call. He gets humiliated. This is just as important for the audience as it is for Zoro, since it's our first glimpse into the greater world of One Piece, and an effective demonstration of just how much more powerful the world's strongest fighters are than our main characters. And if Zoro's gotta grow this much if he wants to become the world's strongest swordsman, well, that kind of also means Luffy has a long way to go before he's ready to become the Pirate King. Number 98, Soifon, Omaida, and Hachigen versus Barrigan. Barrigan ended up being like a sleeper hit for me. I like him way more than I expected to. He is awesome, from his design to his abilities. And speaking of his abilities, one of my favorite moments from the entire fake Karakura Town situation is when Hachigen tries to use a Kido technique to lock Barrigan down, and Berrigan responds by destroying it and asking, "Did you think that Kido can't grow old?" He's a great villain, and he forces a great performance out of Soifan and Hachigen. Number 97. Byakuya versus Asnote. I alluded to feeling this way earlier in the list. I kinda liked this fight more when I thought Byakuya died. It made the stakes feel higher, it raised the intensity and the drama of the Sternritter invasion and all of that. Is what I want to say, but if I'm being honest, this fight still does its job really well. It's weird to see Byakuya get blasted like this. And this immediately legitimizes the Sternritter. It makes them feel like the most serious threat in the series so far. Number 96. Shunsui and Nanao versus Lil Baro. I like Shunsui just like everybody else does, and he makes the beginning of this fight so much fun to watch. Their game of red light, green light is a joy. And after this game goes south for Shunsui, we finally get to see his Bankai. And it's one of the highlights of this fight for me. The back half of this fight also made me into a Nanao fan. I didn't even know I wanted her to get a big moment until she got it here, and it blew me away. I also like all the Issei clan stuff here and the glimpse into Shunsui's past that we get in the process. Number 95. Sasuke and Itachi versus Kabuto. The stakes are about as high as you can imagine with this one, since Sasuke and Itachi are fighting on behalf of the entire allied shinobi forces in order to save them from Kabuto's army of reanimations. Itachi opens this up with one of the best one-liners of all time, where he tells Kabuto that his supposedly perfect, flawless jutsu actually has one critical weakness: Itachi himself. This sticks out in my memory as one of the more creative fights Kishimoto drew, between Itachi taking advantage of his ability to regenerate, Kabuto warping the environment and all of his other weird, crazy sage stuff, the Sound 5's abilities being implemented, and of course Izanami. There's a ton going on here, and thanks to that, we get a fight unlike pretty much anything else, and a worthy conclusion to one of this war's three major fronts. All the stuff between Sasuke and Itachi is, of course, worth mentioning too. The closure they get, the closure we, the audience, get, Itachi's final words to Sasuke, it's some of the best stuff in the entire series. Number 94. The Supernovas and Zoro versus Kaido and Big Mom. You know, I ranked the last fight where Luffy, Law, and Kid all teamed up quite high, and that was just against a bunch of nameless Marines. This time, the stakes are a lot higher. They're up against two Emperors of the Sea, who obviously demand a lot more from them than all the grunts did back at Sabaody. Zoro's here to help the three of them this time, which is always a plus in my book, and I guess Killer's there too. So from the outset, this fight has an exciting setup. And the way it starts with Luffy walking straight past Kaido and Big Mom, and one of the most iconic shots in the series to go check on Kinemon, is enough to justify this fight's placement up here. And after everybody actually starts fighting, we get plenty more highlights that are on this level too. Number 93. Rukia versus Asnote. This is Rukia hype moments in Aura, so it is automatically good. That's all I needed to be sold on this. And this is an exceptional example of Rukia hype moments in Aura. She gets a run back on Byakuya's behalf and beats the guy that almost killed him. And it's kind of a dominant victory. This is the first time we get to see her Bankai. Somehow, Byakuya comes out of this looking cool. And, you know, a guy like me can't really ask for any more than that. Number 92. Luffy versus Crocodile. Round 2. Croc is probably my favorite One Piece villain, and I think all of his fights with Luffy are excellent. This one's the weakest of the three, but as you can probably tell based on where I've got it, I still really like it. Just because it's the least important of the three doesn't mean it's not important. This is where we see that Luffy's plan to take advantage of Croc's weakness to water could actually work. But because Crocodile is so competent and so powerful, even with this plan and a decent amount of preparation, Crocodile wins again. This tells us, the audience, that even with this plan of his, Luffy's still gonna have to work pretty hard if he wants to put Crocodile down for good. Number 91. The Gote 13 and Vizard versus Aizen and Wonder Weiss. My feelings about this one are pretty straightforward. It's a lot of fun to watch Aizen shrug off being attacked by like a gorgillion captains and Vizard at the same time. As usual, Yamamoto steals the show when he makes an appearance at the end, mostly due to how crazy the entrance he makes is, but also due in small part to how much fun I think his fight with Wonder Weiss is. It's cool to hear that even Aizen is afraid to take Yamamoto on in a straight fight, and knowing that, it starts to feel like all hope may truly be lost as soon as Aizen's plan to get Yamamoto out of the picture succeeds. Number 90. Kakashi versus Pain. This is one of the high points of Pain's assault to me. It's pretty important since this is the first time we see Tendo Pain's powers, and since Kakashi's so smart, he's able to figure them out and pass the information on so it eventually makes its way to Naruto. We get a lot of great dialogue here, some really cool tactics and jutsu interactions, a cool moment out of Choji and his dad, and even Kakashi's death, which leads to a conversation between he and his dad that I've always loved. Number 89. Naruto versus Neji. I have completely changed my mind about this fight. It's not my favorite fight in the Chunin exams or anything, but I've kind of fallen in love with it. I certainly wouldn't call it the worst fight in Naruto or anything close to that anymore. The way I used to look at it is you've got Neji here going on and on about how you can't change your fate, and if you're born a failure, you're stuck a failure forever. You know, if you want to become Hokage, you can't do it unless you're set up for it. And then here comes Naruto, using the great gift of the Nine Tails to turn the tide of the battle in his favor and win. But that's not actually what's going on here. At this point in the story, the Nine Tails is more of a curse than a gift to Naruto. We see that demonstrated a couple different ways. Gaara's a foil to Naruto, and he's an example of what could happen to Naruto if he leaned on the power of his tailed beast too much and allowed it and his status as a Jinchuriki to define him. But instead of mindlessly, carelessly tapping into the power of the Nine Tails here, the way he did against Haku, and losing himself in the process, Naruto makes the power of the Nine Tails his own. He changes the Nine Tails from a curse into a blessing, through sheer hard work and willpower. And I don't think that contradicts this fight's subtext at all the way I used to. I think it actually brilliantly conveys a lot of the story's core themes, and we get a sick fight out of it. Neji is such a good mini-boss. The way he challenges Naruto's worldview here is essential to Naruto's overall development and to his ability to reach out to Gaara at the end of the arc. I also like that Naruto's use of the Nine Tails chakra doesn't just give him the win on a silver platter here. He has to trick Neji by taking advantage of the way that Neji and most of his peers see him. He pretends to be this brutish, reckless idiot that thinks he can win any fight by simply overpowering his enemy, to trick Neji into thinking he's won and leaving himself open to a clean, decisive hit in the jaw. I also gotta say before we move on, 64 Palms is one of the coolest jutsu in the series. Number 88. Naruto and Sasuke versus Haku. This is one half of a great climax. While Kakashi is busy dealing with Zabuza, we get a really intense battle on the other side of the bridge. The only problem that I have with this fight is that in the anime, the stuff inside the ice mirror drags a little bit, but it is only an anime exclusive problem, and it doesn't make me like any of the other excellent sections any less. Crystal Ice Mirrors in general is just a sick jutsu, and even before that, Sasuke's brief one-on-one fight with Haku is awesome. Then the stuff in the Ice Mirrors is really cool too. We get Sasuke's sacrifice, his death, followed by Naruto going berserk with the Nine Tails in one of my favorite cuts of animation in the entire arc. This also does a good job of showing us that Naruto's access to the Nine Tails power isn't free. When he goes berserk, he loses himself in the process, and as soon as he taps back into his humanity and second guesses what he's about to do to Haku, the power-up disappears. This shows us that if he wants to truly master the power and prove what Mizuki said was wrong at the beginning of the series, to prove that he's Naruto Uzumaki and not the nine-tailed demon fox that destroyed the village, he's going to need to work to control the power and stop himself from becoming a mindless killing machine whenever he tries to access it. Number 87. Kakashi versus Zabuza. And here we have the other half of the climax I was just talking about. And it's awesome. I think I've got this over the Haku one because I like Kakashi so much. And after how much trouble Zabuza gave him during their first encounter, it's pretty satisfying watching Kakashi clobber him like this. This is also where we get the debut of one of the most iconic jutsu in the series, the Raikiri, which we later find out is a variant of the most iconic jutsu in the series. If you want to count these things as part of this fight, we also get all of the villagers from the Land of Waves showing up and Zabuza killing Gato after running through all of his men with nothing but a kunai in his mouth. Number 86. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura versus Kakashi. I'm anticipating that a lot of people are going to tell me I have this way too high, because I've seen plenty of Naruto fight tier lists in the past that have this in the lower half or even close to the bottom in like C or D tier, and that's just incorrect. Like, number one, it is a well-crafted fight with plenty of great, creative, and entertaining exchanges, but it also accomplishes a lot of essential things. We get some of the most important characterization for the main characters of the story, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi here. A lot of the fundamentals of chakra are demonstrated here. The power difference between a Jonin and a prospective Genin is illustrated clearly here. And we are both shown and told with no ambiguity that one of the series' core themes is the importance of cooperation and teamwork, something that's reinforced and referenced over and over and over and over again throughout the rest of Naruto. Number 85. Naruto versus Sasuke on the hospital rooftop. Did I get anybody that time? While it's obviously not either of their later fights, it's still really good. We've got some excellent hand-to-hand choreography here, really good directing, a great back and forth between our two characters, and the iconic scene at the end where Sasuke finds out he was about to lose their would-be clash. This is one of the most important fights in the arc too, since it pushes Sasuke to just shy of his breaking point and plays a key role in his decision to leave the village. Number 84. Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya versus Itachi and Kisame. For the most part, this is just Sasuke versus Itachi round 1, but at the very end, we get to see a little bit of what Jiraiya can do for the first time. Whenever I think about this fight, I can see Sasuke's Chidori clear as day in my head. The way he uses it to tear apart the hallway wall, and the way Itachi catches it effortlessly. Sasuke's defeat here is pretty brutal. It's hard to watch, especially knowing that this is another fight that plays a critical role in his decision to defect from the Leaf. All of the character stuff here is excellent, and I think that's helped by the fact that this was one of the most long-awaited meetings in the series at the time that it happened. Plus, the dialogue here is on point. In the anime, the voice acting is some of the best it's ever been, and we get a lot more information about what I think is the most compelling subplot in the series. Jiraiya makes great use of his limited screen time at the end, too, and forces Itachi to show the audience what his other Mangekyo Jutsu does. Number 83. Shikamaru versus Tayuya. I want to make it clear now that I love all of the Sound 5 fights. The order I rank them in shifts around all the time, because they're all some of my favorite fights in the series. One of them has to be last, though, and today, it's this one. This is a pretty sick matchup, and I like that the whole thing takes place in the trees above the forest. We get plenty of examples of Shikamaru's genius here, and Tayuya also makes a pretty good case for her being the coolest member of the Sound 4. Her summons are awesome, her genjutsu is awesome, and so is the way Shikamaru responds to all of these things. Stuff like using his own shadows to break his finger and snap himself out of Tayuya's genjutsu is exactly why I love watching Shikamaru fight so much. What Temari does at the end is also arguably the coolest thing she does in the entire series, and I think it takes an already excellent fight and elevates it just a bit. Number 82. Shikamaru versus Temari. I think this and Shikamaru vs. Tayuya switched places since my Naruto fight ranking video, and they might do it again next time I make a list like this. Like, they're really, really close. Neck and neck in a way that no two other fights on this list are. Today I've decided that I prefer this one just slightly. It accomplishes all the same things as his fight with Kin, except it's way better at doing all of it. Like, yeah, that fight makes him look pretty cool, but we don't get fan-favorite Shikamaru without his fight against Temari. The tactics employed in this fight, by both Shikamaru and Temari, are so crazy and so high level. These two manage to impress me basically every time they reveal the next step of their plans. Shikamaru makes great use of the environment here, and the coolest thing he does in the fight is something that wouldn't have even been possible if it had happened before Naruto's fight with Neji. Him using the hole in the ground that Naruto dug to hide his shadow clone is one of the smartest things anybody does in the whole series. I don't want to give Shikamaru all the love though. This fight also made a Temari fan out of me. Even though Shikamaru outsmarted her in the end, she really made him work for it, and got the win by making him burn through all his chakra. Even though Shikamaru is the main reason the fight ended up being this cool, Temari's just about, not quite, but just about as fun to watch here as he is. Number 81. Sasuke versus Gaara. If you didn't watch Naruto as a kid, like I did, I imagine it's gotta be hard to understand just how much hype there was surrounding this fight before it happened. This was like Kid Swag Kage's Super Bowl. It was all I could think about once the Chunin exam finals started airing. And it didn't just meet my expectations, it exceeded them. I was not prepared to see the monster that Kakashi turned Sasuke into. Like, he did plenty of cool things in the series before this, but this was easily the coolest he had ever been up to this point. After seeing him beat Gaara up with nothing but speed and taijutsu finesse, I didn't think the fight could get any crazier. And then he busted out Chidori. Number 80. Squad Zero versus the Vandenreich. When it comes to the manga version of this fight, I'm with everybody else. I thought this was supremely disappointing, again, in the manga. We got to see a good bit of the fight in the manga, but way too much of it happened off of the page. And just like everybody else, I think Squad Zero deserved better than that. These guys had way too much hype and way too much buildup for their defeat to happen off camera the way it does in the manga. But the anime completely fixed this problem. I already really liked the setup for this fight in the manga. Like, I think the Soul King Palace is a very cool battleground. I like all of Squad Zero, and the Schutzstaffel are some of my favorite Sternritter. I really like Askin and Gerard in particular. And like I said earlier, and like any fan of Bleach will tell you, while the manga doesn't really capitalize on this brilliant setup, the anime does, and what we get out of it is spectacular. We get all sorts of crazy new additions, my favorite one being Senjumaru's Bankai. Everything we get out of this fight is some of the best looking content from the Thousand Year Blood War, and on a narrative level, considering how strong Squad Zero is supposed to be, their defeat here really makes it apparent how threatening Yhwach and the Schutzstaffel actually are. This provides ample setup for some of my favorite fights in the Thousand Year Blood War, some of which I've already talked about, and some of which I'll get to later. Number 79. Ichigo and Renji versus Aizen. I really like this fight in the manga, and I don't know if I've been clear throughout the video about what I'm about to say, especially considering how much praise I've given to the Thousand Year Blood War anime specifically, but I think that Kubo is such a good artist that most of his fights are just as good, if not better, in the manga than in the anime. However, there are some things you can do using the medium of animation that you can't with art drawn on a page. And this fight includes a great example of what I'm talking about. In the anime, as Ichigo prepares an attack against Aizen and charges at him, his theme starts to play. It sets the tone of the scene well, makes it look like Ichigo's about to do something really cool. But then, Aizen blocks the attack really easily and stops Ichigo's theme in the process. Ichigo and Renji had a plan, and Aizen just dismissed it. He also follows up the insane feat of stopping Ichigo's theme music by nearly cutting him in half in like a split second. It's hard to even tell that's what he's doing, he's moving so fast. This is such a dominant performance by Aizen. It does an excellent job setting him up as the big bad of the next arc, and I think this works really well as an epilogue to the Soul Society arc. There's plenty of other good stuff to say about this fight and the events surrounding it too. Like, it's nice to see Ichigo and Renji working together, all things considered, and we also get a demonstration of Byakuya's change of heart when he rescues Rukia here. Plus, this is also where Aizen gets the Hogyoku back, and we find out more details about his grand plan. So, there's a lot going on here, and I'm a big fan of all of it. Number 78. Obito versus Ninja of the Blood Mist. I think this has got to be the bloodiest fight in Naruto, right? Definitely more gruesome than any fight I can remember off the top of my head, and I think that was the right call given the story context. This is where we get Obito's initial Mangekyo awakening after all. And given how critical the rage he felt here was to the evolution of his Sharingan, it makes sense that the fight that followed would be as brutal as this one is. I think seeing Obito snap like this is really helpful to the audience, since it kinda bridges the gap between the way Kakashi remembers him and the scheming supervillain we see in Shippuden. The choreography here is obviously outstanding, and I think there are a lot of great pieces of direction here too. I find the use of red in the anime pretty effective, especially when Obito says he's in hell, and I'm also a really big fan of the sound design here too. Number 77. Zoro versus Kaku. This is almost my favorite fight in Enies Lobby, and it's almost my favorite Zoro fight, but it doesn't quite make the cut in either category. I can totally understand why somebody would consider this Zoro's best fight, though, because it's excellent, and is one of the reasons I think Enies Lobby is the best arc in One Piece. One thing that I think is worth mentioning here is at first glance, when I was initially introduced to Cypher Pole, Kaku was my favorite of them. It was love at first sight. I even wore a Kaku avatar in one of my group chats for a bit. He's since been replaced by Rob Lucci, but he's still my second favorite member of the group, and since Zoro's my favorite Straw Hat, it felt like this matchup was made specifically for me. I don't want to give Kaku too much credit though. He's cool, but Zoro's the reason the fight got this high. It's such a great exhibition of his tenacity and adaptability. Like, he just pulls out Asura here to secure the win, which I think is one of his coolest abilities, and I think its debut is one of his finest moments. Number 76. Ichigo versus Uryu. This is another 1,000-year Blood War fight that got extended significantly in the anime, and once again, it was for the better. These two had a cute little spat in the manga, but when the fight made its way to the screen, it turned into a full-blown battle. I gotta say, this is some top-tier fan service, because while these two don't have a rivalry on the level of, say, Naruto and Sasuke or Goku and Vegeta, it's still a rivalry that had been brewing for nearly 600 chapters in the manga and who knows how many episodes in the anime. And this is a great expression of that rivalry, made more exciting by the fact that it happens when the tension in the story is about to reach a fever pitch. The characters make terrific use of their abilities here, which leads to some stunning sequences topped off by engaging dialogue and some great music. Number 75. Garp versus Aokiji and the Blackbeard Pirates. The discourse surrounding this fight as it was being set up and as it was coming out was one of my favorite parts of Egghead, especially because, for a lot of different reasons, this is a really cool matchup and everybody seems to think so. The relationship that Garp and Kuzan have obviously makes it a lot more interesting, and I think the same is true about Garp's relationship with Kobe. It's really cute how much Garp cares about Kobe, and it's nice seeing such a blatant demonstration of it too, but unsurprisingly, the Garp-Aokiji relationship is more of a focal point here. The difference in personal philosophy between these two at this particular point in their lives is pretty fascinating, and I also think it's heartbreaking to see how much Aokiji visibly struggles to fight his former mentor. The actual fight is unbelievable. It looks good in the manga, and in the anime, this is yet another example of the Wano Egghead magic. Number 74. Ikkaku versus Edrad. I've always had a soft spot for Baldy here, but this fight is what made me join the Ikkaku fan club. I was grinning ear to ear like an idiot the first time I read through this one. It's just so crazy, like these two keep pushing each other further and further, raising the ceiling higher and higher, until it all culminates in what I still think is one of the most hype moments in the series, Ikkaku popping his Bankai. I know it's all just hype moments here, those are the exact words I used a second ago. But I don't care, man. This fight moved me. And it's not even one of the big ticket fights. It's a lieutenant against a non-Espada Arrancar. And the fact that they both managed to impress me this much is a testament to the immaculate craftsmanship behind Kubo's fights. Number 73. Toshiro, Lisa, and Hiyori versus Halibel. This is my favorite of the Espada fights. Well, at least the ones that happen in fake Karakura Town, anyway. Halibel is my favorite Espada, again, of the ones present at Karakura Town, and hopefully by now, I've made it clear how much I love Hitsugaya. I know a lot of people hate the ice clone thing, but personally, I was on my knees screaming thank you Kubo into the sky for not letting Hitsugaya go out the way it looked like he did before the clone thing was revealed. I think this is a really fun matchup, and Halibel's overwhelming power is conveyed well here. Hitsugaya puts his everything into multiple attacks, and no matter what he does, he just can't keep her down, which is why eventually two Visored have to get involved, and that's not even enough to stop her. It takes Aizen betraying her to finally take her out of the battle. Number 72. Ichigo versus Renji. This is where Ichigo gets his run back against one of the two guys who showed up to humiliate him back in Karakura Town. This is one of many excellent demonstrations of growth on this list, and I think this one is particularly effective because it's a rematch. We already saw Ichigo lose to this exact guy before, and I mean, it was a pretty decisive loss. So for him to spin back and win this time means a lot. And there's a lot going on here aside from that. This fight establishes all sorts of stuff about Renji, particularly his feelings for Rukia and his doubts about the Soul Society's decision to execute her. A lot of people make fun of him for it, but I think his breakdown to Ichigo where he begs him to save Rukia at the end is really moving, and it makes an already high-stakes situation feel even more dramatic and intense. Number 71. Shikamaru versus Hidan. I don't know if it's cheating or whatever to count this separately from the greater Hidan and Kakuzu fight with Kakashi, Choji, Ino, and so on. When I made my video ranking every fight in Naruto, I combined them so they only got one total placement on that list. But I feel like that's doing this scene a disservice. There's too much going on with all those other characters, and if I talk about it all together, I feel like that part will just end up cannibalizing this one, and I won't be able to talk about this as much as I want to. Now, the only reason this isn't higher is because Shikamaru and Hidan hardly fight. What really happens here is Shikamaru leads Hidan into a trap, and that trap goes off. However, this is a very impressive, very cool trap, and it's made significantly cooler by the fact that while he is handling Hidan, he manages to take out one of Kakuzu's hearts because of extra planning. The speech he gives to Hidan while he uses Asuma's lighter to detonate the paper bombs he set up in advance is one of the most popular scenes in the entire series. I see this quoted all the time. And while Shikamaru didn't need a moment like this to be popular, he definitely deserved it, and I think it's really cool that one of the non-Team 7, Konoha 11, got to be maybe not a main character, but a central character of one of Shippuden's story arcs. Number 70. Luffy versus Enel. This may not be clear given how I ranked all the other fights from Skypiea, but I really do think it's quite good. And you can give Enel a lot of the credit for that. I think he's one of Oda's best villains. He's probably my second favorite behind Crocodile for a lot of reasons. His design, the way he and his henchmen soft launch Haki, the way he talks, his whole Kami shtick, it's all terrific. And this is a fight a villain this great deserves. Oda taking advantage of the ways you might expect lightning powers to interact with rubber powers by making Luffy matchup check Enel this hard is really clever, and we get one of the best panels in the series out of it. If you want to count them, there are plenty of other good moments here too, like the flashback that takes place in the middle of the fight, Sanji getting hit by a bolt of lightning, surviving and saying he just needed a smoke, and so on. And plus the ending, with Kingdom Come and Luffy ringing the golden bell, is a supremely satisfying climax. Number 69. Luffy versus Rob Lucci. At Egghead Island. As someone whose favorite arc in One Piece is Enies Lobby, I consider this very welcome fan service, and a lot of other people seem to think the same thing. There was speculation for years that these two were going to fight a second time, long before it actually happened. And while a lot of people expressed concern that if this ever did happen, it would just be empty fan service that didn't serve the story at all, I think Cypher Pull is extremely well implemented in this arc. So the fact that it happens isn't a problem, and I think it's cool that Luffy gets a chance to demonstrate here how much stronger he's gotten since the last time these two fought. And this isn't the same old Lucci either. In the time since the Enies Lobby arc, he's also gone and awakened his Devil Fruit, but the power he got out of that is not enough for him to handle Gear 5 Luffy. Luffy stays in control of the fight basically the entire time, and demonstrates his power to Lucci through some of the most creative sequences of animation present in any series on this list. Number 68. Kiba versus Sakon and Ukon. Why was Kiba never this cool again? I don't think saying he should have been is asking for much, because he doesn't even win this fight. But he still comes out of it worthy of the audience's respect. Same goes for Kankuro. I don't know what happened to the two of them after this fight. Sakon and Ukon must have cursed them or something, because their cool factor falls off a cliff as soon as Shippuden starts. Like I said though, in this fight they're both great. I came out of this liking Kiba more than Kankuro just because he's there for 99% of the fight and Kankuro shows up to wrap it up. But I can't forget their opponent, or opponents, Sakon and Ukon either. These guys are awesome. They're my favorite member of the Sound 4, and they make it really easy to feel that way throughout this fight. They've got a sick design, a sick curse mark design, and a really creative Kekkei Genkai. I don't want to forget to mention the location of this fight either, since aside from the final valley, it's my favorite setting given to any fight in this arc. I also like that because of how gritty and down to the wire this fight gets, Kiba has to retreat using a really cool plan I'd like to mention, and head into a nearby forest away from the ravine the fight started in. The longer I spend explaining myself here, the more I feel like I'm talking myself into moving it up, even though I've already got it pretty high on the list. So as I've already done a couple times now, I think I'm going to cut myself short and move on to the next fight. Number 67. Naruto and Sasuke versus Orochimaru. This one fight is home to basically all the best moments from the Forest of Death. Naruto getting his get back for Sasuke's scaredy cat comment back in the Land of Waves. Sasuke stabbing himself to overcome the paralyzing fear that simply being near Orochimaru causes him. The reveal of Orochimaru's real face. Sasuke being given the curse mark. And, for what it's worth, the single best animated sequence from the Forest of Death by a country mile. Number 66. Asuma, Shikamaru, Kotetsu, and Izumo versus Hidan and Kakuzu. First of all, this is a really clean, really well choreographed fight, with a strong cool factor and an even stronger sense of identity. It gives us the opportunity to see a lot of characters in action that don't normally get the spotlight, while also laying out the abilities of the arc's main boss characters in a really digestible way. There are a lot of moments from this fight that stand out as particularly memorable to me, like the plan to decapitate Hidan, the reveal that Hidan is immortal after he survives being decapitated, and Asuma's death, which is obviously shocking and emotional, and it informs basically everything that follows it in this arc. Number 65. Mayuri and Nimu Kuratsuchi versus Pernida. I'm sure this isn't a unique experience, but this fight made me a Nimu fan. I was really moved by her sacrifice here, way more than I would have expected to be based on her first appearance in the Soul Society arc. She just starts moving crazy here, and through her determination, speed, and power, and Mayuri's genius, they are able to take out Somebody who's not only one of Yhwach's 5 most elite soldiers, but also the left arm of the Soul King. Of course, Nemu couldn't have done this on her own, so I also came out of this fight liking Mayuri more than I already did. Number 64. Hidden Leaf Jonin versus Itachi and Kisame. This is one of the best introductions any character, and I'm not talking about just villains, I'm talking about any character, period, has been given in any of these series. Itachi's nearly unparalleled popularity simply would not be what it is today if he hadn't made such a strong first impression in this fight. We get some good stuff from other characters here, for sure. A little bit of backstory from Kakashi, some cool moments for Asuma, Kurenai, Guy, and Kisame. But let's be honest with ourselves. Itachi stole the show here. He embarrassed these guys in a way I'd never seen done to Kakashi up to this point, much less Kakashi with multiple Jonin offering him backup. He pulls out all sorts of crazy abilities. The Genjutsu reversal he does on Kurenai, the exploding Shadow Clone, and the first Mangekyo ability ever shown to the audience. Tsukuyomi on its own makes about as strong of a first impression as Itachi himself, and really sets the bar for future Mangekyo Jutsu. Let's also not forget that this fight acts as a payoff to all the times Itachi had been mentioned throughout the series before this, something that started all the way back when Sasuke and Kakashi first met. So while it's a sick fight, that's not all it's got going for it. It takes care of an impressive amount of narrative legwork too. Number 63. Madara versus the Tailed Beasts, Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, and Tobirama. This is maybe the bleakest things have ever felt in Naruto, with the only comparable instance I can think of being the immediate aftermath of Pain's destruction of the Hidden Leaf Village. Madara reminds the audience and his enemies alike how much of a threat he is, even without the regeneration provided by the reanimation jutsu, or even both of his eyes. This is the type of rampage that villains are rarely allowed to go on in a battle shonen. I mean, he beats all the tailed beasts and seals them up, humiliates Tobirama, steps on this dude for no reason other than to be disrespectful, kills Naruto and Sasuke, and becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails all in like 30 seconds. And even though he's the villain and I'm supposed to be rooting against him, I think it's a whole lot of fun to watch. Number 62. Kuretsuchi versus Szayelaporro Grans. A lot of people will tell you this fight's too long, but I just can't bring myself to feel that way. I think it's a blast from start to finish, and also think that it's way better than Renji and Uryu's fight against this guy. This is just like 10 chapters of Kuretsuchi doing his thing against a guy with the same gimmick, better than that guy can do that gimmick. And don't get me wrong, I like Szayelaporro a lot, but he's not Kuretsuchi now, is he? Number 61. The Three-Way Deadlock. So just to clear up any potential confusion here, I'm talking about the whole shebang, from Tsunade and Shizune versus Kabuto, all the way up until when Orochimaru and Kabuto leave, which means this is a long one. And thanks to its length, it's chock full of moments that I love. I mean, just to give one example, this is where Naruto first masters the Rasengan, which is obviously a really big deal. And that's just one thing out of like 100 that happens here. I do want to focus on it for a second though, because it really is an excellent scene. We get this really satisfying moment where Naruto blasts this smug, Kakashi-level enemy with his new signature jutsu. And it's so strong that it almost single-handedly takes that guy out of the fight. This is also the moment Tsunade completes her character arc, which is also supremely important. Like, as if it wasn't enough for this fight to include Naruto's first real use of his trademark move, it also includes the moment that the 5th Hokage swears herself into office. And that's just the tip of the iceberg for this fight. There's still plenty more that happens. Like, I haven't even gotten in to the fight's namesake, the three-way deadlock. The part where we see all 3 of the Sannin summons at the same time. It's after this happens that Tsunade really starts going crazy. Like, she's grabbing Orochimaru by the tongue, picking up Gamabunta's sword and swinging it around. And I still haven't talked about everything. Like, I haven't even talked about the beginning, where Kabuto serves as the only real opposition for a minute, and he's doing all this crazy stuff, like fighting while his nervous system is sending signals to the wrong places, and deflecting Senbon with the metal in his headband. The only thing that sucks about this fight is we don't get to see the Sannin at full power, since all of them are gimped in a major way, but it's hard to be too mad about that. This was necessary, given the fact that Orochimaru couldn't use his arms. So I'll take what I can get, especially when it's this good. Number 60. The Uchiha Clan Massacre. Okay, yeah, this probably shouldn't be here. I am stretching the definition of fight. Like, yeah, Itachi fought all these people, but we don't really see that in the manga. This placement is pretty much just based off of the version we see from Sasuke's perspective. And, I mean, calling that a fight is pretty dubious. This started off here as a joke. My friends and I just wanted to see how high it could get. And my answer ended up being number 60 on the list. An answer I think a lot of people are going to be unhappy with. But, I mean, you got to admit, it's pretty important. This is a series-defining event. This is one of those things where you take it out, and I can't even begin to picture how different the story would be. It's the foundation of Sasuke's character. He basically exists to answer the question, what if this happened to somebody? Even after his fight with Itachi, it's not like this plotline gets resolved. The massacre's still informing his decisions as late as his final fight with Naruto. So we, the audience, don't get closure on this until the end of the series. Yes, you do have to use your imagination a bit to consider this a fight. And while it's a little silly too, at the end of the day, you can still argue that this should count. Itachi does throw a weapon at Sasuke and use a genjutsu on him. So it's not much of a fight, that's why it's not higher, but it is still a fight. The other thing about including this is there's another fight that I'm about to talk about right afterwards, actually, that I know is going to be a contested inclusion. So if I'm going to make an exception for it, I figured why not make an exception for this too. Number 59. Zoro versus Kuma. This is more of a fight than the last one, but it's still hardly a fight. It's hard to rank on a list like this, because I'm really stretching the definition of fight here. But as a Zoro fan, this is one of my favorite scenes in all of One Piece. This scene is the perfect summation of Zoro's character. It's the ultimate demonstration of his loyalty to Luffy and the rest of the crew. And following it up by having him tell Sanji that nothing happened is another example of perfect characterization for a guy like this. This is one of the best scenes in the series, and without a doubt, by light years the coolest thing that happens in Thriller Bark. Number 58. Yoruichi and Urahara versus Askin Nack Levar. This is another one that I need to see animated. There are so many reasons why I love this fight. I think Askin is awesome, for one. He's got one of my favorite designs out of all the Sternritter, and I love his shrift. Urahara was the perfect person to throw up against somebody with an ability like this. And I'm so happy that this fight finally showed us his Bankai. I don't want to undersell Yoruichi either, by the way. I said it earlier in the video, and I'll say again, I love getting to see her fight. So this was just a feast for me. I don't think I could ask for more. Number 57. Kid and Law versus Big Mom. I don't know how I've gotten this deep into the list without mentioning this by now, but I would consider myself a Big Mom fan. I like her a lot. And while I completely understood why, I was kind of bummed that we didn't get a Big Mom boss fight at the end of Whole Cake. This fight is everything I could have asked for out of a big climactic showdown with her, though. And I think Oda made the right call by having Kid and Law fight her instead of somebody like Luffy. It's cool to see both of these characters A, working together, and B, pushed this far. Oda really makes these two work for their victory here, and it makes it so satisfying when it finally happens. I remember screaming in excitement while reading the end of the fight, as I started to be able to tell that these two were actually gonna pull it off. The moment Big Mom was launched into the sea left me with a feeling of exhilaration I'll never forget for the rest of my life. Number 56. The Five Kage versus Madara. I think we can all agree that this is one of the best villain performances ever. Madara somehow manages to both hold back and do too much at the same time. Like, what is this, dude? The 25 wood clone Susanoo thing is just him being an asshole. Like, he just spends the whole fight playing with his food, trying to impress people that he plans on killing anyway. And, I mean, credit where it's due, it is pretty funny. Now, don't get me wrong, the Five Kage aren't, like, pushovers here. Tsunade in particular really managed to impress me, but look who they're up against. The fight was over before it even began. And he makes sure to let these guys know, too. He keeps trash talking and trash talking and trash talking. And as soon as one of the Kage asks him, "Why are you so mad, dude? Yes, it's 5-on-1, but what are we supposed to do? You're Madara Uchiha." That's when he decides to be a little asshole and pull this 25 Susanoo nonsense. And you know what he says? He just flips it back on him. He says, "Why are you upset? Why are you so mad? You guys are the Five Kage. You should be able to handle this." What a diva. I still haven't even brought up my favorite part of the fight either, which is the debut of the Perfect Susanoo. I couldn't believe my eyes when I read the chapter where this happened and saw the Perfect Susanoo for the first time. Like, as if the wood clone thing wasn't crazy enough, he also had this in his back pocket the whole time. Number 55. Ichigo and Orihime versus Yhwach. Or Ichigo versus Yhwach round 2, if you prefer. This isn't quite the final ultimate climax of the 1,000-Year Blood War, but it sure feels that way at the start. I remember thinking to myself, what could possibly be more decisive than this, as Ichigo slowly approached Yhwach sat atop the Soul King's throne. It's an excellent introduction, and one that convinced me that this was going to be, for sure, Bleach's final battle. Just so Kubo could subvert my expectations by having Ichigo lose to Yhwach a second time. The back-to-back double page spread trick that Kubo employs in this fight to show Tensa Zangetsu breaking immediately after Ichigo pulls it out is one of the most clever uses of the medium I've ever seen. I remember straight up screaming, "What?" after turning the page, as I began to suspect that Ichigo might actually lose. This is a great way to convey Yhwach's overwhelming power, even in the face of how much Ichigo has grown, especially because Ichigo wasn't even close to holding back. He didn't ease into his full power or anything. This is the first time we saw him in Vasto Lord since his fight with Ulquiorra like a gajillion chapters ago. So seeing Yhwach just dismiss him like this, it's hard to feel hopeful about how the fight's gonna turn out, and things start to feel even bleaker when Yhwach reveals more about how the Almighty works. I think he's an incredible villain, and I think the best thing about him is Kubo's ability to consistently portray him as truly unstoppable. Number 54. Uryu versus Haschwalth. I know a lot of people think that this is one of the most disappointing fights in Bleach, period, in the manga, And that's all I've got to work with here. But I'm putting my chips down on this being the most improved fight in Core 4. I'm too in love with the concept, the dialogue, and Uryu's betrayal of the Quincy to drop this fight outside of the top 100 where I know a lot of people think it belongs. Trust me, I get it. The problem with the fight is that there's no fight. But I just don't believe that that'll still be the case when this gets animated. So I'm putting all my chips down. I'm betting it all on this being turned into one of the best fights, not just in the 1,000-Year Blood War, but in Bleach, period. Number 53, Luffy versus Crocodile. Round 3. Still not my favorite fight between Luffy and Croc, but I shouldn't have to tell you that I still love it given where it's at. It almost cracked the top 50, and that's because it is excellent. There's a real feeling of finality to this one, thanks in large part to the scope of the Alabasta and Baroque work stuff. I think something else that helps it feel this climactic is the setting. The Tomb of the Kings is a really cool place for this fight to happen, and I think the visual of Luffy blasting Croc through the top of the tomb and past the surface of Alubarna effectively conveys how grand the whole thing is. The last thing I'd like to add is that I think Luffy using his own blood as a substitute for water, which he's already discovered as Croc's weakness, is extremely clever. Number 52, Naruto versus Orochimaru. I will admit right from the start here that the only thing worth talking about when it comes to this fight is the spectacle. But, I mean, when it's this good, isn't that all you need? And, okay, I'm kind of lying when I say that's all there is to this fight, because there's a little bit of narrative substance here too. And I mean beyond Naruto's attachment to Sasuke. The one big thing that this tells us is something we kind of already learned during Naruto and Kakashi's fight with Deidara, which is that the power of the Nine Tails is starting to become more trouble than it's worth for Naruto and the people around him. But Kakashi was able to handle the situation last time. Here, Naruto's completely out of control. And I like that this fight does more to reinforce the recurring idea that Naruto isn't entitled to the power of the Nine Tails just because he's its Jinchuriki, more than any other fight before it. This fight shows us that the side effects are becoming too drastic to ignore, and Yamato actually says this, if Naruto wants to use the power of the Nine Tails, he's gonna have to train to earn it. Otherwise, he might, for example, hurt Sakura again, the way he does here. Now, I do really appreciate all that, but the main reason the fight is ranked this high is just because of how nuts it is. Number 51, Naruto, Rock Lee, and Gaara versus Kimimaro. Kishimoto was out of control writing this fight. There is so much insanity here. From Drunken Lee to Gaara turning this plain into a desert to Kimimaro pulling out his spine. It's just a lot, and I love all of it. I think everybody agrees that Kimimaro is the coolest member of the Sound Five, and we also get the return of Lee and the return of Gaara here. So even setting aside how great the fight is, there's a lot to be happy about. And as much as I like Lee, I want to focus more on Gaara here, since I think his return is extremely important. The way he's characterized here is more or less the way he's characterized for all of Shippuden. And since he plays a fairly major role in the first arc of Shippuden, using this fight as an excuse to show how much he's changed following his fight with Naruto is a good idea. I also think that Gaara is a better foil to Kimimaro than Lee or Naruto. So Gaara's section of the fight is my favorite, but I don't want to undersell how awesome Drunken Lee is, or how much I like the brief look we get at Sasuke at the very beginning of the fight. Number 50, Neji versus Kidomaru. This is a strong way to start the top 50. Fun fact about this one is that as part of the Naruto Top 99 popularity poll, people were also asked about their favorite fight in the series, and this one made the top 10. While I don't agree, I can totally see why. This is one of the most unique fights in Naruto. The series doesn't really have anything else like it. The tactical prowess displayed by these two is really impressive, and it's cool to see a close-range fighter like Neji thrown up against a long-range specialist like Kidomaru. I also gotta give Neji a pat on the back for this. He's the only one that killed one of the Sound 5 without some form of outside help. Choji had the pills, and everybody else had backup. Neji got this done all on his own, and I'm proud of him for that. The aftermath of this fight also shows us how moved Neji was, and still is, honestly, by his fight with Naruto, which is something that I really appreciate. The end of the fight is crazy aside from that. Like, Neji accepting that he's about to go down and deciding to take Kidomaru down with him is so cool. And so is the final attack that Kidomaru shoots at Neji. Number 49, Kenpachi versus Neutra. It always puts a smile on my face when Kenpachi shows up to save the day like this. And while maybe he and Byakuya didn't need to go steal Rukia, Renji, and Uryu's win against Yami because of his stupid Espada number 0 nonsense, Kenpachi saving Ichigo and Nell here is something I'm more than fine with. Especially because the fight between these two is way better than Ichigo and Nell's fight with Neutra was. And I already really liked that fight. There are a lot of moments from this one that I'd say I like quite a bit. But this fight being placed this high comes down to one thing, and that is that this is the first time we see Kenpachi swing his sword with two hands. I had my head in my hands after this happened. I just can't believe how cool Kenpachi is. Number 48, Kenpachi versus Kenpachi. I always had a feeling that something was up with Unohana, but I'd be lying if I said I suspected this. Now, even though it surprised me, this still clicked for me immediately. I think this kind of direction makes a lot of sense for her, given how she was portrayed before this. And, I mean, for Kenpachi, a fight like this is right up his alley. This is one of the coolest things I think anybody has done in Bleach. Unohana resigning herself to death in order to draw out all of Kenpachi's latent power ended up saving everybody. I also think it's really cool that she keeps using her healing ability to force Zaraki up over and over and over again, no matter how many times he loses, because she knows he'll eventually be able to break free of his self-imposed limitations and surpass her. The choreography here is more than as good as it needs to be. The paneling is great in the manga, and the directing is great in the anime too. It's also nice to get plenty of added backstory in addition to the characterization this fight provides for these two. And another thing I like is it's congruent with the rest of the story, since it happens when Ichigo and Renji are busy training, the same way Kenpachi is here. This fight leaves me with nothing more to ask for. It's one of Bleach's best for sure. Number 47, Kuma, Bonnie, and Luffy versus Saturn. So, there's a lot to unpack with this one, between all the stuff going on with Kuma, his relationship with Bonnie, the implications of a Gorosei even coming to Egghead. Like, there are so many narrative machinations at work here, and it's all super compelling. I also gotta say, I've been a fan of Bonnie since I first read Sabaody. She was right up there at the top of the list of my favorite supernovas with Law and Luffy. And while reading Wano, I was starting to get pretty bitter, seeing Oda give literally every supernova except Bonnie and Urouge something to do. They were all there in a substantive way, moving the plot in one direction or another. And it was pissing me off. I was like, where's Bonnie? So I was really happy when she first showed up toward the beginning of Egghead. I was like, okay, Oda had a plan for her all along. I shouldn't have been upset with him. I should have had more faith. And, the thing is, the longer the arc went on, the more apparent it became just how wrong I was when I was reading Wano. You could argue that she's more important during Egghead than any of the supernovas were during Wano. And you don't even have to finish the arc for it to start to feel like that's the case. Like, I can tell you, when I saw her return, I was expecting a lot. But even my most optimistic predictions did not include Bonnie getting Gear 5. I don't know what I did to deserve Oda doing something this nice for me, but I will forever be thankful for the rest of my days. Because not only is Bonnie one of my favorite supernovas, Gear 5 is hands down my favorite transformation in One Piece. Seeing these two fight together in Gear 5 like this is like the coolest thing ever. And the fight packs a real emotional punch too. I think this is the most I've been moved by something in One Piece since the time skip. And it helps a lot that it's one of the most well-directed, well-animated fights in the series. Number 46. Naruto, B, Kakashi, and Guy versus Obito and Madara. This fight is long, so if you don't know exactly what I'm talking about, I don't blame you. The way I have it ranked here, this fight covers the moment Naruto and B run into Obito in the forest, all the way up until the Ten Tails is summoned. Now, because of this fight's length, I could see somebody maybe saying that it's bloated, but I don't agree because I don't know what you would cut from this fight to make it better. I think everything here is important enough that it needs to stay, and there isn't a section that I don't like. So many of the War Arc's highlights come from this fight, like Naruto's conversation with the tailed beasts, Naruto finally befriending Kurama, Kakashi looking at Naruto and seeing Minato for a split second after Naruto deflects a bunch of tailed beast bombs, Obito's identity being revealed, Madara showing up to the battlefield, and I could just keep going and going. My favorite part of this fight is after the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki have been removed from the battlefield, and it's just Obito fighting against Naruto, B, Kakashi, and Guy at the same time. Kakashi slowly figuring out that Tobi must be Obito because of some weird Kamui shenanigans going on, and struggling to accept that, but still being willing to take advantage of it by, for example, using his Kamui to bypass Obito's Kamui in conjunction with Naruto's Rasengan, Shadow Clone Jutsu, and so on. The rest of the fight is incredible too, but this section in particular really does it for me. Number 45. Luffy versus Crocodile, Round 1. This was easily the most imposing a villain had ever felt in One Piece at the time that it happened. This is the first time we ever see Luffy lose, and it's not in a particularly close fight either. Crocodile dominates him, flaunting both his charisma and the insane power of a Logia-type devil fruit. This fight was all I needed for Croc to cement himself at the top of the list of my all-time favorite One Piece villains. The way it ends is my favorite part. It tops off an instant classic with one of the most striking visuals in the series. Number 44. Ichigo, Aizen, and Uryu versus Yhwach. Just like with Uryu versus Haschwalth, I'm putting all my faith into Studio Pierrot here. I'm all in. Everything on red, this fight is gonna be this good, or better, in the anime. I know all the problems that everybody has with it as it exists in the manga, but these problems will be fixed. We don't need to pretend that they won't. Like, trust me, I get it. It's too short, the silver arrow comes out of nowhere, I hear you. But we don't have to worry about that anymore. Pierrot's on the job. We've already got some foreshadowing for the Silver Arrow in the anime, and everybody knows that when this fight happens, it's gonna be extended. There's nothing to worry about. Plus, Aizen's there to carry the manga version of this fight and make up for all the stuff that people don't like about it. His presence here is responsible for two of the coolest moments in Bleach, period. This is where we get Welcome to My Soul Society, And when he tricked Yu Havok into thinking that Kyoka Suigetsu was broken and used Kyoka Suigetsu to make Yu Havok think he stabbed Ichigo, the manga fell out of my hands. They were up and I hit the Martin Scorsese pose. Now, does me being surprised, impressed, and excited by Aizen using Kyoka Suigetsu on his opponent mean I'm stupid and easy to impress? Sure, whatever. I don't care. I was impressed. I was moved. I'll admit it. And actually, while I've got you here, I don't even hate the Silver Arrow that much. In some respects, at least. I'll give you that it came out of nowhere. It is a total Deus Ex Machina, which again, the anime has already taken steps to fix. But thematically, it's pretty cool. The idea of a weapon created by harvesting a material from the hearts of Yu Havok's victims being what takes him out is so sick. I've always loved the idea of a villain being defeated by their own evil. And I think, Deus Ex Machina factor aside, this is a particularly cool example of that. The only way I could picture Yu Havok losing in my head while I was reading the Thousand Year Blood War was if he had an Auswählen performed on him. So I was satisfied. Yes, there are issues with it. Issues that hinder my enjoyment of the version of the fight presented in the manga. But my faith in Studio Pierrot will be rewarded. I have no fear. Number 43. Luffy versus Arlong. This is by a light year and a half the best climax in East Blue, and I don't think anybody's gonna disagree with me there. Arlong Park is just one of the best arcs in One Piece, period. And that's mostly thanks to the emotional core of Nami's story here, which carries over pretty elegantly into this fight. Knowing that Arlong killed Belmare, and everything else that he put Nami through, makes it so satisfying to watch Luffy beat him into a pulp. Before Arlong Park, One Piece has plenty of good fights, but this is its first all-time great one. Number 42. Team 7 versus Zabuza. I have a hard time imagining anyone not liking this fight. First, let me set aside the iconic part of the fight, the double water dragon thing that happens at the end, and talk about something that I think is underappreciated about it. This is our first exposure as the audience to Jonin level combat, one Jonin fighting against another. And because of the difference in power between Jonin and Genin, you would expect this to just be Kakashi versus Zabuza. But Kishimoto is able to involve the Genin in the fight in a clever way. Now, this isn't a setting where somebody like Naruto can fight somebody like Zabuza. He's untouchable to everybody here but Kakashi. So Kishimoto gives Naruto and Sasuke the simple but interesting objective: force Zabuza to move his arm. That's it. If they can do that, the water prison holding Kakashi goes down, and Kakashi can swoop in and save the day. And the way they pull it off is just so cool. I love this Shadow Shuriken plan. It's so impressive to me that these two managed to improvise this and that they were both on the same page, because it's a 3-step plan. The first Shuriken, the second Shuriken, and that the second Shuriken is secretly Naruto. This is enough to trick Zabuza and free Kakashi, and thanks to that, we get treated to the iconic Water Dragon Clash I was talking about earlier, where we get the debut of the Sharingan's copy ability and a convincing win for Kakashi that makes him look like the coolest dude ever. Number 41. Kakashi, Team 10, and Naruto versus Hidan and Kakuzu. This one's pretty long, and as a result, it's got a lot of highlights. And most of them are thanks to Kakashi. Shikamaru contributes to the highlight reel a little bit, particularly when he starts the fight by approaching these two alone and actually manages to hold it down for a second. Ino and Choji are kinda just there, but Kakashi and Shikamaru pick up their slack. Both of them are so much fun to watch here. And I think the same is true of Hidan and Kakuzu. Thanks to all these guys interacting at the same time, we get some great manga pages and some excellent cuts of animation. And as much as I like all the stuff with these four, the best part, in my opinion, is the Rasen Shuriken at the end. I mentioned this a while ago in this video, but I'm a sucker for a good training arc, and I absolutely love seeing the fruits of any character's training in a shonen battle manga like this. The Rasen Shuriken is also one of Naruto's coolest jutsu, and I think this is where it peaked. Its debut here is the coolest it's ever looked. It's also worth pointing out that this is Naruto's first Akatsuki takedown, which is pretty satisfying, and it's also one of many things that helps lay the groundwork for his eventual fight with Pain. Number 40. The Straw Hats versus Sentomaru, Kuma, and the Pacifistas. This is one of the most pivotal moments in One Piece. It completely changes the trajectory of the story and really conveys how overwhelming the true power of the world government is. This is still, to this date, the only total defeat suffered by the Straw Hats. And it probably still will be when One Piece is over. And while I already really liked it following my initial read-through of Sabaody, the Egghead stuff retroactively makes it even better. Number 39. Luffy versus Blueno. The introduction of Gear 2 here is one of the quintessential One Piece moments. It's really hype, and is responsible for some of the most excitement I ever felt reading this series. This type of dominance is something you don't get very often in One Piece either. There are one-sided fights, but not like this. Even Luffy's first fight with Crocodile doesn't feel as hopeless for Luffy as this does for Blueno. Number 38. Hiruzen versus Orochimaru. This fight accomplishes a lot. First of all, this is the audience's first look at Kage-level combat. I remember being really excited by that, even before the fight actually started, just by the premise alone, because it's pretty obvious from the beginning that that's what the fight is going for. Two Hokage get reanimated to fight another Hokage, and the fight delivers on that premise. It really raises the bar for what you'd expect the character in this setting to be capable of, since nobody else was fighting like this before this fight happened. Also, speaking of the other Hokage, this fight gives the audience their first look at the first and second Hokage, which isn't terribly important when it happens, but it's a nice bit of world building and becomes pretty significant later in the story. Of course, the big thing about this fight is the Reaper Death Seal. It kills Hiruzen, the Hokage, and significantly reduces the threat level of Orochimaru, who had been a very serious, looming problem since his introduction in the Forest of Death. All this stuff sets up one of my favorite arcs in the series, the search for Tsunade, in multiple ways. For one, Hiruzen's death is the reason Jiraiya and Naruto need to go find Tsunade so she can replace him, and Orochimaru losing his arms is the reason why he seeks her out too. This is a supremely important fight, and it's just as well constructed and entertaining. Number 37. Choji versus Jirobo. Sometimes I get flack from people for saying that this is the best of the Sound 5 fights. And I don't know what to tell them. I just think it's the truth. I'm sorry, as soon as Choji popped the red chili pill, it was over for everybody else. After all the trash talking Jirobo did to him too, and all the faith that Shikamaru displayed in Choji, this was really satisfying. It's not just the end that I like this much either. The fight spends its entire runtime getting bigger and crazier until it all culminates in this moment. Like, after Choji pops the yellow pill, he uses an expansion jutsu that makes him as big as a huge chunk of the forest. He crushes all these trees under his body, and Jirobo just picks him up and tosses him. It's too cool to not be the best Sound 5 fight. Number 36, Luffy versus Usopp. I've heard a lot of people say that this is their favorite fight in One Piece, and obviously I don't have it at number 1, but I definitely get it. The setup is great. It makes a lot of sense for Usopp to be this attached to the Mary and to project his own insecurities about being disposable onto his crewmates' willingness to get rid of their ship. Of course, Luffy doesn't want the situation to end like this, but neither of them are willing to budge, so a fight is what it comes to. Now, to talk a bit about the fight. This is easily the most impressed I've ever been by Usopp in a combat setting. There isn't even really a moment that comes in second place. He makes Luffy work hard for what you'd expect to be an easy victory. When Luffy does eventually win, it's pretty sad. I want to say it's bittersweet, but there's not really any sweet there. It's just bitter. Number 35. The Gote 13 and Visored versus Gerard Valkyrie. So, apparently this is a hot take, but I think this fight's incredible. One of the best in Bleach. Like, first of all, Gerard is a monster. And I'm not just saying that he's, like, pretty strong. I mean, he is a monster. He has, like, 15 people all coming at him at the same time. And it's not just anyone rushing him. There are some big dog fighters on the battlefield. Soifan is here, Shinji's here, Byakuya is here, Kenpachi, Hitsugaya, Rukia, Renji, Byakuya. All of these people attack him at the same time, and nothing they do can keep him down for good. It's just a lot of fun watching somebody that's this overpowered do their thing. And many of my favorite characters in the series are here fighting him. And, you know, as a huge fan of Hitsugaya and Kenpachi, I can say I'll never forget for the rest of my life how excited I was to see Kenpachi's Bankai and adult Toshiro. Byakuya, who I also love very much, does a lot to impress me in this fight too. And because part of it's already been animated, I know even more meaningful additions will be made to its back half because of some of the cool stuff that was added in what we already got. Shinji using Hado 91, for example. I know that a lot of people don't like that this fight ends with Gerard being killed by Ausvalen, and I mean, I get it, but I do kind of like the idea of the Gote 13 needing a miracle to stop a miracle. Number 34. Naruto versus Gaara. This is like a sister fight to Hiruzen versus Orochimaru. It's the other half of the Konoha Crush climax. And as you can probably tell, based on where I've got it ranked, I think this fight is excellent. Gaara is one of Naruto's best foils in the whole series, and he puts front and center basically all of the problems with leaning too heavily on the power of one's tailed beast as a Jinchuriki. The more Gaara asks of Shukaku, the more of himself he has to give away. And this is an idea the series already played with when Naruto fought Haku. When Naruto tapped into the power of the Nine Tails, he lost control of himself completely. And a similar principle clearly applies to Gaara. With Gaara, it's really blatant. As he transforms more and more, he goes crazier and crazier until he goes through with the complete transformation and has to fully surrender his autonomy. This is a scary prospect, the idea that this fate awaits Naruto if he isn't careful with his power. You know, being turned into a weapon that literally has no say in how that power is used. I also really appreciate one instance of visual storytelling here, that being when Naruto and Gamabunta perform the joint transformation into the Nine Tails. This conveys the idea that Naruto has achieved the same level of power that Gaara has without having to make the same sacrifices by working to master his chakra and the power of the Nine Tails instead of letting that power master him. Now, stepping away from the subtext, the end of this fight is also where we get the start of Gaara's good guy character arc, which is one of my favorite character arcs in the series. The fight that leads us to this point is full of great and memorable moments too, like the 1,000 Years of Death inspired paper bomb attack Naruto does, the 2K barrage, and the headbutt that ends the whole thing. I don't see this talked about often as one of the series' best climaxes, but I think it belongs in that conversation for sure. Number 33. Ichigo versus Gin. I've alluded to this already in the video, but this, or something like it, is something I had been waiting to see for like 300 chapters when it finally happened. This is like an Itachi length buildup. Gin had been sitting there since chapter 63, looking creepy, looking evil, clearly scheming. And finally, at around chapter 400, we get to see him fight Ichigo in what seems like it's going to be a major, climactic, arc-defining battle. And that's mostly what we got here. Like I said in the section about Gin versus Aizen, I have mixed feelings about Gin's betrayal and the way it was handled, but none of the issues that I go back and forth about there are relevant here. In fact, I actually really appreciate how the end of this fight implies what's really going on when Gin spares Ichigo, seemingly because he's concerned Ichigo's too weak to fight Aizen, not because he's a threat to Aizen the way you would expect. The fight we get out of this is also pretty incredible. Gin definitely lives up to the hype, and his exchanges with Ichigo are visceral, kinetic, and very exciting. Number 32. Guy versus Madara. We're already off to a good start because Madara's here. And this fight is where we get the grand debut of the opening of the 8th gate. I remember what discussion was like when this chapter came out. It was a crazy time to be a Naruto fan. And I remember there being some people that were disappointed that Guy didn't kill Madara, but I mean, come on, that was obviously never going to happen. And I think he did about as well as he could have. Like, here you've got a Jonin with no Kekkei Genkai at all, doing serious damage to a god-amped version of one of the most legendary ninja in the history of the world. I know he had help, but even considering that, it's hard to ask for more out of him than what he did. Madara does a lot of cool stuff in this fight, but so does Guy, and even though I love Madara, I gotta say, the coolest thing that happened was the Night Guy at the end. Number 31. Konan versus Obito. This is Konan's finest hour, for sure. Like 600 billion paper bombs with a B. And this is also one of my favorite Obito fights. He gets embarrassed pretty bad before he pulls out the Izanagi, but I'm okay with that because I like Konan a lot. And even before she put the 600 billion paper bomb plan into action, she was doing really well. He fell down that chasm of bombs with just one arm because of an injury that she gave him. But as soon as the Izanagi came out, it was over. Despite the fact that he died without doing any meaningful damage to Konan in this fight, he still came out of it looking really cool. And that's, of course, thanks to his surprise attack and his speech at the end. Number 30. Shanks versus Kid. Listen, you don't have to tell me that after all the times I kept myself from ranking a fight higher because it was only one attack long, or even just really short, that it's crazy for me to put Shanks versus Kid in the top 30. This is the most egregious example of me ignoring my own standards, for sure. Luffy versus Bellamy was nothing compared to this. But this is a fight you had to be there for. The day this chapter came out was one of the funniest days on Twitter ever. People were crying, saying they were going to deactivate, threatening to drop One Piece, and because of the discourse leading up to this chapter, discourse that was full of people actually sincerely saying that Kid was going to win this fight, I couldn't stop laughing after it happened. Even before I opened up Twitter. I was staring at the page in disbelief, tears welling up in my eyes, because I knew Kid was gonna lose, but this felt like Oda wanted Kid fans to feel bad for liking him. This may be the funniest thing that's ever happened in One Piece, and it wasn't even a gag. Number 29. Ichigo versus Kenpachi. The creation of Kenpachi Zaraki may be one of the greatest achievements in the history of mankind, and this fight gets a lot of points for introducing him to both Ichigo and the audience. It's also the catalyst for what's probably Ichigo's most crucial moment of growth in the arc. Like, aside from his fight with Byakuya, this is easily the most important Soul Society arc fight Ichigo takes part in. And even considering the Byakuya fight, this one has a good argument for first place in terms of importance. This is where Ichigo discovers that Zanpakuto have names, meets and fights White for the first time, which is a great fight in its own right, by the way. And, again, aside from his fight with Byakuya, this is easily the fight where he experiences the most growth. He goes from not even being able to damage Kenpachi at all to getting him to admit defeat with his eye patch off. These two are both in top form here, too, separated from the context and what it accomplishes for the story. The fight on its own is excellent, and so is the banter between Ichigo and Kenpachi. This fight's a classic and a shoo-in on any list discussing the best fights in Bleach. Number 28. Zoro versus King. I know it's basic, but I really do think this is Zoro's best fight. I'm not pandering. I couldn't stop turning the pages when I got to this fight in the manga, and don't even get me started on the anime version. This is a feat in the field of animation. I don't know how they made the attack at the end of the fight look this good. And I know you all know what I'm talking about, because the clip that everybody posts from this fight is one attack, and it might be the single best looking attack from any of these fights. This is also such a cool opponent for Zoro. Beating him immediately puts Zoro in the big leagues. This isn't Hyozu, this isn't Pika, this is King, right hand of Kaido, the strongest of all beasts. This is a legendary thing to have pulled off. Yes, I know Sanji did something similar when he beat Queen, but we don't have to talk about that. Even separated from the context of this fight, I like King a lot. The whole Lunarian thing he's got going on is cool. He's got a sick design, and his abilities are sick too. This is a well-conceived, very exciting matchup between two of the coolest characters present at Onigashima. Of course, it's not, and never was going to be, the most exciting matchup in Wano, but we'll get to that one in a bit. Number 27. Sakura and Lady Chiyo versus Sasori. This is an excellent fight from an arc that's not quite as excellent as it is. I have it ranked higher than some climaxes from arcs that I think are way better than Kazekage Rescue. So let's talk about why. First of all, this is a strong contender for Sakura's finest hour. It's definitely her best fight, and it's between either this or the Kaguya fight where her presence was the most necessary for her side to be able to win. Chiyo was just not pulling this off on her own. And speaking of Chiyo, I think that the whole Puppet Master thing is pretty underutilized in this series, so I'm very thankful that we have a fight like this that shows us what it looks like when pushed to its limit by the two most skilled living masters of the art. We get some really cool stuff thanks to the use of puppets here, including Sasori's puppet body and the corpse of the third Kazekage that he converted into a puppet. It's also really cool that this fight plays out like a multi-phase boss battle. But my favorite thing about this fight is that Sasori ends up sympathetic to both Sakura and Chiyo by the end. I think this gives him so much texture, and it's what allows the next arc, most importantly, Naruto and Sakura's reunion with Sasuke, to happen. Number 26, Luffy versus Doflamingo. This is pretty clearly where Dressrosa peaks, and I don't think there's a person on this earth who will tell you otherwise. No other fight is even in contention. The gap is so big that I'd say you got this at first, and every other fight in the arc is fighting it out for 4th place and below. Not to say Dressrosa's bad. I know I've given it a hard time in this video, but there's more there that I like than that I don't. It's just that this fight is so good that it's hard for the rest of the arc to compete. If you've been keeping track, though I suspect most of you haven't because of the size of this list, you may have noticed that this fight is close to, and may even be in, the top 5 highest ranked One Piece fights on this list. And, I mean, it's hard to compete with top 5, or even top 5 adjacent. And this fight definitely deserves that too. Doflamingo is an all-timer villain. He's a lot of people's favorite in One Piece, and Luffy's victory here feels particularly triumphant. Like, this fight and its outcome is one of the most influential things in the entire series. Luffy beating Doflamingo and toppling his regime saves so many people. Not just on the island of Dressrosa either, as we're shown that Doflamingo's influence reaches far and wide. This destabilizes the New World's underground, poses a direct threat to what Kaido's got going on, and attracts the attention of a lot of powerful people, pirates and marines alike. Of course, I can't forget to mention that this fight is also the first time the audience is shown Gear 4, which Luffy had been hiding in his back pocket since the start of the time skip. I think I get a little bit of added retroactive enjoyment from those arcs knowing that Luffy could have pulled this out the whole time against people like Caesar and Hody Jones, and I also get a lot of added enjoyment from this fight thanks to Gear 4's presence there, because before the introduction of Gear 5, this was my favorite of Luffy's gear transformations. It looks great, I love the way it works, and it has an incredible debut here against Doflamingo. Now, I haven't even talked about how good I think the fight itself is yet, but I've already spent a while on this one, so suffice it to say, obviously I like it a lot. It's amazing. Number 25, Ichigo versus Grimmjow at Los Noches. After all the prior run-ins between these two throughout this arc, it was so nice to finally see them get the big, decisive, one-on-one they both clearly wanted. Kubo knew what he was doing, setting this fight up the way he did, and it paid dividends. This was easily one of my most anticipated matchups in Bleach, and I wasn't disappointed at all by how it turned out. Everything you could think to ask for out of this fight is here. The banter is excellent. The choreography is some of Kubo's best. The stakes are building. Both of them are transformed and fighting at full power. Even the ending is great and bleeds right into the next fight. Number 24. Taka's attack on the 5 Kage Summit. Introducing the audience to the abilities of 3 of the 5 Kage and many of their assistants in, like 6 chapters is pretty impressive, especially because it feels organic. It's not like they all attack Sasuke at once or whatever either. For the most part, all these guys have to wait their turn because they're in different places as this is all going down. You got the debut of Sasuke Susanoo, basically everything that happens while Sasuke's fighting the Raikage, Gaara's attempts to reach Sasuke, Sasuke's appearance on the ceiling of the conference room as his theme blasts in the background. These are all some of my favorite moments in Naruto, period. And like I said, they all happen in a span of 5 or 6 chapters? And now look, as much as I like the stuff with Mei and Onoki, the section where Sasuke and the Raikage are fighting one-on-one is easily my favorite part. It's all so cool, and there's a strong emotional core at the center of this part of the fight because these two are both so pissed off for pretty valid reasons, and their hate-filled character interactions make for some of the most compelling stuff in the entire arc. Number 23. Minato versus Obito. This is a situation where you'd expect a lot of the suspense, maybe even all of it, to be gone because, it's like, well, spoilers, Minato dies, Obito doesn't. But I think a lot of the intrigue of this fight, and the Nine Tails attack in general, comes from the audience's desire to know how everything happened, even if they already know and understand the bullet point list version of what happened. I guess it also helps that the fight is awesome. It's really short, but that's to be expected. It doesn't make sense for a fight between these two characters to be drawn out, and that's because the win condition for both of them is make contact with the other guy, just once. Both of them have these crazy, overpowered teleportation abilities that are really good both offensively and defensively. Flying Raijin and Kamui make both Minato and Obito respectively very hard to hit, and they also essentially enable each of them to win any fight once they've tapped their opponent. If Minato leaves a seal on Obito, the fight's as good as over, Minato wins. But if Obito is able to pull Minato into Kamui, it's a similar situation in Obito's favor. This leads to an extremely high-speed game of cat and mouse, where both of these guys are feeling each other out, looking for an opening until Minato sees his, takes it, and immediately seizes control of the battle. Number 22. Taka versus Killer Bee. This fight is a part of this golden run of Sasuke fights that are some of the most popular, well-regarded fights in Naruto. Taka versus the 5 Kage Summit was also part of that run, but there are 3 more fights from it that I haven't talked about yet. We'll get to them in a bit. There are plenty of reasons to rank this fight this high, enough of them that I've considered moving it into the top 20 many times. It's the debut of Killer Bee, who I love very dearly, and who I think looks better here than he does at any point after this. I guess some people may see his debut being where he peaks as a bad thing, but I just think that's a testament to how amazing this fight is. This is also where Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan makes its debut on the battlefield, and it lives up to the lofty expectations that the series set for it. Couple that with some brief but effective evocative flashbacks from Sasuke's perspective, some really good, competent teamwork between the members of Taka, one of the most creative battlefields in the series, the way this sets up one of the most important plot threads in the 5 Kage Summit, and choreography and set pieces that are in contention for the series' best, and what you get is one of the best fights in Naruto. Number 21. Luffy versus Katakuri. This is the crown jewel of Whole Cake Island. While this isn't the Luffy versus Big Mom final boss I was hoping for out of this arc, Whole Cake made it pretty clear why something like that couldn't and shouldn't have happened at this point in the story. And the fight we got instead is a lot better than I think a fight between Luffy and Big Mom would have been anyway. Katakuri is awesome, and an amazing opponent for Luffy. These two trigger a lot of growth from one another. For one, Luffy's skill with observation haki evolves like 2 training arcs worth, and Katakuri learns from Luffy how to act like a human being. All this stuff offers a lot of flavor to what's already one of the most well-directed, tightly choreographed fights in One Piece. Number 20. Yamamoto versus Royd Lloyd and Yuhavak. I think despite the fact that Yuhavak kills him here, this is the coolest Yamamoto has ever looked in Bleach. And that's saying a lot considering how he's consistently portrayed. We get plenty of the best lines in the series out of him here, and this is the first time he shows the audience his full power, including his Bankai, and he just destroys Royd Lloyd in one of my favorite examples of indulgent, over-the-top spectacle in the series. When Yuhavak comes in and seals Yamamoto's Bankai, then kills him. That's when the sense of doom that I could tell Kubo was really going for with the initial invasion of the Stern Ritter started to set in. I just remember thinking, okay, now what? Yamamoto's dead. What are they supposed to do now? I was filled with dread, really impressed by all the Quincy, and excited to keep reading to find out what in the world the Soul Reapers were going to do to stop Yhwach's seemingly unstoppable army. Number 19. Luffy versus Kizaru. Speaking purely from a visual standpoint, I think this is my favorite fight in One Piece. It looks so good, and the way Luffy and Kizaru's abilities are portrayed is consistently creative and impressive. It's also just nice to finally see a one-on-one fight between one of the admirals and one of the Straw Hats after so long. Something else that's nice is that, like his former peer Aokiji, Kizaru brought an internal conflict with him to this fight. He's having a hard time with what the world government's asked him to do. And this brings a textual richness to the fight that I wouldn't have expected from a battle between Luffy and Kizaru had I tried to imagine one. I think this is the crown jewel of Egghead, and like I said earlier, from an animation and choreography standpoint, probably the crown jewel of all of One Piece until further notice. Number 18. Sasuke versus Deidara. This is one of the most tactically rich fights in Naruto, and that's saying a lot considering the competition it has. I also think that this is a necessary narrative stepping stone between Sasuke leaving Orochimaru and his fight with Itachi, because even though he did come out of his fight with Team Yamato looking really strong, the audience still needed a fight like this to show them that Sasuke could throw down with someone strong enough to be in the Akatsuki. That said, the insight we get into Deidara's background is, first of all, something I appreciate for fleshing him out a bit more, but also enough to let us know that Deidara is way weaker than Itachi, which means that since Sasuke was barely able to beat him, and his next target is Itachi, well, that means he might be in a lot of trouble. So even though this fight feels like a total side quest, I think it carries out a lot of narrative legwork, and it's also really engaging from start to finish. So many good moments, like Sasuke using his sword to defuse one of Tobi's landmines, and then jumping off the handle to get enough height to cut the wing off of Deidara's dragon and make him fall into his own minefield? Like, are you kidding me? Number 17. Ichibei versus Yhwach. You can tell that Kubo doesn't want Bleach to be a story that happens to be a manga. He really wants to take advantage of the manga format, capitalize on its strengths, and do things that may not necessarily translate well to another medium. He's always been good at making the most of the high contrast that naturally comes with the black and white art tied to the format, but I think this fight is the best example of that. There are some really striking panels here, and there's also the thing with him blacking out words from Yhwach's speech bubbles. And that last thing, by the way, is a payoff to a really old interaction between Ichigo and Old Man Zangetsu. One of my favorite instances of foreshadowing, not just in Bleach, but in any of these series. And, you know, it's this use of color and the way he takes advantage of the fact that his characters speak with speech bubbles and some other things that are at the root of what I'm talking about here. Kubo clearly has a deep, intrinsic understanding of how to be a manga artist, how to play tricks with the format, and how to use the format to tell a uniquely good story that takes full advantage of how it's being told. This fight is where I feel those abilities are best displayed. So, I'm kind of astonished that the anime adaptation not only managed to translate everything that Kubo was going for in the manga version of the fight into a full-color animation sequence, but also that the team managed to elevate it, just like they did with every other Thousand Year Blood War fight in the process. It's a visual feast, no matter how you engage with it. And there's plenty more to like about it than just how good it looks. First of all, Ichibei is so unbelievably cool, and I love the way he fights. Ichimonji is probably in my top 3 favorite Shikai in Bleach, And I think it's a pretty similar situation for his Bankai too. Now, despite the fact that the fight opens with him getting, violated, Yu Havok comes out of this looking way cooler than he did going into it. As insane as Ichibei's powers are, they aren't enough to keep him down because of the crazy arsenal that he has access to. I remember being particularly stricken by the initial reveal of Yu Havok's Shrift, the Almighty here. I had no idea how anybody was supposed to stop this guy, but the fight provided a clever bit of foreshadowing, because it's also where we, the audience, see our first Auswählen. Number 16. Sasuke versus Danzo. So, first things first. This is one of the most gratifying victories in the whole series. No matter what you think of Sasuke or what you thought of Sasuke when this fight was happening, I know all of you watching this video right now were rooting for him to put Danzo in the dirt. Danzo is such a good, effective villain, both on a character level and in terms of the way his abilities interact with Sasuke in this fight. The Izanagi arm, in addition to being horrifying and making Danzo even more hateable than he already was, creates such a sick dynamic for the fight. Sasuke has all this firepower, more than enough to take Danzo out with one attack. Between his Susanoo, Amaterasu, and even his sword, he has multiple ways to kill his opponent immediately. But Danzo's got 10 minutes of immortality to work with. And Sasuke just got done running through the Kage Summit and fighting multiple other Kage and their assistants. So 10 minutes of life or death combat may be more than he's got left in him. It's a really smart way to keep Sasuke's power feeling overwhelming while also making the fight nail-bitingly tense. I think my favorite thing about it is that it's decided by a baby-level genjutsu that anyone with basic proficiency could pull off. The character stuff with Sasuke is also so good here. This is Sasuke like we've never seen him before, and even after seeing how far gone he'd become over the course of this arc, I was still surprised that he was willing to kill Karin to get to Danzo. Number 15. Ichigo versus Aizen. I've heard many people say before that this fight is too short, so I suspect I'm going to get a lot of comments telling me that I have it ranked way too high. And, maybe there is a world where this is extended into this huge Goku versus Frieza style multi-episode climax, and everybody agrees unanimously that it's the best fight in Bleach. But I'm not sure that's how things would have turned out. I like how short it is. This is the single most dominant performance in all of Bleach, period. And Ichigo puts this performance up against a guy who you'd think has no business being humiliated like this. And I don't think extending the fight would make this gap in power any clearer. As soon as Ichigo shrugs off the Hado number 90, you get what's going on here. Aizen is done. Also, I'm not breaking any new ground by saying this, but Dangai Ichigo is the coolest he's ever looked, and the final Getsuga Tensho is my favorite attack in the series. Ichigo's cool factor is helped out by some top-tier dialogue and directing. Urahara showing up at the end to wrap things up is just the icing on top. This is definitely, easily, a worthy climax to a lot of people's favorite arc in Bleach. Number 14. Jiraiya versus Pain. I don't even know where to begin with this one. There's so much about it that impresses me that it's hard to decide what to start with. I guess, first of all, like Sasuke versus Deidara, this is another of the most tactically rich fights in Naruto. One that's full of analysis, high-speed strategic planning, and creative problem solving. There are so many great moments and set pieces too, like the summon battle, the massive Rasengan, the frog song, the gathering of the Six Paths of Pain, and I can keep going. It's also responsible for introducing multiple key story concepts like Sage Mode and the Rinnegan, and is, of course, pretty important for being the fight where Jiraiya dies. I think Kishimoto does a good job subtly preparing the audience for that one, by setting the mood with the environment. It's rainy and gloomy in this village, and the architecture looks weird and hostile. Now, Kishimoto knew that since Jiraiya was going to die here, he needed to put up a legendary performance before that happened, and that's exactly what he does. I think that's pretty important, because this is really the only time we see Jiraiya go all out against somebody in a one-on-one. And on that note, this is also the first time we see Pain fight anybody. All things considered, this fight is throwing a lot of information at the audience, but it's all very digestible. I find that you figure things out at the same rate Kishimoto wants you to. So couple that with the narrative turning point and emotional gut punch that is Jiraiya's death at the end, and you've got what is, without a doubt, one of the most important fights in the series. Considering that it's also one of the series' most engaging on top of that, I'm kinda stunned that there's so much good stuff left that a fight this spectacular wasn't able to make the top 10. Number 13. Rock Lee versus Gaara. Look, don't be mad at me. I'm just as surprised as you are. Like, I get it. I thought this would be in the top 10 too. The list is just stacked. It's every fight in the whole entire Big 3 ranked, okay? So number 13 on the list isn't so bad. The fight's very good. It might be the worst case of a dead horse on this entire list. It has been talked about to death. I'm struggling to think of new things to add to the discourse. But just like everybody else will tell you, this is first and foremost a really clever matchup between two characters with totally opposite backgrounds and fighting styles. It's got top tier choreography, really good pacing, and a good sense of progression thanks to Lee moving through various levels of power, and tons of iconic moments. Lee dropping the weights on the ground is a fan favorite, so is him opening the gates and eventually using the Hidden Lotus. And you've also got more understated stuff that people don't talk about as much, like Guy stepping in to save Lee from Gaara, and Gaara surrendering, walking away from the match because of how much the sight of somebody being cared for, the way Lee is by Guy, disgusts and frustrates him. Speaking of Lee's relationship with Guy, I've always really appreciated the way aspects of his backstory were implemented into the fight. It makes the whole thing way more moving, especially at the end when you see him standing up while unconscious through sheer force of will. I definitely get why this fight has the reputation that it does, and think that it is, by a margin larger than I'm currently prepared to convey with words, the best fight in the Chunin exams. Number 12. Kenpachi versus Gremmy. See, stuff like this is how I knew that Kenpachi was in good hands. If another, less capable mangaka had created a character like this, they wouldn't have given him a fight this cool. Kubo was like, okay, I'm going to have Kenpachi fight somebody who can literally do anything. And that kid is still going to lose because Kenpachi is just that strong. There are a lot of great lines in Bleach. So when I say this, no, I don't say it lightly. Kenpachi telling Gremmy, your puny imagination can't create anything I can't cut, might be my favorite line in the whole series. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I love Kenpachi so much. This is why everybody loves Kenpachi. By the time I was halfway through reading this fight, I was on my feet, pacing around my room, manga in hand, screaming at Kenpachi. I was so excited. Number 11. The Allied Shinobi Forces 4th Division versus Madara. This is comfortably the best introduction given to any villain in the Big 3. Maybe a new One Piece villain will come along and change that, but I don't find it particularly likely. I mean, all you have to do is look at the fight to understand what I'm talking about. The stuff that Madara does here is so self-indulgent and ridiculous, so over the top, literally the entire time, that I don't know how any of these other guys are supposed to compete with this, especially considering that this acts as a payoff to hundreds of chapters of buildup. And, you know, you'd expect the guy who gets talked about and teased for that long to be strong. But, I mean, dude, it's just a series of a bunch of things cooler than you can even imagine, over and over and over again, until he just decides, all right, I'm bored, I'm killing everybody, and pulls a meteor out of the sky. Now, credit to the Allied Shinobi forces. They were able to stop the meteor, but we all know what happened after that. Number 10. Kakashi versus Obito. This fight is an achievement in visual storytelling that takes basically everything that people like about Naruto and puts it to great use. It's pretty good in the manga, I want to say. It's a little bare bones, but it's the anime version's incredible animation and directing that's made this one as popular as it is. The cuts between past and present are really cool and do a great job highlighting that while maybe this isn't what you would call a grudge match, it's certainly been a long time coming. And it also lets the audience know that despite how long these two have been apart for, their time together on Team Minato gave them a strong fundamental understanding of one another. It's also pretty neat to see Obito forced to fight without Kamui for a change, especially against somebody like Kakashi, who is a joy to watch as usual. Number 9. The Summit War at Marineford. When I was putting this list together, I really did try to keep all these fights separate. But keeping track of everything and making calls based on what I should and shouldn't count ended up being a nightmare. So I decided to do one piece of solid and combine them all into one huge team battle. And as a result, it made its way into the top 10. To a lot of people, Marineford is as good as One Piece gets. And while I'm more of an Enies Lobby guy, I can totally see it. The Summit War is chock full of series highlights. So much of the best stuff in One Piece happens here. Take your pick of any of Whitebeard's amazing scenes, Luffy confronting the three admirals, Shanks' arrival, Ace's death. Whether it's any of these moments or a billion others, no matter what you pick, you'll end up with somebody's favorite scene in One Piece. Between all the fan service, the one-of-a-kind matchups, the multiple narrative turning points that changed the world of One Piece forever, and what the audience learns about so many of the most important characters in the story, it's hard to think of a better way Oda could have set up the transition into the time skip than this. As much as everybody likes to focus on Ace's death here, which, let me be clear, does deserve it, what moved me the most was Whitebeard's death and his final speech. This is one of the best speeches in the Big Three, point blank, period. And it's something I still find myself thinking about and reflecting on from time to time. Number 8. Luffy versus Kaido. In a lot of ways, this is One Piece's equivalent to Goku versus Frieza. It's a huge final battle between a villain that a gauntlet of people has already tried and failed to defeat, and our hero who has just unlocked a legendary new transformation. This is one of the definitive anime manga battles of the decade, rivaled in anticipation and popularity only by Gojo versus Sukuna. It's the climax of a huge setup spanning multiple arcs, and a monumental turning point for the series on the same level as the Marineford War I just talked about. This fight is, among many other things, meant to convince the audience that Luffy is worthy of becoming one of the 4 emperors now, and it lives up to its importance, its ambition, and its scope. This was the most engaged I remember being by a One Piece fight since the only other one I have yet to talk about, and I think that's largely due to how well it was set up. Every time Kaido was mentioned before this, all of Luffy's defeats, all of the Oden stuff, everything with the rest of the samurai, everything to do with Joy Boy, so many prior events and plot threads feel like they're coming to a head in this fight, and it is unbelievably rewarding. Gear 5's grand debut is also a slam dunk. It's used so well in this fight, and while some of my favorite uses of its abilities come from elsewhere, I don't feel like I could have asked for more from its introduction. It's an incredibly creative, imaginative form, and it's also one that exudes power. The series does a great job conveying both Luffy and Kaido's immense power, and making the fight feel like the clash of titans that everybody wanted and expected it to be. Number 7. Ichigo versus Ulquiorra. First of all, this fight takes place in my favorite battleground in Bleach. The scenery above the canopy of Las Noches is beautiful and complements the tone of the fight well. The location also uses subtext to convey a progression of power, as these guys literally have to break through the ceiling in order to continue their fight, almost as though they're figuratively breaking through the previously existing power ceiling of the other Arrancar. It's cool stuff. The fight itself is spectacular, without a doubt one of Kubo's best. The action set pieces here are unbelievable, the banter between Ichigo and Ulquiorra is top tier, and while Mugetsu Ichigo is my favorite transformation in the series, the immediate runner-ups are both present here. This fight really delivers on all of the promises Kubo makes throughout the arc to give these two a huge climactic battle at the end, and is a worthy finale to the Hueco Mundo half of the Arrancar arc. Number 6. Sasuke versus Itachi. The subplot revolving around Sasuke's quest to get revenge on Itachi is both the biggest and my favorite subplot in Naruto, and this is the climax that it deserves. In addition to being one of the best fights in the series, and to pay off 380 chapters in the making, it also offers the audience a wiki's worth of story and world building. This is the fight that introduces us to concepts like the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Susanoo, and it also supposedly tells us more about Madara and his supposed involvement in the Nine Tails attack on the Hidden Leaf Village. The fact that this is the resolution of one of the longest running plot threads in the series, and it still manages to do so much setup for the rest of the story, is really impressive, especially considering, like I said, this is all just a backdrop to one of the best fights in the series. There are so many incredible set pieces here, like the whole Genjutsu situation that the fight opens with, the shuriken volleys these two throw at each other, the fireball jutsu clash, the debut of Kirin and the Susanoo. Like, it's a laundry list of some of the coolest stuff in any of these series. And considering that everything that the audience learns in its aftermath flips the entire story of the Uchiha clan massacre on its head, it's a little hard for me to live with this fight sitting outside the top 5. Number 5. Luffy versus Lucci at Enies Lobby. Water 7 and Enies Lobby is still the most invested I've ever found myself in One Piece, and anybody will tell you that this is the best fight from the arc. Now, unlike Kubo and Kishimoto, Oda is still writing his manga, which means it's possible for him to top this one. But for now, this fight remains the best of his work. The story context for this fight makes it so much more engrossing. But even if you ask me to separate it from that, I think this is the best fight Oda's ever drawn, too. Especially nowadays, it's rare for us to get a straight-up brawl like this. And just as rare to get a fight that's this vicious and brutal. It's just minutes on end of these two beating the life out of each other, and almost strictly hand-to-hand combat, and I love it to death. Because of the way this fight is choreographed, paneled, and directed, I felt really sold on the idea that Luffy truly was in danger. I think this is the most scared I've ever been for him, aside from during or after fights that he loses, and so my eyes were just glued to the pages here. I've never, ever needed anything in One Piece quite as badly as I needed Luffy to win this fight and save Robin. So when he finally, barely by the skin of his teeth, beat Lucci, I felt a sense of triumph and relief that the series still has yet to replicate. Number 4. Naruto versus Pain. Okay, so just to address the elephant in the room, I'm sorry. If you've been keeping track of these fights, you probably noticed Naruto got 3 in the top 5. The other series only got 1. Trust me, you can ask anybody who heard about this list as I was making it. They will tell you, I've gone to great lengths to keep something like this from happening. I don't want the top of this list to be dominated by Naruto fights because I want to be fair to these other series. But moving this down...
I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Anyway, this is another instance in this video where I don't even know where to begin. Basically, everything about this fight is perfect. There's so much to say about it. Like, first of all, this is basically the finale of the first half of Shippuden, and it does an excellent job at it. Kishimoto placed a lot of focus on the Akatsuki as a group throughout this point of the story. So, Naruto fighting against the person who everybody believed to be its leader is a natural conclusion to that setup. We've got all these different plot threads converging and being paid off at once in this fight, and it makes for a really satisfying experience. The fact that there are multiple core characters who died to get the information that leads to Naruto's survival and eventual victory here into his hands adds so much weight to this. This is also Naruto's ultimate opportunity to prove himself the way he's always wanted to. He's the last line of defense for the Hidden Leaf against Pain, and he gets an entrance that conveys that. This is still talked about as one of the all-time greatest entrances made by an anime character, and it's only one of many iconic moments from this fight. You've also got Naruto one-shotting one of the Paths of Pain to save Tsunade, Pain's iconic cycle of hatred speech, Hinata's declaration of love to Naruto, Naruto's transformation into the Six Tails, Pain's Chibaku Tensei, Naruto meeting his father for the first time, the Rasengan that ends the whole thing. Like, with a lineup of set pieces like that from this fight, what more could you ask for? Number 3. Ichigo versus Byakuya. This was the fight that sold me on Ichigo. Don't get me wrong, I really liked him for the first 150-ish chapters of the story, but ever since I read this fight, he's been stuck close to the top of the list of my favorite Bleach characters, and even close to the top of the list of my favorite shonen protagonists. This is, of course, thanks to a lot of what he does in this fight, like making one of the best entrances in all of Bleach and showing off an incredible new design in the process, offering up some of the best trash talk in the series, and backing it up with one of his best performances. But it's not all thanks to him. A big part of why he clicks with me so well in this fight is his opponent, Byakuya. Byakuya is both portrayed in and implemented into this arc perfectly. I can think of no better final boss for Ichigo than Byakuya, even setting aside the fact that he's the one who kidnapped Rukia and plans to execute her. He's such a well-constructed depiction of a Captain-class Soul Reaper, this immovable obstacle, one that feels impossible to overcome, placed at the end of Ichigo's journey to rescue his friend Rukia. Byakuya feels so imposing, so overwhelmingly powerful, that I think it makes Ichigo's eventual victory against him the most satisfying and triumphant one in all of Bleach. The fight is also littered with some of Kubo's best bits of artwork and visual storytelling. you've got Ichigo revealing to the audience that he's mastered Bankai. The double-page spread reveal of Senkei Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. Ichigo holofying and suppressing the transformation through sheer force of will. The final clash at the end and Byakuya's surrender. All these moments and more are things I haven't been able to stop thinking about since I first read this series. Number 2. Naruto vs. Sasuke at the end of Shippuden. No discussion of the best fights in the Big Three, or even anime in general, is complete without a mention of this one. This is the crown jewel of Shippuden, basically what that entire section of the story was building toward, and easily its most telegraphed, anticipated fight as a result. The series was never going to end any other way. Kishimoto himself even said that this was what he always pictured as the final fight of Naruto, something that he planned way in advance and kind of constructed the series around. And it was all worth it. This fight meets the lofty expectations the series set for it, and then just keeps going past them, especially in the anime. The choreography and animation here are unbelievable. In both cases, it's the best in Shippuden. No other fight looks this good or flows this well. The fight also displays so much respect for everything that led up to it. I can't think of a better place than the Final Valley for these two to have their rematch, and they pull out like every major ability they've shown throughout the series against each other here. It's really satisfying as a longtime fan to see all these jutsu make an appearance here. So many of the most well-directed, well-cut bits of animation are in this fight, including the final clash between Sasuke's Chidori and Naruto's Rasengan, which I think is the perfect climax to the whole thing. Finally, there are a few things in any of these series that have moved me close to as much as Naruto finally getting through to Sasuke, triggering both a change of heart and an admission of defeat. This was a long time coming, and seeing it happen was one of the most cathartic media experiences I've ever had. Number 1. Naruto vs. Sasuke at the end of Part 1. As you can see, this is both my favorite fight in Naruto and my favorite fight in the Big Three. It's a contender for my favorite anime fight, period, even though I don't see people talk about it as much as its Shippuden counterpart. I think both of the Final Valley fights are neck and neck, but I've always had a slight preference for this one because I feel it's more intense and the outcome is way less predictable. Sasuke actually defecting from the village and joining Orochimaru because the retrieval squad couldn't stop him is a curveball I never expected. It's also an event that defines basically all of Shippuden. Naruto's primary goal changes from becoming Hokage to rescuing Sasuke and bringing him back to the Hidden Leaf. And things basically stay that way until the series ends with Naruto finally doing it. So it's a contender for the most important fight in the series, and I think it helps that while maybe the animation isn't quite as good, the choreography is just as good as the Shippuden Final Valley fight, and might honestly, if you ask me, be a little bit better. This fight is full of insane exchanges, a lot of them purely hand-to-hand. Crazy stuff like Naruto's clone ladder and Sasuke's Izuna drop, just to name a few examples. And it's all flavored by some beautiful dialogue that really lets you into both characters' heads. Because while there is a fundamental disagreement at the core of this fight, just like with basically every other fight on this list, it's also true that these guys have a heated rivalry and both just want to beat each other up for other reasons too. Watching them try to prove themselves to one another is a lot of fun, even despite how high the stakes are, and it leads to some really excellent pieces of characterization, like Naruto scratching Sasuke's headband because Sasuke assured him he wouldn't be able to, instead of going for an attack that might have actually helped him win the fight. We also get a lot of cool world building out of this fight too, like our first look at the Final Valley and the people who created it, Madara and Hashirama, A far more complete look into Sasuke's past than anything the series had shown us before this point. Our first look at Naruto's Nine Tails cloak, which we see later on as a staple ability for other Jinchuriki, and our first look at Sasuke's second state curse mark form. The way it ends is just beautiful too. You got this iconic clash between the Rasengan and the Chidori, followed by Sasuke standing over Naruto in the pouring rain, wondering if he really wants to kill his best friend or not, and eventually deciding against it because he doesn't want to use Itachi's own power to kill him. It's a perfect fight and a perfect ending to part 1 of Naruto. One that I can say without any hesitation is my favorite fight on this list. Well, that was a fun 6.5 hours. If you're here and you made it all the way to the end of the video, thank you. Seriously, this took forever to make, so I really appreciate it. While you're here, let me know in the comments what I got right, what I got wrong, and if you want to make your own version of this list. I made a tier maker template that includes all of these fights, all 370 of them, which I'll leave a link to in the description. So go have fun with that if you want. Just a fair warning though, it will take you a while. Thanks again for hanging out here. I'm gonna go nap though, probably for like a week now that I'm done with this monster of a video. Till next time, you guys take care.